Section 1 of The Flight of the Heron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elin. The Flight of the Heron by D.K. Broster. Prologue. A Promise of Fair Weather. The sun had been up for a couple of hours, and now, by 6 o'clock, there was scarcely a cloud in the sky. Even the peaked summit of Ben T, away to the northeast, had no more than the faintest veil floating over it. On all the western slopes the transfiguring light, as it crept lower and lower, was busy picking out the patches of July bellheather and painting them an even deeper carmine. And the mountains round were smiling, where sometimes they frowned, on Loch na Hollere, today a shining jewel, which tomorrow might be a mere blot of grey steel. It was going to be a very fine day, and in the west of Scotland such are none too plentiful. Loch na Hollere, the Loch of the Eagle, was not large, little more than a mile long, and at its greatest breadth perhaps a quarter of a mile wide. It lay among the encircling hills like a fairy pool come upon in dreams. Yet it had not the desolate quality of the high mountain tarns, whose black waters lie shoreless at the foot of precipices. Loch na Hollere was set in a level space as wide as itself. At one end was a multitude of silver-stemmed birches, of whom some loved the loch, or their own reflection, so dearly that they leaned over it until the veil of their hair almost brushed its surface. And with these court ladies stood a guard of very old pines, severe and beautiful, and here and there the feathered bravery of a rowan tree. Everywhere underfoot lay a carpet of bog myrtle and cranberry, pressing up to the feet of the pungent-berried junipers and the bushes of the flaming broom, now but dying fires. And where the shore was widest, it unexpectedly sent out into the lake a jutting crag of red granite, grown upon in every cranny with heather, and crowned with two immense Scots pines. The loch's beauty, on this early summer morning of 1745, seemed at first to be a lonely and unappreciated loveliness, yet it was neither. On its northern shore, with a sandy bank, a little hollowed by the water, rose some 3 feet above it, a dark, wiry young Highlander, in a belted plaid of the Cameron tartan, was standing behind a couple of large juniper bushes with a fowling-piece in his hand. He, however, was plainly not lost in admiration of the scene, for his keen eyes were fixed intently on the tree-grown islet which swam at anchor in the middle of the loch, and he had all the appearance of a hunter waiting for his quarry. Suddenly he gave an exclamation of dismay. Round the point of the island had just appeared the head, shoulder, and flashing arm of a man swimming, and this man was driving fast through the barely rippled water, and was evidently making for the shore in his direction. The Highlander dropped out of sight behind the junipers, but the swimmer had already seen him. "Who's there?" he called out, and his voice came ringing imperiously over the water. "Stand up and show yourself." The discovered watcher obeyed, leaving the fowling-piece on the ground, and the swimmer, at some 10 yards' distance, promptly trod water, the better to see. "Oh, Lachlan," he exclaimed, "what are you doing there?" And, as the Highlander did not answer, but suddenly stooped and pushed the fowling-piece deeper into the heather at his feet, the occupant of the loch, with a few vigorous strokes, brought himself in until he was able to stand breast-high in the water. "Oh, come nearer," he commanded in Gaelic, "and tell me what you're doing, skulking there." The other advanced to the edge of the bank. "I was watching yourself, Machi Kellein," he replied in the same tongue, and in the sulky tone of one who knows that he will be blamed. "And why, in the name of the good being? Have you never seen me swim before?" "I had it in my mind that someone might steal your clothes," answered Lachlan McMartin, looking aside. "Amadane," exclaimed the swimmer, "there's no one between the Garry and the water of Arcig who would do such a thing, and you know it as well as I. Moreover, my clothes are on the other side, and you cannot even see them. No, the truth, or I will come out and throw you into the loch." And, balancing his arms, he advanced until he was only waist deep, young and broad-shouldered, and glistening against the bright water and the trees of the island behind him. "Confess now, and tell me the reason in your heart." "If you will not be angry, I will be telling you," replied Lachlan to his chieftain Ewen Cameron, who was also his foster brother. "I shall make no promises. Out with it." "I cannot shout it to you, Machi Kellein. It would not be lucky." "Oh, do you think that I'm coming out to hear it before I've finished my swim?" "Oh, I will walk into you, if you wish," said Lachlan submissively, and began to unfasten his plaid. "Oh, do not be a fool," said the young man in the loch, half laughing, half annoyed, and, wading to the bank, he pulled himself up by the exposed root of a birch tree, and threw himself unconcernedly down among the heather and bog myrtle. Now it could be seen that he was some inches over 6 feet, and splendidly made. A swift runner, too, it was likely, for all his height and breadth of shoulder. His thick auburn hair, darkened by the water to brown, was plaited for the nonce into a short pigtail like a soldier's. His deep-set blue eyes looked out of a tanned face, but where the sunburn ended, his skin was as fair as a girl's. He had a smiling and determined mouth. "Now, tell me truly why you are lurking here like a grouse on bent tea," he repeated. The half-detected culprit glanced from the naked young man at his feet to the only partially concealed fowling-piece. "You will not be pleased, I'm thinking." "Oh, all the more reason for knowing, then," responded his chieftain promptly, hugging his bent knees. "I shall stay here until you tell me. Oh, gah, how these vegetables prick. And no, I do not want your plaid. I want the truth." "I'm here," began Lachlan McMartin with great unwillingness, "because there's something in the loch which may bring you ill fortune, and—" "Oh, in the loch? What, an ech uske, a water-horse?" He was smiling. "No, not a water-horse, but my father says—" "It's a matter of the two sides. Angus has been seeing again. What was the vision?" But at that moment the speaker himself saw something, though not by the supernatural gift to which he was referring. He stretched out a wet, accusing arm and pointed towards the juniper bush. "What is that gun doing here?" And at the very plain discomposure on its owner's face, a look of amusement came into his own. "You cannot shoot a water-horse, Lachlan, not with a charge of small shot." "It is not a water-horse," repeated his foster brother. He suddenly crouched down in the heather close to the swimmer. "Now listen, Machi Kellein," he said, in a low, tense voice. "My father is much troubled, for he had a seeing last night across the fire, and it concerned you. But whether for good or ill he could not tell, neither would he tell me what it was, save that it had to do with a heron." "What is a pity Angus cannot be more particular in his predictions," observed the young man flippantly, breaking off a sprig of bog myrtle and smelling it. "Well?" "Oh, you know that I would put the hair of my head under your feet," went on Lachlan McMartin passionately. "Now, on the island yonder there lives a heron. Not a pair, but one only." The young chieftain laid a damp but forcible hand on his arm. "I will not have it, Lachlan, do you hear?" he said in English. "I'll not allow that bird to be shot." But Lachlan continued to pour out Gaelic. "Oh, Ewen, marrow of my heart, ask me for the blood out of my veins, but do not ask me to let the heron live, now that my father has seen this thing. It is a bird of ill omen. One to be living there alone, and to be spying when you are swimming. And if it is not a bochcan, as I've sometimes thought, it may be a witch. Indeed, if I had one, I would do better to put a silver bullet." "Oh, stop," said the marrow of his heart peremptorily. "If my father Angus has any warning to give me, he can tell it into my own ear, but I will not have that heron shot, whatever he saw. Oh, what do you suppose the poor bird can do to me? Bring your piece here and unload it." Out of the juniper bush and the heather, Lachlan, rising, pulled the fowling piece, and very slowly and reluctantly removed the priming and the charge. "Oh, yet it is an evil bird," he muttered between his teeth. You must know that it is unlucky to meet a heron when one sets out on a journey." "Oh, yes," broke in Ewen Cameron impatiently, "in the same way that it is unlucky to meet a sheep or a pig, or a snake or a rat or a mouse, unless you kill them, or a hare, or a fox, or a woman, or a flat-footed man, and I know not what besides. Give me the gun." He examined it and laid it down. "Now, Lachlan, as you have not yet promised to respect my wishes in this matter, and a gun is easily reloaded, you shall swear on the iron to obey me, and that quickly, for I'm getting cold." Startled, the Highlander looked at his young chieftain to see whether he were serious when he suggested the taking of so great and inviolable an oath. But, unable from his expression to be sure, and being blindly, fanatically devoted to him, he obediently drew his dirk from its sheath, and was about to raise it to his lips to kiss it, when his foster-brother caught his arm. "No, I was jesting, Lachlan, and you do not keep your bedog very clean." "Not clean?" exclaimed its owner, lowering the formidable hiltless blade. Then he bit his lip. "Yekleshin, you're right. How came that rust there?" "A rust? It is blood." Ewen took it from him by its black handle of interlaced design, and ran a finger down it. "No, I'm wrong. It was only the early sun on the steel." For the weapon lay across his palm, spotless and shining, the whole foot and a half of it. The dark Lachlan had turned very pale. "Oh, give it to me, Machichelin, and let me throw it into the loch. It is not well to keep it, if we both saw what we saw." "No," said his master with more composure. "It is a good dirk, and too old a friend for that. What I imagined can only have been the memory of the times when it has grallocked a deer for us two." He gave it back. "We are neither of us Taisher, like your father. I forbid you to throw it away, nor are you to shoot that heron. Do you hear?" If his young chief was not, Lachlan McMartin was plainly shaken by what had happened. He thrust the dirk deep into the heather, as though to cleanse it, before he returned it to the sheath. "I hear," he muttered. "Oh, then see that you remember." Shivering slightly, the young man sprang to his feet. "Now, as you have forced me to land on this side of the loch, Lachlan, I shall dive off the Craig Rug. A score of times have I meant to do it, but I've never been sure if there were enough water below. And so, if a water-horse gets me, you will know whose was the fault of it." And laughing, disregarding entirely his foster-brother's protests, which went so far as the laying of a detaining hand on his bare shoulder, he slid down the bank, ran along the narrow strip of sand below it, and disappeared round a bend of the shore. A moment or two later, his white figure was seen clambering up the heather-clad side of the Red Crag, which gave the whole property its name. A pause, and then he shot down towards the lake in the perfect dive of the athlete, and the water received him with scarcely a splash. "The cross of Christ be upon us," murmured Lachlan, shutting his eyes, and, though he was no papist, he signed himself. When he opened them, the beloved head had reappeared safely, and he watched it till the island once more hid it from his view. Still tingling with his dive, Ewen Cameron of Ardroy, when he had reached the other side of the little island, suddenly ceased swimming and, turning on his back, gave himself to floating and meditation. He was just 26 and very happy, for the sun was shining, and he felt full of vigour, and the water was like cold silk about him. And when he went into breakfast, there would be Alison, fresh as the morning, to greet him. A foretaste of the mornings to come, when they would greet each other earlier than that. For their marriage contract was even now in his desk at Ardroy, awaiting signature, and the chief of Clan Cameron, Lochiel himself, MacGaldu, Ewen's near kinsman by marriage, as well as his overlord, was coming tomorrow from his house of Achnacarry on Loch Arkaig to witness it. Lochiel, indeed, now a man of 50, had always been to his young cousin elder brother and father in one. For Ewen's own father had been obliged to flee the country after the abortive little Jacobite attempt of 1719, leaving behind him his wife, and the son of whom she had been but 3 days delivered. Ewen's mother, a steward of Appin, did not survive his birth a fortnight, and he was nursed, with her own black-haired Lachlan, by Shonich McMartin, the wife of his father's piper. No unusual event in a land of fosterage. But after a while arrived Miss Cameron, the laird's sister, to take charge of the deserted house of Ardroy and to look after the motherless boy, who before the year ended was fatherless too, for John Cameron died of fever in Amsterdam, and the child of 6 months old became Maci Helene, the head of the cadet branch of Cameron of Ardroy. Hence Ewen, with Miss Cameron's assistance and Lochiel's supervision, had ruled his little domain for as long as he could remember, save only for the 2 years when he was abroad for his education. It was there, in the Jacobite Society of Paris, that he had met Alison Grant, the daughter of a poor, learned, and almost permanently exiled Highland gentleman, a Grant of Glenmoriston, a plotter rather than a fighter. But because Alison, though quite as much in love with her young chieftain as he with her, had refused to leave her father in exile, for the brother of 16, just entering a French regiment, could not take her place, Ewen had had to wait for 4 long years, without much prospect of their marriage. But this very spring, Mr. Grant had received intimation that his return would be winked at by the government, and accordingly returned. And so there was nothing to stand in the way of his daughter's marriage to the young Laird of Ardroy in the autumn. And Alison's presence here now, on a visit with her father, was no doubt the reason that, though her lover was of the same political creed as they, never questioning its fitness, since it was as natural to him as running or breathing, he was not paying very particular attention to the rumours of Prince Charles Edward's plans, which were going about among the initiated. With deliberate and unnecessary splashings, like a boy, Ewen now turned over again, swam for a while under water, and finally landed, stretched himself in the sun, and got without undue haste into a rather summery costume. There was plenty of time before breakfast to make a more ordered toilette, and his hair would be dry and tied back with a ribbon by then. Perukes and short hair were convenient, but, fashionable or no, he found the former hot. When he was Lochiel's age, perhaps, he would wear one. Before long he was striding off towards the house, whistling a French air as he went. Between the red crag and the spot where he had rated his foster brother that morning, Ardroy stood alone now with his betrothed. The loch was almost more beautiful in the sunset light than when its waters had closed over his head all those hours ago, and even with Alison on his arm, Ewen was conscious of this, for he adored Loch na Hollere with little less than passion. So they stood, close together, looking at it, while here and there a fish rose and made his little circle, widening until it died out in the glassy infinity, and near shore a shelduck, with her tiny bobbing brood, swam hastily from one patch of reeds to another. Presently Ewen took off his plaid and spread it for Alison to sit upon, and threw himself down too on the carpet of cranberries. And now he looked, not at the loch, but at her, his own, or nearly his own, at last. Alison's hand, waited for so patiently, no, not always so patiently, strayed among the tiny leaves, and Ewen caught the little fingers, with a ring upon the least but one, and kissed them. "And to think," he said softly, "that by this time tomorrow we shall be contracted in writing, and you not able to get away from me." Alison looked down at him. In her dark eyes swam all kinds of sweetness, but mischief woke and danced now at the corners of her small, fine, close-shut mouth, which could be so tender, too. "Oh, Ewen, does the contract make you more sure of me? You'd not hold me to a bit of paper if I were to change my mind one fine morning and say, 'Ardroy, I swear to tell it, but wed you I cannot.' How would I not hold you to it? Oh, try and see." One of Alison's dimples appeared. "Oh, indeed, I minded to try it, and just for that, to see what you would do." "What would you do?" "Ewan for it." "I'll carry you off," replied Ewen promptly. "And marry me by force?" "And marry you by force." How there speaks the blood of Hieland reavers. I think shame to say such a thing. And are you not Hieland yourself, Miss Grant? Inquired her lover. And was there never cattle lifting done in Glenmoriston? How cattle, exclaimed Alison, the other dimple in evidence. That I should be likened by him that's contracted to be married to me, to a steer or a cow. Oh, I likened you to no such thing. You're like a hind that one sees just a glimpse of before it is gone, drinking at the lake on a misty morning. Oh, my heart's darling, he went on, dropping into Gaelic. Oh, do not make jests upon our marriage. If I thought that you were in earnest. Oh, Alison, say that you're not in earnest. Alison Grant looked into the clear blue eyes, which had really grown troubled, and was instantly remorseful. Oh, my dear, what a wretch am I to torment you thus. No, I was teasing. Loch na Hollere shall run dry before I break my troth to you. I'll never force you to carry me off. 'Tis like I'll be at the kirk before you. She let him draw her head without words upon his shoulder, and they sat there silent, looking at happiness. Both the happiness which they knew now, and the greater, the long happiness which was coming to them, as stable and secure in their eyes as the changeless mountains round them. Yet Alison knew her lover's mind, or at least a part of it, so well that she presently said, "And yet I'm not jesting, Ewen, when I say that I think you would be hard put to it to choose between me and Loch na Hollere and the house of Ardroy." His arm tightened round her. "Oh, Alison, how can you... But you'll never have to choose, Medal. I love this place most dearly already. I've never had a home like it to love, living as we have for so long, now in France, now in Holland. But your heart is as strongly rooted here as the red crag yonder." Ewen gave a little sigh. "You see a long way into my heart, you that are at the core of it. Indeed, when I'm dying, I think this is the last place I shall have sight of in my mind. I hope I may be seeing it with my eyes also." Alison did not shudder or change the subject, or implore him not to speak of such things, for she was Highland too, with her race's half-mystical preoccupation with the dead. But she thought, "I hope I'll die the same day, the same hour." The shadows on the loch crept a little further. Behind them, Ben T changed colour for the 100th time. His pointed peak seemed to soar. It grew cooler, too, and Ewen wrapped the ends of the plaid about his lady. "On Wednesday we will spend the day at Loch Arkaig," he announced. "We will take ponies, and you and Mr. Grant shall ride." "And Miss Cameron?" How Aunt Margaret detests such jaunts. Meals for the parlour, and the parlour for meals, and that is her creed. "Alison, are you not cold?" "Oh, in this?" She fingered the plaid where it hung over her shoulders, and added, after a moment, "How strange it will be to wear another tartan than one's own." "How you shall always wear the Grant, if it pleases you better." "No, it does not please me better," answered Alison softly. "I feel very warm in the Cameron." He kissed her for that, smiling, and, raising his head from his kiss, became aware of a dark object beating towards them out of the sunset sky. It was the solitary Heron of the island, winging his strong way home with a deceptive slowness. The sight reminded Ewen of his morning's encounter with Lachlan, and he was about to tell Alison of it, when Fate's messenger, who for the last 5 minutes had been hurrying round the loch, came past the red crag of Ardroy, and Ewen's quick ear caught the snap of a breaking stick under the deerskin brogues. He looked quickly round. A bearded Highlander was trotting towards them, under the birches and pines. "Oh, it is Neil. What can he want? Oh, forgive me." He rose to his feet, and Neil McMartin, who was Lachlan's elder brother and Ewen's piper, broke into a run. "McGuldoo has just sent this by a man on horseback," he said, somewhat breathlessly, pulling a letter from his sporran. Ewen broke the seal. "Oh, perhaps it is to say that Lochiel cannot come tomorrow," he observed to his betrothed. But as he read, his face showed stupefaction. "Oh, great God!" Alison sprang to her feet. "Oh, Ewen, Not bad news." "Bad? No, no." He waved Neil out of hearing and turned to her with sparkling eyes. "The prince has landed in Scotland." She was at first as amazed as he. "The prince? Landed? When? Where?" Ewen consulted his letter again. "He landed at Borradale in Arisig on the 25th. Lochiel desires me to go to Achnacarry at once." "Oh, yes, come. At last," said Alison to herself, almost with awe. "And you will go with Lochiel to kiss his hand, to... Oh, Ewen, how I envy you." The light which had come into her lover's eyes died out a little. "Oh, I do not know that Lochiel is going to Arisig, darling." He glanced at the letter again. "He is troubled, I can see. There are no troops with the prince, none of the hoped-for French help." "Oh, but what of that?" cried the girl. "It is not to be thought of that Lochiel's sword, of all others, should stay in the scabbard." "Lochiel will do what is right and honourable. It is impossible for him ever to act otherwise," answered Ewen, who was devoted to his chief. "And he wants speech with me. I must set out at once. Yes, Clan Cameron will rise, not a doubt of it." And, youth and the natural ardour of a fighting race reasserting themselves, he snatched up his bonnet and tossed it into the air. "Ah, now I know why Lachlan and I thought we saw blood on his dirk this morning." Then he caught Alison to him. "Oh, my dearest on earth, give me your kiss." It was the title of one of the ancient pibrochs that he was quoting, and the Highland girl put her arms round his neck and gave him what he asked. Loch na Hollere, bereft of the echoing voices, sank into a silence that was not broken until the heron rose again from the island and began to fly slowly towards the sunset. Then the stillness was rent by a sharp report. The great bird turned over twice, its wings beating wildly, and fell, all huddled, into the lake. A little boat shot out from the side of the Craig Rug, and in a moment or two Lachlan McMartin, leaving his oars, was bending over the side with the end of a cord in his hand. There was a splash as he threw overboard the large stone to which the cord was fastened, and having thus removed the evidence of his blind effort to outwit destiny, he pulled quickly back to the shelter of the crag of Ardroy. Soon the same unbroken calm, the same soft lap and ripple, the same gently fading brightness were once more round Loch na Hollere. Yet, for all those who today had looked on its waters, the current of life was changed forever. End of section 1. Section 2 of The Flight of the Heron by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. Part 1. Through English Eyes. Chapter 1. Quote, "One of them asked how he liked the Highlands. The question seemed to irritate him, for he answered, 'How, sir, can you ask me what obliges me to speak unfavourably of a country where I have been hospitably entertained? Who can like the Highlands? I like the inhabitants very well.'" End quote. Boswell, Journal of a Tour to the Hebrides. Chapter 1. In all Lochaber, perhaps in all the Western Highlands, there was no more bored or disgusted man this 16th of August than Captain Keith Wyndham of the Royal Scots, as he rode down the Great Glen with a newly raised company of recruits from Perth, and no more nervous or unhappy men than the recruits themselves. For the first time in their lives, the latter found themselves far north of the Highland line, beyond which, to Lowland as well as to English minds, there stretched a horrid region peopled by wild hill tribes, where the king's writ did not run, and where, until General Wade's recent road-making activities, horsed vehicles could not run either. Yesterday only had they reached Fort Augustus, 2 companies of them, and this afternoon, tired and apprehensive, were about halfway through their 30-mile march to Fort William. As for the English officer, he was cursing with all his soul the young adventurer whose absurd landing on the coast of Moidart last month had caused all this pother. Had it not been for that event, Captain Wyndham might have been allowed to return to Flanders, now that his wound of Fontenoy was healed, to engage in real warfare against civilized troops, instead of marching through barbarous scenery to be shut up in a fort. He could not expect any regular fighting, since the savage hordes of these parts would probably never face a volley. Nevertheless, had he been in command of a column, he would have judged it more prudent to have a picket out ahead. But he had already had a slight difference of opinion with Captain Scott of the other company, who was senior to him, and, being himself of a temper very intolerant of a snub, he did not choose to risk one. Captain Wyndham had no great love for Scotsmen, though, ironically enough, he bore a Scottish Christian name and served in a Scottish regiment. As it happened, he was no more responsible for the one fact than for the other. It was hot in the great glen, though a languid wind walked occasionally up Loch Lochy, by whose waters they were now marching. From time to time, Captain Wyndham glanced across to its other side, and thought that he had never seen anything more forbidding. The mountain slopes, steep, green, and wrinkled with headlong torrents, followed each other like a procession of elephants. And so much did they also resemble a wall rising from the lake that there did not appear to be space for even a track between them and the water. And, though it was difficult to be sure, he suspected the slopes beneath which they were marching to be very nearly as objectionable. As a route in a potentially hostile country, a defile, astonishingly straight, with a 10-mile lake in the middle of it, did not appeal to him. However, the mountains on the left did seem to be opening up at last, and General Wade's new military road, upon which they were marching, was in consequence about to leave the lake and proceed over more open moorland country, which pleased Captain Wyndham better, even though the wide panorama into which they presently emerged was also disfigured by high mountains, in particular by that in front of them, which he had been told was the loftiest in Great Britain. And about 12 miles off, under those bastions, lay Fort William, their destination. But where was the river which, as he knew, they had first to cross? In this wide, rough landscape, Captain Wyndham could not see a sign of it. Then, farther down the slope, and about a mile ahead of them, he discerned a long, thick, winding belt of trees, and remembered to have heard an officer of Guise's regiment at Fort Augustus say last night that the Spion, a very rapid stream, had carved so deep a channel for itself as almost to flow in a ravine, and that Wade must have had some ado to find a spot where he could carry his road over it. He had done so, it appeared, on a narrow stone structure whose elevation above the riverbed had earned it the name of High Bridge. Indeed, the Englishmen now saw that the road which they were following was making for this deeply sunken river at an angle which suggested that General Wade had had little choice in the position of his bridge. Ahead of Captain Wyndham, on his mettlesome horse, the scarlet ranks tramped down the gently sloping road through the heather. Ahead of them again, at the rear of the foremost company, Captain Scott sat his white charger. The English officer looked with an unwilling curiosity at the great mountain mass over Fort William. It actually had traces of snow upon it. In August. What a country! Now, in Flanders. What the devil was that? It was, unmistakably, the skirl of a bagpipe, and came from the direction of the still invisible bridge. But if the bridge was not to be seen, something else was. Tartan-clad forms moving rapidly in and out of those sheltering trees. Evidently a considerable body of Highlanders was massing by the river. The senior officer halted his men and came riding back. "Captain Wyndham, I believe there is an ambush set for us down yonder." "It does not sound like an ambush, egad," replied his colleague rather tartly, as the heathenish skirling grew louder. "But I certainly think there are Highlanders posted at the bridge to dispute our crossing." "I'll just send forward a couple of men to get some notion of their numbers," said Scott, and rode back again. Keith shrugged his shoulders. Somewhat of a tardy precaution, he thought to himself. A sergeant and a private were thereupon dispatched by Captain Scott to reconnoitre. Their fate was swift and not encouraging, for they had not gone far ere, before the eyes of all their comrades, they were suddenly pounced upon by 2 Highlanders who, with a yell, darted out from the trees and hurried them out of sight. The intimidated recruits began to shuffle and murmur. Captain Wyndham spoke vigorously to his subaltern and then rode forward to consult with his senior. Captain Scott wheeled his horse to meet him. "This is unco awkward," he said, dropping his voice. "And the Dale knows how many of those fellows there are down yonder. But do you observe them, Captain Wyndham, skipping about like conies among the trees? The bridge, I've heard, is uncommon narrow and high, with naught but rocks and torrent below. I doubt we can get the men over." "Oh, we must," retorted Keith. "There's no other means of reaching Fort William. The Royals, to hesitate before a few beggarly cattle thieves." Alas, the Royals did more than hesitate. Even as he spoke, there were signs that the half-seen cattle thieves on the bridge were preparing for a rush, for loud orders could be heard, and the piping swelled hideously. And at that, the scarlet-clad ranks on the slope wavered, broke, turned, and began to flee up the rise as fast as their legs could carry them. It was in vain that their two captains endeavoured to rally them. A man on a horse cannot do much to stem a flood of fugitives, save perhaps on a narrow road, and here the road had unlimited space on either side of it. Helter-skelter the recruits ran, and despite their fatigue and their accoutrements, never ceased running for 2 miles, till they stopped, exhausted, by Loch Lochy's side once more. By that time Captain Wyndham was without suitable words in which to address them. His vocabulary was exhausted. Captain Scott was in like case. There was another hasty consultation beneath the unmoved stare of those steep green mountains. Scott was for sending back to Fort Augustus for a detachment of Guise's regiment to help them force the bridge, and Captain Wyndham, not seeing what else was to be done, concurred in this opinion. Meanwhile, the recruits should be marched at an easy pace in the direction of Fort Augustus to their junction with these reinforcements, which were, of course, to come up with all speed. There had been no sign of pursuit by the successful holders of the bridge, and it might be hoped that in a little the morale of the fugitives would be somewhat restored. Captain Scott thereupon suggested that Captain Wyndham should lend one of the lieutenants his horse, which was much faster than his own white charger, no other officers but they being mounted. But Keith objected with truth that a strange rider would never manage his steed, and offered to make over his company to his lieutenant, and himself ride back to Fort Augustus, if Captain Scott thought good. And Captain Scott hastily agreed to what both officers felt was a somewhat unusual course, justified by circumstances. To a man who, 3 months ago, had borne his part in the wonderful retreat at Fontenoy, that epic of steadiness under fire, and who had even been complimented by the Duke of Cumberland on his conduct, the last half-hour had been a nightmare of shame, and Keith Wyndham, glad to be able to extricate himself from it with the confidence that he was not abandoning his men on the eve of a fight, set spurs to his horse with great relief. He had gone about 5 miles along the loch, always with those abominable mountains on either side of him, when a report echoed soundingly among them, and a bullet struck the road a little ahead of him. His pulling, nervous horse reared and plunged, and Keith swore. He was not unobserved, then, and might very well be picked off by some unseen marksman up there. Bullets, however, did not discompose him like cowardice, and, cramming his hat farther down upon his head, he merely urged the animal to greater speed. In the next few miles, as occasional bullets winged their way at varying distances past his person, Keith Wyndham began to think that the hapless Royals behind him were perhaps being outflanked by some enemy marching parallel to them on the hillside, and marching much faster. The prospect of their being attacked seemed by no means so remote. Still, in any case, it was now his business to go on. But when he came in sight of the village beyond the end of Loch Lochy, through which they had passed that morning, he could see armed Highlanders there in such numbers that it was unlikely he would be allowed to ride through it. Gad, he thought, the rout at the bridge had served, then, as a spark to all this tinder. For a moment, since under a mask of indifference and cynicism he was a very hot-tempered young man, the sting of that knowledge prompted him to attempt cutting his way through, regardless of consequences. Then common sense triumphed. Better to avoid the enemy altogether, by crossing to the farther side of the smaller lake just ahead of him. He did not know its name, on the wide flat isthmus which separated it from Loch Lochy. If there were no ambushes on that side, he would yet reach Fort Augustus, since, as the Highlanders did not appear to have horses, he was safe from mounted pursuit. It became, however, a question whether he would get to the isthmus in time to evade the enemy ahead, of whom half a dozen or so, suspecting his intention, were running down the road towards him, targe on arm and broadsword in hand, to cut him off. Keith spurred his horse hard, fired at the foremost figure, which he missed, and next moment dropped his own pistol with an exclamation, his arm tingling to the shoulder. A bullet had struck the barrel, ricocheting off heaven knew where. In any case, it was one of the nearest escapes which he had ever experienced. For the moment, his right arm was useless, but here, at last, was the end of the waters of this interminable Loch Lochy. He turned his almost frantic horse, and galloped like mad across the green, spongy isthmus, pursued now only by ineffectual yells, which he soon ceased to hear. The neck of land, though narrow, was longer than he remembered. There were perhaps 2 miles of it before the next lake came to separate him from his enemies. But, whether or no the fact of his having a fast horse deterred them from pursuit, not one Highlander attempted to cross after him. Possibly they were reserving their forces undiminished for the attack on the main body of the Royals, a thought which caused the Englishman to maintain his headlong pace. Fortunately, this side of the lake seemed deserted. No man was going to stop him now. And no man did. But he had not gone a mile by the lakeside when a large grey and white object flapped up suddenly from the water's edge, almost under the nose of his excited horse. The beast shied, swerved, crossed its legs and came heavily down, flinging its rider against a fallen tree with a force which knocked him senseless. Captain Wyndham was not stunned for very long, though to him it was an unknown space of time that he lay sprawling in the dust by the side of the pine trunk. When he dizzily raised himself and looked about him, no human being was in sight, but there on the road, within a few feet of him, with snorting nostrils and terrified eyes, lay his unfortunate horse, trying desperately and repeatedly to get to its feet again, despite a broken foreleg. For an instant Keith stared at the poor sweating, plunging brute. Then, passing a hand over his bruised and bleeding forehead, he got to his own feet. There was only one thing to be done. Though the sound of a shot would very likely draw undesirable attention upon himself, he could not leave the animal there in agony. His remaining pistol was in his holster, and during the process of extracting it, he realized that he had twisted an ankle in his fall. A moment or 2 later, the sound of a shot went ringing over the waters of Loch Oich, and the troubles of Captain Wyndham's charger were over. But his were not. Indeed, he fancied that they had but just begun. Dismounted, his brilliant scarlet and blue uniform rendering him in the highest degree conspicuous, his head aching, and in one place excoriated by contact with a tree trunk, he saw that he could never summon reinforcements in time now. It was doubtful whether he would reach Fort Augustus at all. His ankle, as he soon discovered, was swollen and painful. Moreover, he had somehow to get back to Wade's Road when he reached the end of this lake. With his hand to his head, he glanced in disgust at the prostrate trunk with which it had just made such painful acquaintance. A detestable country, where even the wildfowl and the vegetation were in league with the inhabitants. Hearing a sound of water, he looked about, till he found a tiny ice-cold spring between the track and the lake, and, dipping his handkerchief into this, bathed his forehead. Had he known of the 7 gory severed heads which had been washed in that innocent-looking little source less than 100 years before, perhaps he would not have done so. Hardly had he reloaded his pistol, his next care, when a distant noise, like many running feet, sent him hurriedly to the shelter of the steep, tree-clad hillside on his left. Here, among the scanty undergrowth, he crouched as best he could, while, some minutes later, a score of armed Highlanders poured past on the track below him. So this side of the lake was gathering, too. Captain Wyndham waited in his concealment until the way was clear and silent again, and then descended, since it was impossible for him to keep in cover, if he meant to reach Fort Augustus. And where else should he make for? Leaning on the branch of oak which he had broken off to assist his steps, he began to trudge grimly forward. There soon came in sight, on its rock by the lakeside, the keep of Invergarry Castle. Captain Wyndham did not know that it belonged to the chief of Glengarry, but he was sure that it was the hold of some robber or other, and that he himself might not improbably see the inside of it. It looked ruinous, but that was no safeguard. On the contrary. And here were some dwellings, little roughly thatched buildings, but obviously inhabited. Yet all he saw of their occupants were a few white-haired children who ran screaming away, and one old woman at her door, who crossed herself devoutly at sight of him. So, to add to all their other vices, the people of these parts were papists. The next obstacle was a river, which he had to cross as best he could on insecure and slippery stones, and the difficulties of doing this with an injured ankle took his mind off remoter possibilities, so that when he was safely over, he was surprised to find the ominous tower well behind him, and he went on, somewhat cheered. The sun was now getting lower, and though the other side of the glen was in full warm light, this side felt almost cold. Another peculiarity of this repulsively mountainous district. Gently swelling hills one could admire, but masses of rock, scored with useless and inconvenient torrents, had nothing to recommend them. He did not wonder at the melancholy complaints he had heard last night from the officers quartered at Fort Augustus. And what would the garrison there say when they heard of this afternoon's disgrace? Captain Wyndham's thoughts went angrily back to it. What, too, had happened to those chicken-hearted recruits by this time? He pulled out his watch. To his surprise, it was already after 6 o'clock. And he still had the watch in his hand when his ear was caught by the sound of horses' hoofs behind him. He stopped to listen. The pace, a smart trot, did not seem hurried. The rider might be some unconcerned traveller. But he might, on the other hand, be an enemy. Keith Wyndham looked for cover, but here there was none convenient, as a while ago, and the best he could do was to hobble on ahead, to where a solitary oak tree reared itself by the side of the road, for he was minded to have something to set his back against, if necessary. When he was nearly there, he looked round, and saw the rider, a big Highlander on a grey horse. He was not alone, for at his heels came another, keeping up with the horse with long, loping strides like a wolf's. To Keith, one tartan was as yet like another, so, for all he knew, these two might be of a friendly clan. He awaited them by the oak tree. As the horseman came on, Keith saw that he was young, vigorous-looking, and well-armed. He wore trews, not a kilt like the other. But as he came, he rose in his stirrups and shouted something in which Keith clearly caught the word surrender. So, he was not friendly. Very well, then. Captain Wyndham raised the pistol which he had ready and fired, rather at the horse than the rider. The young Highlander, with a dexterity which he could not but admire, pulled aside the animal in the nick of time, and the shot missed. Keith's sword leapt out, as, with a yell, the man on foot flung himself past the horse towards him, dirk in hand. But the rider called out something in Gaelic, which had an immediate effect, for the gillie, or whatever he was, came to an abrupt stop, his eyes glowering and his lips drawn back, as like a wolf about to spring as possible. Meanwhile, to Keith's surprise, the horseman sprang to earth, flung the reins to his henchman, and came forward empty-handed. A magnificent specimen of young manhood, as the soldier could not help admitting. "I advise you to surrender, sir," he said courteously, lifting his bonnet, in which were fastened 2 eagle's feathers. "I'm sorry to take advantage of an injured man, but I have my chief's orders. You are completely cut off, and moreover, your men are all prisoners. Indeed, Captain Scott is at this moment in Lochiel's custody. If you will give up your sword, I shall be honoured to take you into mine." "How the deuce you will," exclaimed Keith, secretly astonished at the polish of his manner. A man who wore a plaid. "And who are you, pray?" "Cameron of Ardroy," answered the young man. "Lochiel's second cousin," he added. "Oh, I don't care whose second cousin you are, Mr. Cameron of Ardroy," returned Captain Wyndham to this. "But if you think that you're going to have my sword for the asking, you and your cutthroat there, you are vastly mistaken." For, provided, but it was a big proviso, that the two did not rush upon him at once, he thought that he could deal with each separately. Splendidly built as this young Highlander was, lean, too, and doubtless muscular, he probably knew no more of swordplay than was required to wield that heavy basket-hilted weapon of his, and Captain Wyndham himself was a good swordsman. Yes, provided Lochiel's second cousin did not use the pistol that he wore, which so far he had made no motion to do, and provided that the wolf-like person remained holding the horse. "Oh, come on and take me," he said provocatively, flourishing his sword. "You are not afraid, surely, of a lame man." And he pointed with it to the rough staff at his feet. Under his tan, the large young Highlander seemed to flush slightly. "I know that you are lame, and your forehead is cut. You had a fall. I came upon your dead horse. That is why I do not wish to fight you. Give up your sword, sir. It is no disgrace. We are 2-1, and you are disabled. Do not, I pray you, constrain me to disable you further." "Oh, hang the fellow. Why did he behave so out of his cateran's role?" "Oh, you are considerate indeed," retorted Captain Wyndham mockingly. "Suppose you try first whether you can disable me further. Now, Mr. Cameron, as I don't intend to be stopped on my road by mere words, I must request you to stand out of my way." And, rashly, no doubt, since in so doing he no longer had one eye on that murderous-looking gilly, he advanced, sword in hand, upon his reluctant opponent. Frowning, and muttering something under his breath, the young man with the eagle's feathers at last drew his own weapon, and the blades rang together. 30 seconds of it, and Keith Wyndham knew that he had attacked a swordsman quite as good, if not better, than himself. Breathing hard, he was being forced back to the trunk of the oak again, and neither his aching head nor his damaged ankle was wholly to blame for this. Who said that broadsword play was not capable of finesse? This surprisingly scrupulous young barbarian could have cut him down just then, but he drew back when he had made the opening. The certitude of being spared irritated the soldier. He lost his judgment and began to fight wildly, and so the end came, for his sword was suddenly torn from his hand, sailed up into the oak tree above him, balanced a moment on a branch, and then fell a couple of yards away. And his adversary had his foot upon it in a second. As for Keith Wyndham, he leant back against the oak tree, his head all at once going round like a mill wheel, with the noise of a sluice, too, in his ears. For a flash, everything was blank. Then he felt that someone was supporting him by an arm, and a voice said in his ear, "Oh, drink this, sir, and accept my apologies. But indeed you forced me to it." Keith drank, and, though it was only water, sight was restored to him. It was his late opponent who had his arm under his, and it was looking at him with a pair of very blue eyes. "Yes, I forced you to it," confessed Captain Wyndham, drawing a long breath. "I surrender. I can do nothing else, Mr. Cameron." "Then I will take you home with me, and your hurts can be dressed," said the Highlander, showing no trace of elation. "We shall have to go back as far as the pass, but fortunately I have a horse." "Lachun, horvuntech." The gilly, scowling, brought forward the grey. His captor loosed Keith's arm and held the stirrup. "Can you mount, sir?" "But I'm not going to ride your horse," said Keith, astonished. "It will not carry two of us. And what will you do, yourself?" "I? Oh, I will walk," answered the victor carelessly. "I assure you that I'm more accustomed to it. But you would never reach Ardroy on foot, lame as you are." And as Keith hesitated, looking at this disturbing exponent of Highland chivalry, the exponent added, hesitating a little himself, "There's only one difficulty. If you are mounted, I fear I must ask you for your parole of honour." "Oh, I give it you, and that willingly," answered Keith, with a sudden spurt of good feeling. "Here's my hand on it, if you like, Mr. Cameron." End of Section 2. Section 3 of The Flight of the Heron by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. Part 1, Chapter 2. If to ride along a road in these mountain solitudes was distasteful, to be following a mere track, and that a very steep one, in amongst their very folds, was worse. When first he had seen the path which they were to ascend, and the V-shaped depression, sharp against the sunset sky, up to which it led, Captain Wyndham had with difficulty repressed an exclamation of alarm. However, he could not really believe that Mr. Cameron of Ardroy was taking him up this terrifying route in order to slay him, since he could already have done this with so much less trouble on level ground. Therefore, though he had raised his eyebrows, he had said nothing. After all, it was the horse, and not he, who had to do the climbing. And now they were halfway up. The wolf-like attendant, carrying the surrendered sword, kept in the rear, but Captain Wyndham was almost physically conscious of his frown behind him. This unattractive person was, he felt, no willing party to his capture. He would much have preferred that the redcoats should have been left cold beneath the oak tree. Meanwhile his master, the young chieftain, or whatever he was, walked with a mountaineer's elastic step at the horse's head, occasionally taking hold of the bridle. Rather silent, but uncommonly well-made and good-looking, thought his captive again, glancing down at him. Captain Wyndham's own dark, rather harsh features were not unpleasing, save when he frowned, which he was somewhat given to doing, nor were they devoid of a certain distinction, and he had really fine hazel eyes. But his mouth had already taken a cynical twist unusual in a young man of 30. If he had a passion left in life, it was military ambition. Earlier he had known others, and they had brought him nothing but unhappiness. As a boy he had had an extraordinary devotion to his lovely mother, whom he had not been alone in thinking fair. But she too was ambitious, and her second marriage, to the Earl of Stowe, with its attendant advantages, was more to her than the claims of her own son. Then the beautiful boy she bore to Lord Stowe usurped the place which Keith had never had in her heart. So, in respect of affection, sometimes even of ordinary attention, he had passed through a neglected childhood and a starved boyhood, and they had left an indelible mark on him. More indelible, though he did not guess it, than the scars of another woman's betrayal of him 4 years ago. The consequence was that at 30, with a nature at bottom passionate and impulsive, he had become as disillusioned, as little prone to enthusiasms, as a man of twice his age. His creed was that it was a mistake to desire anything very much, a fatal mistake to desire a place in any person's affections, or to admit anyone, man or woman, to a place in your own. By the end of life, no doubt, every human being had discovered this truth. He had done so early, and could count himself the more fortunate. At the same time, it needed a rather different kind of detachment to take his present situation philosophically, and yet, to his own surprise, Keith Wyndham knew that he was doing so, even though he had by now gleaned from his captor the later history of the day's disaster, and had learned its mortifying completeness. Matters had fallen out for the unfortunate recruits, almost exactly as Captain Wyndham had afterwards feared. For another body of Highlanders was following them unseen on the hillside, and near the head of Loch Lochy further progress had been barred by those who had attempted to stay Keith himself. Though Captain Scott too had tried to cross the isthmus, it was impossible, since more Highlanders were hastening to the spot from that direction also. Too tired and panic-stricken to use their muskets to good effect, the redcoats had, on the contrary, received a fire which had killed 5 of them and wounded a dozen, including Captain Scott himself. Some leader called Keppoch, Captain Wyndham heard, had then called on the royals to surrender, or they would be cut to pieces, and to save his men, Captain Scott had done so. Immediately on this had come up Ewen Cameron's chief, Lochiel, who had been asked for assistance, with a number of his clan, including the present narrator, had taken charge of the prisoners, and marched them off to his house of Achnacarry. But as the Highlanders from the far side of Loch Oich reported having seen a dead charger on the road, and one company of the redcoats was plainly captainless, Lochiel had sent his young kinsman, since he happened to be mounted, in pursuit of the missing officer. And at this point, the officer in question had remarked rather stiffly that he trusted Mr. Cameron knew that his absence from the scene of conflict was due only to his having gone for reinforcements, and Mr. Cameron had replied politely that no other explanation had even occurred to him. They were at the top of the pass at last, and had a fine view before them. But the captive did not find it so, the mountains being too high for his taste, and the downward path too steep. Stones rolled away from beneath the grey's hoofs. Now and then he slipped a trifle, for which his owner, leading him carefully by the bridle, apologized. He would not have come this way, he said, but that it was the shortest from the spot where he and Captain Wyndham had chanced to meet, as he put it. And then, all at once, the descent was less steep, and they were looking down on a glen among the mountains, with a little lake, some signs of cultivation, grazing sheep and cattle, and in the midst of trees the roof and chimneys of a house, whence a welcome smoke ascended. "There is Loch na Hollere," said the young Highlander at Captain Wyndham's bridle, pointing to the sheet of water, and he paused after he said it, because, though Captain Wyndham could not guess it, he never came upon the loch from any point of the compass without a little fountain of joy bubbling up and singing to itself in his heart. "And there is the house of Ardroy, our destination. I am sure that you will be glad of a meal and a bed, sir." Keith admitted it, and the descent continued, in the face of the sunset afterglow. His captor did not live in a cave, then. But the Englishman had abandoned that idea some time ago. Indeed, Mr. Cameron was apparently a landed proprietor with tenants, for besides sheep, goats, and cows, there were a good many roughly constructed cottages scattered about. By and by, skirting the end of the little lake and its birch trees, they struck into another track, and Keith saw the house in front of him, a simple but not undignified 2-storied building, of which one end was slightly lower than the other, as if it had been added to. Over the porch was a coat of arms, which successive layers of whitewash had made difficult to decipher. "I expect that my aunt, who keeps house for me, and my guests are already supping," observed the young owner of this domain, assisting his prisoner to dismount. "We will join them with as little delay as possible. Excuse me if I precede you." He walked in and opened a door on his right. "Aunt Margaret, I've brought a visitor with me." From behind him, the visitor could see the large raftered room, with a long table spread for a meal, and a generous hearth, by which were standing an elderly man and a girl. But in the foreground was a middle-aged lady, well-dressed and comely, exclaiming, "My dear Ewen, what possesses you to be so late? And what's this we hear about a brush with the elector's troops near Loch Lochy? Oh, mercy on us, who is this?" "A guest whom I have brought home with me from the glen," replied the latecomer. "Yes, there has been a skirmish. Captain Wyndham, let me present you to my aunt, Miss Cameron, to Miss Grant, and to Mr. Grant, sometime of Inverwick." Keith bowed, and the two ladies curtsied. "You're just going to sit down to supper?" queried the master of the house. "We shall be glad of it. And afterwards, Aunt Margaret, pray find some bandages and medicaments for Captain Wyndham, who has met with a bad fall." "I had perhaps better tell you, madam," interpolated Keith at this point, holding himself rather erect, "that, though Mr. Cameron is kind enough to call me a guest, I am in reality his prisoner. But not one who will put you to any inconvenience of wardership," he added quickly, seeing the look which passed over the lady's expressive countenance. "I have given Mr. Cameron my parole of honour, and I assure you that even the elector's officers observe that." For he believed so then. Miss Cameron surveyed him with humour at the corners of her mouth. "Every country has its own customs, Captain Wyndham. Now, I warrant you never speak but of the Pretender in London. You are English, sir?" "I have that disability, madam." "Well, well," said Miss Cameron, breaking into a smile. "Even at that, no doubt you can eat a Highland supper without choking. But take the captain, Ewen, and give him some water, for I'm sure he'll be wanting to wash off the traces of battle." "I should be grateful indeed," began Keith uncomfortably, wondering how much blood and dirt still decorated his face. But his captor broke in. "You must not think that I am responsible for Captain Wyndham's condition, Aunt Margaret. His horse came down as he was riding to fetch reinforcements from Kilcomane, and he was disabled before ever I overtook him." "An accident, sir? Or was the poor beast shot?" queried Miss Cameron. "An accident, madam," responded Keith. "A heron, I presume it was, rose suddenly from the lake and startled him. I was riding very fast, and he came down, breaking his leg. I twisted my ankle, besides being stunned for a while, so that I must apologize if my appearance—" And this time he put up his hand to his forehead. "A heron, did you say?" exclaimed Ewen Cameron's voice beside him, surprised and almost incredulous. "A heron brought your horse down?" "Yes," replied Keith, surprised in his turn. "Why not, Mr. Cameron? An unusual mischance, I dare say, and none of my seeking, I assure you. But it is true." "I don't doubt your word, sir," replied the young man, yet there was something puzzled in the gaze which he turned on his prisoner. "It is, yes, unusual, as you say. Herons, as a rule." He broke off. "If you will come with me, Captain Wyndham, you shall refresh yourself before we eat." Captain Wyndham sat down to a better supper than he had met since he left London, and even in London he would not have tasted such trout and venison, and might well have drunk worse claret. Out of regard for him, perhaps, or out of discretion, the conversation never touched on political matters, though he thought that he could feel a certain excitement simmering below the surface of the talk. And well it might, he reflected, had not the master of the house this day committed himself to overt hostilities against His Majesty's government. The elderly gentleman in the grey wig, who appeared to have been living recently in Paris, discoursed most innocuously of French chateaux and their gardens, with frequent references to Versailles and Marly, and appeals to his daughter. "You remember the day of our little expedition to the chateau of Annay, my dear?" Keith would have thought the deserted shrine of Saint-Germain a more likely goal of pilgrimage, for he took Mr. Grant, from his mere presence here, to be a Jacobite. But surely his daughter would have preferred to this mild talk of Parterre and façade a recital by Mr. Ewen Cameron of his afternoon's prowess. As far as their personal conflict went, Captain Wyndham was perfectly willing that this encounter should be related by a victor who was evidently disposed to allow the fullest weight to the physical disabilities of the vanquished. Yet he was grateful for the tact with which Mr. Cameron, in his presence at least, had glossed over the flight of the Royal Scots from the bridge. Only questions, indeed, drew from him the partial information which he furnished. He would tell them more afterwards, no doubt. Who was this pretty Miss Grant with the blue fillet and her dark hair? A kinswoman? If she was the future mistress of the house, young Cameron had good taste. So, to be just, had the lady. But, despite the courtesy shown him, the unwilling guest was not sorry when, very soon after supper, it was suggested that he should retire, for his ankle was painful and one shoulder ached, though he protested that he could look after his own hurts. His conqueror showed him to his bedchamber exactly as a host might have done. The room was of a fair size, and had good old-fashioned furniture, and, presumably because it had been for some time unused, there was even a fire burning. An elderly woman brought up a crock of hot water, a salve, and linen for bandages, and the Englishman was then left to her ministrations. And it was not long before his discreet questions had drawn from this dame, who was not very communicative, and spoke English as though it were a foreign tongue to her, the information that Miss Grant was to marry the laird in the autumn. Keith privately hoped that the prospective bridegroom might not find himself in prison before that time, as a consequence of having laid hands on himself, if of nothing worse, though, after that venison, he resolved that he would not lift a finger to send him there. When his ankle had been bathed and bound up, and the elderly servant had withdrawn, the soldier removed his sash, coat, and wig, and extended himself in a comfortable chair in front of the fire, with his bandaged foot on another. There were books to his hand, as he discovered by reaching up to a shelf on the wall, but, having pulled some down, he did not, at first, find that the effort had repaid him. He had captured a Terence, a Horace, Télémaque, and Montesquieu's Lettres persanes. They all had Ewen Cameron's name written in them. Keith whistled. He was turning over the leaves of the Lettres when there was a knock, and his host, or jailer, re-entered. "I hope that Marcelli has made you comfortable, sir. Those books are not very entertaining, I'm afraid. If you intend reading into the night, which I fear must mean that your foot is paining you, I will see whether I cannot find you something else. I believe that my aunt has Mr. Fielding's novel of Joseph Andrews somewhere." "Oh, pray do not trouble, sir," replied Keith. "I intend to go to bed and sleep. It was only idleness which directed my hand to that shelf there. I see that you read French and Latin, Mr. Cameron." And even as he uttered the words, he thought how ill-bred was the remark, and the surprise which he had not been able entirely to keep out of his tone. But the young Highlander answered quite simply, in his gentle, rather slow voice. I was partly educated in France. For that, is easier for us Jacobites. As to Latin, yes, I can read it still, though I'm afraid that my hexameters would only procure me the ferule nowadays. Captain Wyndham's ideas about the northern barbarians were undergoing startling changes. He had already noticed that none of the inmates of this house used the vernacular which he was accustomed to hear in the lowlands. They spoke as good English as himself, if with an unfamiliar and not displeasing lilt. A little to cover his annoyance at his own lack of breeding, he remarked, "France, yes. I suppose that your connection is close. And now that a certain young gentleman has come thence." "Yes?" asked the other, in a slightly guarded manner. "No, perhaps we had best not engage upon that topic," said Keith, with a slight smile. "I will imitate your own courteous discretion at supper, Mr. Cameron, in saying so little about the episode at the bridge, of which, indeed, as a soldier, I am not proud. By the way, having myself introduced that subject, I will ask you if you can make clear a point in connection with it which has puzzled me ever since. How was it that no attempt at pursuit, or at least no immediate attempt, was made by the body posted there?" "That is easily explained," replied Ewen Cameron promptly. "The Keppoch MacDonalds there dared not let you see how few they were, lest your men should have rallied and crossed the bridge after all." "How few?" repeated Captain Wyndham, thinking he had not heard aright. "But, Mr. Cameron, there were a quantity of Highlanders there, though, owing to the trees, it was impossible to form an accurate estimate of their numbers." "No, that would be so," said his captor, looking at him rather oddly. "You may well have thought the bridge strongly held." "You mean that it was not?" And as his informant merely shook his head, Keith said impatiently, but with a sudden, very unpleasant misgiving, "Do you know how many men were there, Mr. Cameron?" Mr. Cameron had taken up a fresh log, and now placed it carefully in position on the fire, before answering. "I believe," he said, with what certainly sounded like reluctance, "that there were not above a dozen there. To be precise, 11 men and a piper." Keith's fingers closed on the arms of his chair. "Are you jesting, sir?" "Not in the least," replied the young man, without any trace either of amusement or of elation. "I know it to be a fact, because I spoke afterwards with their leader, MacDonald of Tiendrich. They used an old trick, I understand, to pass themselves off as more than they really were." He continued to look at the fire. Captain Wyndham, with a suppressed exclamation, had lowered his injured foot to the ground, and then remained silent, most horribly mortified. 2 companies of His Majesty's foot turning tail before a dozen beggarly Highlanders, with whom they had not even stayed to exchange shots. The solace, such as it had been, of reflecting that the recruits had in the end been surrounded and outnumbered, was swept clean away, for he knew now that they would never have come to this pass but for their initial poltroonery. Keith had lost all desire for further converse, and every instinct of patronage was dead within him. Why the devil had he ever asked that question? "I think, sir," observed his captor, turning round at last, "that it would be better, would it not, if you went to bed? I hope that you've been given everything that is necessary." "Everything, thank you," replied Keith shortly. "And also, just now, something that I could well have done without." He tried to speak lightly, yet nothing but vexation, he knew, sounded in his tone. "I am sorry," said the Highlander gravely. "I would not have told you the number, had you not pressed me for it. Forget it, sir." He went to the door. "I hope that your injured ankle will not keep you awake." That ill office was much more likely to be performed by the piece of news which he had presented to the sufferer. 11 men and a piper," repeated Captain Keith Wyndham of the Royal Scots when the door was shut, and with his sound leg he drove his heel viciously into the logs of Highland pine. End of section 3. Section 4 of The Flight of the Heron by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. Part 1, Chapter 3. Captain Keith Wyndham, unwillingly revisiting the neighbourhood of Highbridge, which was populated with leaping Highlanders about 9 feet high, and permeated, even in his dream, with the dronings and wailings of the bagpipe, woke, hot and angry, to find that the unpleasant strains at least were real, and were coming through the window of the room in which he lay. He remained a moment blinking, wondering if they portended some attack by a hostile clan, and finally got out of bed and hobbled to the window. In front of the house a bearded piper was marching solemnly up and down, the ribbons on the chanters of his instrument fluttering in the morning breeze. There was no sign of any armed gathering. "Oh, good gad, it must be the usual reveille for the household," thought the Englishman. Enough to put a sensitive person out of temper for the rest of the day. And he returned to bed and pulled the blankets over his ears. At breakfast, an excellent meal, and a pleasant one also, where very civil inquiries were made concerning the night he had spent and the state of his injuries, Miss Cameron expressed the hope that he had not been unduly disturbed by Neil McMartin's pibroch, adding that he was not as fine a piper as his father Angus had been. Keith was then thankful that he had not heard Angus. When the meal was over, he strayed to the window and looked out, wondering how he should occupy himself all day, but determined upon one thing, that he would not let these Camerons guess how bitterly he was mortified over the matter of the bridge. Outside the porch his host, save the mark, was already talking earnestly to a couple of Highlanders, in one of whom Captain Wyndham had no difficulty recognizing the cutthroat of the previous day. The other, he fancied, was the musician of the early morning. "I wish I could persuade myself that Mr. Cameron were putting a ban upon that performance," he thought, but he hardly hoped it. Presently the young laird came in. He was wearing the kilt today, and for the first time Keith Wyndham thought that there was something to be said for that article of attire, at least on a man of his proportions. "Is not that your attendant of yesterday out there?" remarked the soldier idly. "Lachlan McMartin?" "Yes. The other, the piper who, I'm afraid, woke you this morning, is his brother Neil." "Captain Wyndham," went on the piper's master in a different tone, "what I'm going to tell you may be news to you, or it may not, but in either case the world will soon know it. Today is Saturday, and on Monday the prince will set up his standard at Glenfinnan." There was a second's silence. "And you, I suppose, Mr. Cameron, intend to be present, and to cross the Rubicon in his company?" "All Clan Cameron will be there," was the reply, given with a probably unconscious lift of the head. "And as in consequence of this I shall be pretty much occupied today, and little at home, I would advise you, if I may, not to go out of sight of the house and policies. You might—" Ewen Cameron hesitated for a moment. "I might find myself tempted to abscond, you were going to say?" struck in his captive, and saw at once, from the bleak look which came into those blue eyes, that his pleasantry did not find favour. "I should not dream of so insulting you," replied Ardroy coldly. "I was merely going to say that it might not be over safe for you, in that uniform, if you did." And as he was evidently quite offended at the idea that he could be supposed to harbour such a suspicion of his prisoner, there was nothing for the latter to do but to beg his pardon, and to declare that he had spoken, as indeed he had, in the merest jest. But perhaps this young mountaineer cannot take a jest, he thought to himself when they had parted. "I'll make no more, at least outwardly." But he was not to keep this resolution. And indeed he had little but occasional glimpses of young Ardroy, or of any of the family, that morning. The whole place was in a bustle of preparation and excitement. Tenants were, Keith surmised from various indications, being collected and armed, though only single Highlanders, wild and unintelligible persons, appeared from time to time in the neighbourhood of the house. Miss Cameron and Miss Grant seemed to be equally caught up in the swirl, and Mr. Grant was invisible. The only idle person in this turmoil, the captive Englishman, sat calmly on the grass plot at a little distance from the house, with the history of the adventures of Mr. Joseph Andrews in his hand, half amused to see the inhabitants of this ant-heap, and thus he thought of them, so busy over what would certainly come to nothing, like all the other Jacobite attempts. And yet he reflected that, for all the futility of such preparations, those who made them were like to pay very dearly for them. Ewen Cameron would get himself outlawed at the least, and somehow he, whom Ewen Cameron had defeated yesterday, would be sorry. The young Highlander had certainly displayed towards his captive foe the most perfect chivalry and courtesy, and to this latter quality Keith Wyndham, who could himself at will display the most perfect rudeness, was never blind. And yet, a sardonically comforting reflection, a rebel must find the presence of an English soldier not a little embarrassing at this juncture. It was partly a desire to show that he too possessed tact, and partly pure boredom, which caused Captain Wyndham, in the latter half of the afternoon, to disregard the warning given him earlier, and to leave the neighbourhood of the house. He helped himself to a stout stick on which to lean in case of necessity, though his ankle was remarkably better and hardly pained him at all, and started to stroll along the bank of the loch. Nobody had witnessed his departure. And in the mild, sometimes obscured sunshine, he followed the path round to the far side, thinking that could the little lake only be transported from these repellent mountains and this ugly purple heather into more civilized and less elevated surroundings, it would not be an ill piece of water. Arrived on the farther side, he began idly to follow a track which led away from the lake and presently started to wind upwards among the heather. He continued to follow it without much thinking of what he was doing, until suddenly it brought him round a fold of the mountainside to a space of almost level ground where, beside a group of pine trees, stood 3 low thatched cottages. And there Captain Wyndham remained staring, not exactly at the cottages, nor at the score or so of Highlanders, men, women, and children, in front of these dwellings, with their backs turned to him, but at the rather puzzling operations which were going forward on top of the largest croft. At first, Captain Wyndham thought that the man astride the roof, and the other on the short ladder, must be repairing the thatch, until he saw that, on the contrary, portions of this were being relentlessly torn off. Then the man on the roof plunged in his arm to the shoulder, and drew forth something round and flat, which he handed to the man on the ladder, who passed it down. Next came something long that glittered, then another round object, then an unmistakable musket. And with that, Keith realized what he was witnessing, the bringing forth of arms which should have been given up at the Disarming Act of 1725, but which had been concealed and saved for just such an emergency as the present. Now there came bundling out several broadswords tied together, and another musket. But a man in a bright scarlet coat with blue facings and long white spatterdashes is altogether too conspicuous a figure in a mountain landscape, and Keith had not in fact been there more than a minute before a boy who had turned to pick up a targe saw him, gave a yell, and pointing, screamed out something in Gaelic. Every face was instantly turned in the intruder's direction, and moved by the same impulse, each man snatched up a weapon and came running towards him, even he on the roof sliding down with haste. Captain Wyndham was too proud to turn and flee, nor would it much have advantaged him. But there he was, unarmed save for a staff, not even knowing for certain whether these hornets upon whose nest he had stumbled were Mr. Cameron's tenants or no, but pretty sure that they would not understand English, and that he could not therefore convince them of his perfect innocence. Deeply did he curse his folly in that moment. He had at any rate the courage not to attempt to defend himself. On the contrary, he deliberately threw his stick upon the ground, and held out his hands to show that they were empty. The foremost Highlander, who was brandishing one of those unpleasant basket-hilted swords, hesitated, as Keith had hoped, and shouted something, on which the rest rushed round, and as many hands as possible laid hold of Captain Wyndham's person. He staggered under the impact, but made no resistance, for, to his great relief, he had already recognized in the foremost assailant with the broadsword the scowling visage of Lachlan McMartin, and beside him the milder one of his brother Neil, Mr. Cameron's piper. Even if they did not understand English, these two would at least know who he was. "I am your master's prisoner," he called out, wishing the others would not press so upon him as they clutched his arms. "You had better do me no harm." In Lachlan's face there was a sort of sullen and unwilling recognition. He spoke rapidly to his brother, who nodded and gave what was presumably an order. Reluctantly, the clutching hands released their grip of Keith, their owners merely glowering at him, but they did not go away, though the circle now opened out a little. A couple of women had joined the group, and a small child or two. All talked excitedly. Keith had never thought to feel gratitude towards the wolf-like Lachlan, but at this moment he could almost have embraced him, since but for him and Neil, his own might well have been the first blood on those resuscitated claymores. His preserver now advanced, his hand on his dirk, and addressed the soldier, rather to his surprise, in English. "You may be the laird's prisoner," he said between his teeth, "but why did you come up here? You came to spy, to spy." He almost spat the words in the intruder's face. "And with spies who have seen what they should not have seen, there is a very short way. Either this," he unsheathed an inch or two of his dirk, "or the Lochan down yonder, with a stone round the neck." "I am not a spy," retorted Captain Wyndham haughtily. "I knew nothing of there being cottages here. I was taking a walk, and came upon you entirely by accident." "A walk, when yesterday your foot was so hurt that you must ride the laird's horse," hissed Lachlan, bringing out all the sibilants in this not ineffective retort. "All this way for pleasure, with a foot that is hurt. And then you will be going back to the Saiger and Dirac, to the Red Soldiers, at Kilcomane, and be telling them, it will certainly be better." And his fingers closed round the black hilt at his groin. Keith had never seen fingers which more clearly itched to draw and use a weapon. But at this point Neil the piper intervened, laying his hand on his brother's arm, shaking his head, and speaking earnestly in their native tongue, and Keith, concluding that a professional musician, if that term could possibly be extended to one who produced sounds like this morning's, would be a man of peace, felt more secure, not knowing that in a fray the piper habitually gave his pipes to his boy and fought with the best. But he heartily wished himself back at the house again. It would have been far better had he taken his host's warning to heart, instead of making a foolish jest about it. During the colloquy, however, there approached the group a handsome, venerable old man whom Keith had not previously noticed. He came towards them tapping the ground with a long staff, as if of uncertain sight, and said something first to Lachlan and then to Neil. The piper appeared to listen with attention, and on that turned to the captive. "My father is asking you," he said, in a manner which suggested that he was seeking for his words in an unfamiliar tongue, "to permit him to touch you, and to be speaking with you. He's almost blind. He has not the English, but I will be speaking for him." "Certainly, if he wishes it," replied Captain Wyndham with resignation, thinking that permission to touch him might well have been asked earlier, and not taken so violently for granted. Neil took his father's hand and led him up to the interview. The old man, who was obviously not completely blind, peered into the Englishman's face, while his hands strayed for a moment or two over his shoulders and breast. He then addressed a question to his elder son, who translated it. "He asks if you was meeting a curra yesterday." "If I had any notion what a curra was," returned Keith, "I might be able to satisfy your father's curiosity. As it is—" "A curra," explained Neil, struggling, "is a large bird, having a long... "It is called heron in the English," interposed Lachlan, and he added violently, "Malach orst! Was you meeting a heron yesterday?" The Urs sounded like an objurgation, which it was, and the speaker's eyes as they glared at Keith had turned to dark coals. It was evidently a crime in these parts to encounter that bird, though to the heron's victim himself it wore rather the aspect of a calamity. Ignoring this almost frenzied query, he replied shortly to the official interpreter. "Yes, unfortunately I did meet a heron yesterday, which, by frightening my horse, led to my being here today." Lachlan McMartin smote his hands together with an exclamation which seemed to contain as much dismay as anger, but Neil contented himself with passing on this information to his parent, and after a short colloquy turned once more to the Englishman. "My father is Taisher," he explained. "That is, he has the two sights. He knew that the heron would be making the laird to meet with you." "Oh, gad, I could wish it had not," thought Keith, but judged it more politic not to give this aspiration utterance. And he asks you whether you was first meeting Machich Kelain near water. If that name denotes Mr. Ewen Cameron, replied Keith, I did, near a good deal of water. This was passed on to the seer, involving the repetition of a word which sounded to Captain Wyndham like whiskey, and roused in his mind a conjecture that the old man was demanding, or about to demand, that beverage. None, however, was produced, and after thanking the Englishman, in a very courtly way, through the medium of his son, the soothsayer departed again, shaking his head and muttering to himself, and Keith saw him, when he reached the cottages, sit down upon a bench outside the largest, and appear to fall into a reverie. Directly he was safely there, Lachlan McMartin reverted with startling suddenness to his former character and subject of conversation. "You have seen what you should not have seen, Redcoat," he repeated fiercely. "Before you go away from this place, you shall be swearing to keep silence." "That I shall certainly not swear to do," replied Captain Wyndham promptly. "I am not accustomed to take an oath at any man's bidding, least of all at a rebel's." Again the dark flame shone in the Highlander's eyes. "And you think that we will be letting you go, Sassenach?" "I think that you will be extremely sorry for the consequences if you do not," returned the soldier. "You know quite well that if you lay a finger upon me, you will have to answer for it to your master or chief, or whatever he is." "We are the foster brothers of Machich Kelain," responded Lachlan slowly. "What, all of you?" interjected Keith. "I wish him joy of you." "He knows that all we do is done for him. If we should be making a mistake, not knowing his will, or if you should fall by chance into the loch, we should be sorry, but we could not help it that your foot should be slipping, for it was hurt yesterday. And you would never go back to Kilkemaine to tell the Saigir and Dirac what you have been seeing." He did not now seem to be threatening, but rather, with a kind of gloomy satisfaction, thinking out a plausible course of action with regard to the intruder, and it was a good deal more disquieting to the latter than his first attitude. So was the expression on the faces of the other men when Lachlan harangued them volubly in his own language. His brother Neil, alone, appeared to be making some remonstrance, but in the end was evidently convinced, and almost before the unlucky officer realized what was toward, the whole group had launched themselves upon him. Keith Wyndham fought desperately, but he had no chance at all, having been surrounded and almost held from the outset, and in a moment he was borne down by sheer weight of numbers. Buttons came off his uniform. His wig was torn bodily from his head by some assailant who probably imagined that he had hold of the Sassenach's own hair. He was buffeted and nearly strangled, and lay at last with his face pressed into the heather, one man kneeling upon his shoulders, while another tied his hands behind his back, and a third, situated upon his legs, secured his ankles. Outraged and breathless, the soldier had time for only two sensations: surprise that no dirk had yet been planted in him, and wonder whether they really meant to take him down and throw him into the lake. The struggle had been conducted almost in silence, but conversation broke out again now that he was overpowered. Only for a moment, however. Then, as suddenly, it ceased, and the heavy, bony knees on Captain Wyndham's shoulder blades unexpectedly removed themselves. A sort of awestruck silence succeeded. With faint thoughts of druids and their sacrifices in his mind, Keith wondered whether the patriarchal soothsayer were now approaching to drive a knife with due solemnity into his back, or, just possibly, to denounce his descendants' violence. But he could not twist himself to look, for the man on his legs, though apparently smitten motionless, was still squatting there. And then a voice that Keith knew, vibrating with passion, suddenly shouted words in Erse whose purport he could guess. The man on his legs arose precipitately. And next moment, Ewen Cameron was kneeling beside him in the heather, bending over him, a hand on his shoulder. "Captain Wyndham, are you hurt? Oh, God forgive me, what have they been doing? Tied!" And in a moment he had snatched a little knife out of his stocking and was cutting Keith's bonds. "Oh, why did I let you out of my sight? For God's sake, tell me that you are not injured." He sounded in the extreme of anxiety, and well he might be, thought the indignant Englishman, who made no haste to reply that, if exhausted, he was as yet unwounded. He made, in fact, no reply at all, while the young chieftain, white with agitation and anger, helped him to his feet. When at last he stood upright, hot and dishevelled, and very conscious of the fact, Captain Wyndham said, in no friendly tone, "You were just in time, I think, Mr. Cameron. And that is, if, now that you are here, your savages will obey you." From pale, the young man turned red. "I warned you, if you remember," he said, rather low, and then, leaving Captain Wyndham to pick up his hat and wig, and to restore some order to his attire, strode towards the silent and huddled group of his retainers, who had retreated in a body nearer to the Crofts. Angry and humiliated as Keith felt, it was some consolation to him, as he brushed the pieces of heather off his uniform, and pulled his wig once more over his own short dark hair, to observe that, whatever their master was saying to them in the Erse, it seemed to have a most salutary and withering effect. Even the redoubtable Lachlan, who hoarsely uttered some remark, presumably an excuse, was reduced to complete silence, either by the very terse and vigorous reply which he drew upon himself, or by the threatening attitude of the speaker. All this time the prophetic elder had sat at his cottage door listening, with his head tilted back in the manner of the blind, but taking no part in the reckoning which was falling upon the offenders, just as, presumably, he had sat throughout the assault. And having made short work of the culprits, the rescuer now seemed in haste to remove the rescued, and came towards him, his eyes still very blue and fierce. "If you will allow me, Captain Wyndham, I will take you back to the house, away from these savages, as you rightly call them." "Thanks, I can return safely enough, no doubt," replied Keith indifferently, pulling down his waistcoat. "There are no more encampments of them, I believe, on the way back." "I should prefer to escort you," returned Ardroy, most acutely vexed, as was evident. And, since his vexation did not at all displease the Englishman, he picked up his staff and preceded him in silence off the plateau. They had gone some way down the mountain path before Ewen Cameron spoke again. "I had no right to accept your sword," he said, in a voice still bitter with mortification. "If I could not protect you against my own followers, I would not have had this happen for £1,000. I can offer you no apologies that are deep enough for such an outrage." "Except for the loss of some buttons, I'm not much the worse," replied Keith dryly, without turning his head. "But I am," he heard the Highlander say behind him, in a low voice. Nothing more passed between them until they had arrived at the level of the loch, but by that time a rather remarkable change had come upon Keith. Much better and more dignified to make light of the outrage which he had just suffered than to exaggerate it by sulking over it. Besides, he was beginning to be sorry for the palpable distress of that punctilious young man, Mr. Cameron of Ardroy, who could not in very justice be blamed for what had happened. So he stopped and turned round. "Mr. Cameron," he said frankly, "I've no one but myself to thank for the rough handling I received up yonder. You warned me not to go far afield, and moreover, I acted like a fool in staying there to watch. Will you forgive my ill temper, and let me assure you that I shall think no more of the episode, except to obey your warnings more exactly in future?" Ardroy's face cleared wonderfully. "You really mean that, sir?" "Assuredly. I ran my head into the lion's mouth myself. I shall be obliged if you will not mention my folly to the ladies. A soldier's self-esteem, you know, is easily hurt." His smile went up a little at the corner. A sparkle came into Ewen Cameron's eyes. "You are generous, Captain Wyndham, and I am not deceived by your plea for silence. I am so ashamed, however, that I welcome it for the sake of my own self-esteem." "But I mean what I say," returned Keith. He was quick enough in the uptake, this young chief of barbarians. "It was the act of an utter fool for me, in this uniform, to stand gaping at what was going on up there. You know what it was, I presume," he added, with a lift of the eyebrows. "Naturally," said Ewen, without embarrassment. "It was that which brought me up there, most fortunately. But now," he went on, with a frown, "now I am not sure that I shall allow those arms to be carried by men in my tail, who have so disgraced themselves and me. Let us go on, if you will, for when I've escorted you to the house, I shall return to deal with that question." "You seemed," observed Keith, as they went on once more, "to be dealing with it pretty satisfactorily just now." So he proposed, as a punishment, to debar the offenders from the pleasures of armed rebellion. "At least, before I consent to their following me on Monday," said the dispenser of justice, striding on, "they shall all beg your pardon." "Oh, pray excuse them that," exclaimed Keith, not at all welcoming the prospect. "I should be horribly embarrassed, I assure you. Moreover, I can almost sympathize with their zeal, now that there's no prospect of my being thrown into the lake here with a stone round my neck." His captor stopped. Was that what they were going to do? He asked in a horrified tone. "They spoke of it, since I would not promise to keep silence on what I'd seen. They were quite logical, you know, Mr. Cameron, for what I saw was certainly not meant for the eyes of an English officer." "You were my prisoner, my guest. They had no excuse whatever," declared the young man, wrath beginning to seize on him again. "Neil and Lachlan knew that, if the others did not. And Angus, what was Angus about not to stop them?" "Is that the blind veteran who takes such an interest in the natural history of these parts?" "What do you mean?" asked his companion. "Why," answered Keith, who was, after all, enjoying a kind of secret revenge by quizzing him, "that he was particular to inquire, through his estimable son, your piper, whether I'd encountered a heron before I made your acquaintance yesterday." The mention of that fowl appeared for the second time to startle his host, though until that moment Keith had forgotten its effect upon him last night. "Ah, my foster-father asked you that," he murmured, and looked upon the Englishman with a rather troubled and speculative gaze. But Keith had found a new subject of interest. "Is the old gentleman really your foster-father?" he inquired. "But of course he must be, if his sons are your foster-brothers." "I think," said the foster son somewhat hastily, "that you can return safely from here. So, if you'll excuse me, Captain Wyndham, I will now go back to Slough on Ewen." "To execute judgment," finished Keith with a smile. "Indeed, I'm not so devoid of rancour as to wish to hinder you. But if you do condemn your foster relations to stay at home," he added rather meaningly, "you will be doing them a good turn rather than an ill one." It seemed doubtful, however, if Ewen Cameron had heard this remark, for he was already striding lightly and quickly back in the direction of the mountain path, his kilt swinging about his knees as he went. It was an odd coincidence that at supper that evening, after Angus McMartin's name had come up in some talk between Miss Cameron and Mr. Grant, the former should turn to Captain Wyndham and ask if he had seen their Taisha, or seer. Seeing instantly from Ardroy's face that he was regretting the introduction of his foster-father's name into the conversation, Keith made malicious haste to reply that he had contrived to get as far as the soothsayer's dwelling, and that his reception there had been a memorable experience. Immediately, the ladies asked if Angus had seen anything while the visitor was there, to which Keith, with a glance at his host, replied with great suavity that such might well have been the case, since he appeared, towards the end of the visit, to be entirely withdrawn from outward events. "He left the honours to his interesting sons," he explained with a smile, "who entertained me so wholeheartedly that if Mr. Cameron had not appeared upon the scene, I might be there still." But at this point Ewen, with a heightened colour, forcibly changed the conversation. End of section 4. Section 5 of The Flight of the Heron by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. Part 1, Chapter 4. In spite of a certain amount of turmoil earlier in the day, almost the usual Sunday calm lay on the house of Ardroy between 5 and 6 that evening, and in it Alison Grant sat at one of the windows of the long living room, her arms on the sill, her cheek on her joined hands. Her father had gone to Achnacarry. Ewen was she knew not where. Her aunt, she believed, in her bedchamber. It would be better, Alison thought, if she were in hers, upon her knees. But she could pray here, too, looking out on this blue and purple loveliness of distance, and here She might get a passing glimpse of Ewen, busy though he was, and would not thus be missing any of these precious last moments of him. The sands were slipping so fast now. Alison pulled herself up. The sands were indeed running out, but towards how glorious an hour! Prayed for and wrought for, with so much faith and selfless devotion, as well as with so much crooked counterplot and intrigue. It was to strike tomorrow, when his banner would proclaim to all the winds that the fairy prince of the hopes of a generation was here at last on Scottish soil. And tomorrow, Ewen would lay his sword at those long-expected feet. Happy Ewen, happy to be among the faithful when many were forsworn, happy in that he was a man and could play a man's part. For what could a woman do but hope, and what had she to give but prayers? Again, Alison checked her thoughts, or rather, a new thought came to her. Why, she gave what no one else in wide Scotland had to give, Ewen himself. For a moment she saw herself, as it were, irradiated by the splendour of that priceless gift. Then, with a sudden terror, she knew that her will was not to a gift, but to a loan. She was only lending Ewen to the prince. A gift is gone from one's hands forever. A loan comes back. She made this loan willingly, more than willingly, but as a free gift, never to be resumed. No, no. The door in the far corner of the room opened, and Alison swiftly withdrew the hands that she was pressing over her eyes. Miss Cameron came in, looking exactly as usual in her Sunday paduasoy, not a hair out of place beneath her cap, and no sign of agitation or excitement on her firm-featured, pleasant visage. By only one thing was this Sunday of last preparations marked off from any other, that she wore at her waist the capacious black silk pocket in which she kept the household keys. "Oh, there you are, child. Your father has not returned, I suppose? Where is Ewen?" "I do not know, Aunt Margaret." Alison's voice seemed to herself a little unsteady, so, with some idea of covering this deviation from the usual, she added, "Nor do I know where Captain Wyndham has got to, either." "Captain Wyndham is down by the loch, my dear. I saw him set out in that direction, and I have my reasons for thinking he'll not have gone farther." There was an odd tone in Miss Cameron's voice, and a twinkle in her eye, as she sat down on the window seat by the girl, plunging her hand into that capacious pocket of hers. "'Twas our red coat that I came to speak to you about. Alison, do you know what these are?" She laid on the window-sill between them 2 buttons covered with gold thread. "They look," said Alison, studying them, "like the buttons on the lapels of Captain Wyndham's uniform. I noticed this morning that some were missing. How did you come by them, Aunt Margaret?" "Neil McMartin brought them to me about half an hour ago. Before that, they were reposing in the heather up at Sloch nan Ean, where their owner also reposed, very uncomfortably, I fear, yesterday afternoon." "I can't keep from laughing when I think of it," declared Miss Cameron. "And, Alison, are not men the sly creatures? To think that Ewen knew of this yesterday evening, and said never a word." "Knew of what, Aunt Margaret?" "I will tell you," said Aunt Margaret, with visible enjoyment of the prospect. "It seems that yesterday afternoon my fine captain very incautiously walked up to Sloch nan Ean by his lane, and arrived there just as the arms were being taken out of Angus's thatch. Not unnaturally, the McMartins and the others thought that he was a government spy, so they fell upon him, tied him up, and might have proceeded to I know not what extremities, if Ardroy had not appeared in the very nick of time." "Oh, what a dreadful thing," said Alison, aghast. "Exactly Ewen's view, as you may imagine. He has not yet forgiven the 2 McMartins, whom he holds most to blame. Neil, in the greatest despair, has just been to beg me to intercede for him and Lachlan, and seemed to think that the restoration of these buttons, torn off, so I gathered, in the struggle, would go to prove their penitence." "Was Captain Wyndham at all hurt, do you think?" "No, I do not think so, though I can quite believe that it was not his mother's bosom he was in. You know the Erse saying. Neil admits that they had him on his face in the heather when they trussed him up, and that 2 of them sat upon him. Well, they are paying for it now. As you know, Ardroy is not in general easily angered, but when he is not easily pacified neither. Neil looks like a whipped dog. 'Tis really comical, and I dare say Lachlan is ready to cut his own throat. I think you had best do the interceding, my dear, and you can give Ewen the buttons to return, for we women cannot restore them to Captain Wyndham without his knowing that his misadventure is no longer the secret that he and Ewen hoped it was. But Alison left the buttons on the sill, as if she dreaded to touch them. I wish that mishap had not befallen Captain Wyndham. Never fash yourself about Captain Wyndham, my lass. I warrant he can fend for himself. Ewen should not have brought him here at a moment so inopportune. Just what a man would do, without thought of consequences. At the least, he might have locked him up somewhere out of harm's way, and not made all this parade of his being a guest and the like. I think it fine of Ewen to have behaved so, retorted Alison rather mutinously. Oh, bless you, child, said Miss Cameron, smiling. So it is. I'd not have him a churl. But they must have made a compact, the two deceitful bodies, not to let us know. And to think that I asked the captain at supper last night, had he seen our taishet. Do you mind of it? And he smiling, and saying he was well entertained up at Slochtnan Ian. But Ewen did not smile, amended Alison. He was displeased, I saw it, and wondered why. Now that you mention it, I remember I saw him glower a wee. He's not so deep as yon Englishman, I'm thinking. All the same, he can keep a secret. Alison, my bonny lass, do you think he'll have secrets from you when you're wed? No, said Alison, shaking her dark curls with a half-secret smile. Or, if he has, I'll know 'tis something I'd best be ignorant of. Oh, then you'll make a dutiful wife, my dear, pronounced Miss Cameron, smiling too. If ever I'm a wife at all, suddenly came from Alison, with a catch of the breath, and she turned her head away. Margaret Cameron, who was never known to show much emotion, who even now, at this last hour, before what might prove so tremendous a dawn, seemed mainly occupied with amusement at Captain Wyndham's misfortune, gazed at that little dark head, so beautifully and proudly set on its long neck, and a profound change came over her cheerful and practical face. 30 years ago, in the 15, she too had stood where Alison stood now, and had seen her lover go from her down the dark defile. She had never seen him return. Alison did not know this, and even Ewen, though he had heard the story, thought that Aunt Margaret had long ago forgotten her tragedy. Oh, my dear, do not say that. Struck by the unfamiliar note in the elder woman's voice, Alison turned her head quickly and met the look in those eyes, nearly as blue as Ewen's. It was a surprise to her, and yet, how could she have imagined that Aunt Margaret did not realize what she, Alison, risked, what they both risked? I did not mean that, she exclaimed rather tremulously. To be sure Ewen will come back, and we shall be wed some day, but I cannot help knowing, as he does, how even Lochiel himself has been torn in two by the prince's coming without the aid that was promised. But when Ewen goes tomorrow, he shall never guess how cowardly my heart is. Miss Cameron bent forward and kissed her. Oh, that's my brave lass. We shall both be as gay as the Lavrock, I dare say, till he's fairly away, and then we can be as hare-hearted as we please, with no one to see. Oh, hark, there's the boy's step. I'll leave you, my dear. Don't forget to put in a word for poor Neil. Till he is fairly away. It echoed in the girl's ears as Miss Cameron slipped from the room. Why, one could not even imagine what the house of Ardroy would be like without Ewen. Oh, Heart's darling, are you there? He had come in by the door from the hall, and now threw himself down beside her on the window-seat. Hardly a word have I had with you this livelong day. And now I must ride over to Achnacarry for MacGuldew's final orders, and shall not be back till late, I fear me. But all's ready here, I think. I wish I were more ready, thought Alison, devouring him with her eyes. His bright hair grew down in such an enchanting square on his wide forehead, and a desire came upon her to pass her hand over some of its thick waves. Oh, to see the prince at last, Ewen, with one's own eyes. You'll see him yourself before long, Alison, I hope, in Edinburgh, or maybe Perth, or even before that, at Achnacarry, if he honours it. Who knows? Meanwhile, you can be practising your curtsy, Medal. You do not know what His Royal Highness will do after the standard is set up? I've not a notion, but I shall contrive to send you word of our movements, never fear. I suppose that somewhere or other we shall be obliged to try conclusions with Sir John Cope and the government troops. The words reminded Alison of the commission just laid upon her. She took up the buttons from the windowsill and held them out towards him. "Ewen, these have just been brought down from Slough na Éan." Her lover looked at them with a surprise not quite free from embarrassment. "They must have come off Captain Wyndham's uniform," he observed non-committally. "I will give them back to him." And he took them from her. "I must tell you that I've just heard how it was that he lost them," confessed the girl. Ewen's mouth tightened. He laid the buttons on the sill again. "How came that? I'd hoped—" "Yes, dearest, I know. But the matter came out by reason of Neil's bringing the buttons to Aunt Margaret this afternoon, as a kind of peace offering, it would seem. But Ewen, what a shocking thing to have happened. I do not wonder that you were angry." By the Laird of Ardroy's looks, he was angry still. Alison trusted that he would never look at her, on her own account, in that stern way, and perhaps indeed Ewen realized that he was frowning on the innocent, for his brow relaxed, and he took her hand into his, as if in apology. "Indeed, Alison, my heart was in my mouth when I came upon the Macmartins and the rest up there yesterday. For all I knew, they had dirked Captain Wyndham. It seems they had thought of throwing him into the loch. He should not have gone so far from the house. I had warned him against it. But he behaved very well over the affair, and we agreed not to tell you or Aunt Margaret. So you must neither of you say a word to him about the matter this evening." But he must have been greatly offended and incensed. It is true that he was very agreeable at supper, even though Aunt Margaret asked him had he seen Angus. She paused, wrinkling her brows. "Ewen, do you think that he was only feigning?" "No, I do not think so, although he was very angry at first, and naturally. Afterwards, he made to treat the affair almost as a joke, but I do not think that in his heart he can have considered it as a joke. And considering that his person should have been held sacred, it was a very black disgrace for me, and I did well to be angry. I am still angry," he added, somewhat unnecessarily, "and I have not yet resolved whether I shall allow the two Macmartins to accompany me tomorrow." "Not take Neil and Lachlan to Glenfinnan? Not take your piper and your right-hand man?" exclaimed Alison, almost incredulous. "But Ewen, dearest, you will break their hearts forever if you leave them behind. That punishment is too great. It was surely in ignorance that they sinned. You yourself said that Captain Wyndham should not have gone there, and in that uniform they must naturally have thought—" "Neil and Lachlan did not sin in ignorance," interrupted Ewen sternly. "I had particularly told them that morning what was Captain Wyndham's position here. The others, if you like, had more excuse, though why Angus did not prevent their setting upon him, as he could have done, I cannot think. The reason he gave was so—" He broke off, and pushed about the buttons on the sill for a moment or two, then, raising his head, said, "I've not yet told you, Alison, how Angus saw last month that this fellow Wyndham and I would meet." "Angus saw that you would meet?" repeated Alison, wide-eyed. "Oh, Ewen, why did you not tell me?" "Because I forgot all about it, till last Friday night. Yes, and what is more, it appears that we are to keep on meeting, confound him." "Do you then dislike Captain Wyndham so much?" asked Alison quickly. "I do not dislike him at all," Ewen assured her, "though I confess that I cannot quite make him out. But I've no desire for the continual rencontres with him which Angus promises me. And I'm sure that Captain Wyndham cannot possibly view me with anything but dislike for capturing him. And now comes yesterday's affair. Oh, don't look so troubled, my heart. Tell me what Angus said." Ewen looked at her a moment as if considering. "But you must not believe it too implicitly, darling. I do not. Though I admit," he added, as though wishing to be quite just, "that the old man's predictions have sometimes fulfilled themselves in an extraordinary way. This one began by something about a heron." "That, then, was why you were so much surprised on Friday evening," interpolated Alison in a flash. "I mean, when Captain Wyndham said that a heron had brought down his horse. I saw it, Ewen. But how—" "I will tell you from the beginning," said her betrothed. He got up and put a knee on the window-seat. "It was that day at the end of last month, when Lochiel's message came about the Princess landing. You remember? Early that morning, Lachlan had been very troublesome, wanting to shoot the heron that lives on the island in the loch, because his father had been having a vision about one. I forbade him to do it. Oh, that reminds me. I've not seen the bird of late, but I do not think that Lachlan dare have disobeyed me. After I had taken leave of you that evening, darling, and was just about to set off to Achnacarry, I met Angus by the Altbuya burn. He had come down from Slochtnan Ian on purpose to see me, and he told me very solemnly that I should soon meet with a man whose destiny would in some unknown way be bound up with mine, and that I should meet him through the agency of a Heron. Angus went on to say, "And as the threads are twisted at your first meeting, foster son, so will they always shape themselves at all the rest. A thread of one colour, a thread of another." I said on that, "At all the rest, Angus? How many more, then?" And he thought a while, and answered, "I saw you meeting 5 times. The first time and the last were by water, but always the place changed. Oh, my son, if only I could know what it means." I asked then whether I ought to avoid this man, and Angus said, "You will not be able to avoid him. The heron by the waterside will bring you to him." "Ah," said I, "that then is why Lachlan wanted to shoot the curra this morning." But Angus shook his head and muttered, "A man cannot change the future in that way. What is to be will be." "I thought at the time, Alison," went on Ewen explanatorily, looking down at her intent face, "that I should come on this man some day, if ever I did, when I was out with a fowling piece, or something of the sort. And then, to tell truth, I forgot all about the matter in the stir of the news from Moirart. And thus it never crossed my mind when I encountered Captain Wyndham that he could be the man, till he mentioned the heron which startled his horse, and so, indirectly, or directly, if you will, led to my overtaking him by Loch Oich, and our fight." "And is that all Angus said?" asked Alison breathlessly. "There was one thing more, I remember, for when, after he had assured me that I should not be able to avoid this man, I said, 'He is an enemy, then?' Angus replied, 'That I cannot see. He will do you a great service, yet he will cause you bitter grief. It is dark.' Oh, you know how vexatious it is when one with the 2 sights cannot see any more. It is like beginning to read a book of which the last pages are lost." "I do not think that I should wish to read any more," said the girl, shivering a little, and she too got up from the window seat. "I've never before met anyone who had the gift so strongly as Angus, and indeed it is not canny. You are used to it, Ewen, since you have known him all your life, and I think you do not believe in it very much, either." "No, I do not," admitted her lover, "but it would not be kind to tell my foster father so." Alison looked out of the window for a moment, biting her lip hard. "Ewen, when a Taisher sees any person, it is nearly always a warning of that person's imminent death." Ewen put his arm round her. "No, you're wrong, my dear. A Taisher has been known to see a man's future wife, sometimes, indeed, his own. I wonder Angus never saw you, sitting by the hearth here, in the days when you were in Paris. Long days those were for me, Mukti. Moreover, in this matter of the heron he saw 2 people, and neither Captain Wyndham nor I can be going to die very soon, can we, if we must meet each other 4 times more?" She looked up and met his expression, tender but half quizzical. "No, that is true." Angus said nothing about death, went on Ewen reassuringly, and he seemed completely puzzled by his vision, or visions. If it were not for that heron by Loch Oich, I vow I should think that he had dreamed the whole business. "Have you told Captain Wyndham any of this?" asked Alison. "Oh, not I. He would only laugh at it, and I am sure, too, that he has no desire to meet me again, so that I should not be telling him anything to pleasure him." "Do you think," suggested Alison slowly, "that Angus did not hinder his sons and the others from attacking Captain Wyndham, because he thought that he would be better out of the way, on your account?" Her lover looked down at her with a rather startled expression. "I never thought of that. But, no, I do not believe that was the reason. It could not have been, unless he was lying over the reason he gave me." "And what was that?" "It was outrageous enough. He said that there was no cause for interference, because he knew that the Saidja Dirac and I had yet several times to meet, so he would take no harm. What do you think of that? Had he not been an old man, and nearly blind, and my foster-father to boot, I declare that I could have shaken him when I went back to Slochtnan Ian, and upbraided him, and was given that for justification. It might very well have been Captain Wyndham's wraith that I was to tryst with. He glanced at the clock. I must go, darling. What will become of Captain Wyndham tomorrow? Asked Alison with a tiny frown. I do not know. It is a question I have to ask Lochiel. One thing more, Ewen. Did not Angus, after he had seen Captain Wyndham in the flesh yesterday, as I suppose he did he not tell you any more about him and the future? Not a word. No, as I say, the last pages of the book are torn out. But then, it is so with every book in which our lives are written. He had both his arms round her now, and Alison hid her eyes against his breast, for he was so tall that even the top of her head was scarcely level with his chin. Why do you say that, Ewen? Oh, Ewen, why do you say that? What ails you, heart's darling? He asked, looking down at that dark head tenderly. It is true. You're not thinking, surely, that at the end of the book I can care for you any less, little white love. That's impossible, and I think it's impossible that I should care for you more, either, he added, and put a kiss on the soft hair. Alison clung to him, saying nothing, mindful of her proud promise to Aunt Margaret, but shaken with the knowledge of the red close of many a life across whose pages the name of Stuart had been written. Devotion to that name and cause was the religion in which she had been reared, but the claims of religion can sometimes make the heart quail. And Ewen was so splendid, so real and so dear. She forced a smile and raised her head. Her eyes were quite dry. I must not keep you from Lochiel, but when you return, Ewen, will you not tell your foster brothers that you have remitted their punishment? For your sake, Alison? No, for his who is waiting for them. Is he not needing every sword that we can bring him? Ewen smiled down at her appreciatively. You find clever arguments, miss. I never said that they should not join me later. As ghosts? You may find yourselves trysting with wraiths, as you spoke of doing a while ago. Are they not capable of drowning themselves in the loch, particularly Lachlan, if you put that shame upon them, Ewen? Yes, said Ewen, after a moment's silence. I'll not deny that Lachlan, at least, might throw himself into Loch na Hollere. I suppose that I must allow them to come with me, and if you see them before my return, you can tell them so, Rose of my heart. The room was empty once more, almost as empty as it would be tomorrow. And, since there was no one to see, Alison put her head down upon her arms on the window-sill. When she raised it again, after some moments, a small object rolled off the sill and fell tinkling to the floor. One of Captain Wyndham's unfortunate buttons, which Ewen had forgotten after all to take with him. As Alison stooped to recover it, the thought of its owner came sharply and forbiddingly into her mind, accompanied by all that she had just heard about him. Ewen's destiny bound up with his, and he, yesterday, disgracefully handled by Ewen's followers. Surely, however he had passed it off, he must retain a grudge about that, and it might be that in the future he would seize an opportunity of repaying the outrage. Alison wished for a moment that she were not Highland, and that belief in second sight did not run so in her blood. She could not shake from her mind the conviction that for old Angus to have seen the doubles of Ewen and the English officer meant the death of one or both of them within the year. It was true that the prediction had not seemed to trouble Ewen much, but he was a man, and had his head full of Glenfinnan at present. Yet there was Captain Wyndham, with nothing to do but to brood over the injury. Already, as Ewen had felt, he might well have a dislike to his captor. And did it not seem as though he had a horrid gift for dissimulation, if, so soon afterwards, he could pretend to find amusement in the mortifying thing which had happened to him? What sort of man was he really, this stranger, who was to cause her Ewen bitter grief? Alison jumped to her feet and stood with clasped hands. I'll go along the loch side, as though I were taking a walk, and if he's still there I'll engage him in talk, and perhaps I can find out a little about him. For in the house she could not so easily get speech with him alone, and tomorrow he would surely be gone altogether. Yes, she would do that. Captain Wyndham would never guess that she had come on purpose. She slipped the buttons into her pocket and left the room. End of section 5. Section 6 of The Flight of the Heron by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. Part 1, Chapter 5. It was not difficult to find Captain Wyndham by the loch, for the delicate veils of birch foliage made no effective screen for his strong scarlet. Alison saw him, therefore, before he was aware of her presence. He was sitting a yard or two from the edge of Loch na Hollere, on a stump of felled pine, with his arms folded on his breast, staring at the water. Was he thinking of yesterday, meditating some revenge? She would never know, because she dared not refer, even indirectly, to that unlucky contretemps. The buttons were in her pocket only for safekeeping. Alison came very slowly along the ribbon of track through the heather, her eyes fixed on the soldier's unconscious figure. Ewen's destiny in his hands. No, Angus had not said that exactly. Nor had Angus said that he was an enemy. On the contrary, he was to render Ewen a great service. Technical enemy, of course, he was. She had his profile now, clear against the reddish pine trunk. He looked rather sad. He was an enigma, neither friend nor enemy, and she would find out nothing, do no good, and wished she had not come. Then the best was to turn and go back again. No, it was too late for that now. At that very moment, Captain Wyndham must have heard her step, for he turned his head, sprang up, and uncovering, came towards her between the pines. "Pray do not let me drive Miss Grant away," he said civilly. I fear I disturb you, sir," said Miss Grant, really discomposed. "Disturb me? But I was not asleep, I assure you, and in breaking into my meditations you may have been doing me a service." He smiled a little as he said it, but Alison looked at him warily, wondering what he meant by that remark. Here they were, alone together, and neither could see what was uppermost in the other's mind. He did not know that strange thing prophesied of him, linking him to an enemy. Nor could she in the least read what were his feelings with regard to Ewen, although it was a matter which concerned her so vitally. But, notwithstanding that she had a moment ago turned away like a coward from this interview, now she resolved to pursue it. Surely her wits could point out some road by which she might arrive at Captain Wyndham's real sentiments. Quite close to her was another convenient pine stump, so she sank down upon it, murmuring something about resting for a moment. Captain Wyndham stood beside her, his hands behind his back and his head bent, and before she had settled upon her own line of attack, startled her by saying slowly, and even a trifle hesitatingly, that he had for the last hour been greatly wishing for the privilege of a few minutes' conversation with her. Considerably surprised at this reversal of parts, Alison glanced up at him. Was this remark a prelude to compliments or gallantry of some kind? No, Captain Wyndham's manner quite disposed of that idea. Yet he said again, gravely, "I desire to ask a favour of you, Miss Grant." "Pray ask it, sir," replied Alison, just a little stiffly. There was a moment's pause. "I believe that Mr. Cameron, Ardroy, I suppose I should say, has ridden off to see his chief, has he not?" said the soldier. "Yes," said Alison, still less encouragingly. "And by this time tomorrow—" Captain Wyndham left the sentence unfinished, and, to her surprise, walked away from her with bent head and stood at a little distance carefully pushing 2 or 3 fallen pine cones together with his foot. Finally he stooped, picked one up, and came back, twirling it in his fingers. "Miss Grant," he said, studying it with apparent absorption, "I wish that I could make Ardroy some return for his generous treatment of me. This is not a mere figure of speech. I am in complete earnest. But the only return that I can make he would never take at my hands." He raised his eyes and looked at her musingly. "What I wonder is whether he would take it at yours." "What do you mean, sir?" asked Alison, lifting her head a trifle haughtily. Surely he was not going to offer Ewen money. She must prevent that at all costs, or heaven knew what might happen. Captain Wyndham threw away the fir cone. "Will you believe, Miss Grant, that in what I am going to say I speak as a friend might, though I dare not presume to call myself one, and that I have but one aim in speaking, Mr. Cameron's good and yours?" Alison met his eyes, and they convinced her of his sincerity. She had scarcely time to be amazed. "Yes, I do believe it," she said, in a softened tone. "Please say what you wish, Captain Wyndham." "Then, let me ask you," said the Englishman earnestly, "whether you and Ardroy realize on what a hopeless adventure he is embarking. Is it possible that, on the strength of having captured 2 wretched companies of raw recruits, for indeed they were no more than that, the clans of these parts think that they will be able to defy the whole military force of the Crown? Yes, Miss Grant, it is advice that I should like to give Mr. Cameron, if he would only take it. Cannot you use your interest with him? Forgive me if I trespass on delicate ground, but this is to be your home together, is it not? Think again, before you let him stake it on so hazardous a throw. You know what happens to the property of a declared rebel, and he stakes more than his property, Miss Grant." His voice was very grave. Alison, who had heard him through, answered firmly, "Yes, I know that." But the lovely colour was gone from her cheeks, and her hands were holding each other tightly. "It is not too late, even now," urged her companion. "If I choose to suppress the fact that I was brought here as Mr. Cameron's prisoner, who is to gainsay my assertion that I came as a guest? Only keep him back from this crazy rendezvous tomorrow, which can but herald disaster, and he may be able—" "Keep him back!" exclaimed Alison. She had got up from a tree stump. "Do you suppose that I could? Do you suppose that if I could, I would?" Her voice trembled a little. "But, Miss Grant, consider. If this young man, this prince of yours, had come with an army—" "Then it would have been safe to declare for him," broke in Alison, and her dark eyes flashed. "Oh, if that is the English way of thinking, it is not the Highland. Because he comes alone, and trusts himself to us, is not that the best of reasons why we should follow him who has the right, Captain Wyndham, and who may yet prove to have the might also?" There was a short silence between them. On the other side of the loch, a curlew uttered its plaintive, liquid cry. Captain Wyndham drew himself up a little. "If you feel thus about the matter, Miss Grant," he said rather dryly, "there is no more to be said. I see that you will not take my offering. The best I can wish you, then, is that the affair may burn itself out as quickly as possible, for the longer it lasts, the more victims there are likely to be afterwards. And I would give much, believe me, to know that Mr. Cameron of Ardroy will not be among them." Alison held out her hand impulsively, and she had been thinking that he was brooding on revenge. "I thank you for those words, sir," she said with great sweetness, "because I believe that you mean them. But, though I shall not easily forget your kindness, it is, forgive me, useless to discuss the matter further." Captain Wyndham kissed her hand in silence, and offered her his arm back to the house, if she were returning thither. Alison took it readily enough, and as they left the loch, conversing on indifferent topics, she had time to taste the surprise and relief which had come to her there. If fate's chosen instrument, supposing he were really that, were so well disposed towards Ewen, how could he in the future be used against him? And yet, later in the evening, waiting for Ewen's return, she found that, unreasonably perhaps, she disliked Captain Wyndham's presumption that she could, if she tried, influence her lover to betray his convictions, even more than the supposition that she could be induced to try. She felt that the soldier understood neither Highlanders nor Jacobites. But for his kindly and even generous intentions, she had nothing but gratitude. As for Keith Wyndham, whose meditations by Loch na Hollere had moved him to an effort which surprised him, he told himself that he had never expected any other result. They were all blinded and besotted, these Jacobites. He wondered whether Miss Grant would tell her betrothed of his attempt. With Ardroy himself, he naturally should not think of expostulating. To do so would be mere waste of breath. There was no Ardroy at supper, though it appeared that he was expected back at any moment, and Keith shortly afterwards excused himself and withdrew to his own bedchamber, having no wish to be an intruder on the lovers' last hours together, rebels though they were. But it was too early to go to bed, so once more he pulled a couple of books at random from the shelf on the wall, and settled down by the window to read. One of them he opened before he realized what it was, and found himself staring at, "Most heartily do we beseech thee with thy favour, to behold our most gracious sovereign, Lord King." But James had been neatly pasted over the George. Captain Wyndham smiled. He held in his hand the Book of Common Prayer, as used and amended by the non-juring Episcopalian Jacobites, and saw with his own eyes the treason to which his ears might have listened earlier in the day. For though, on rising, he had forgotten that it was Sunday, this was a fact of which he had not long been suffered to remain ignorant, since after breakfast Miss Cameron had said to him in matter-of-fact tones, they were alone for the moment, "I doubt you will wish to attend morning prayer with us, Captain Wyndham, even if you be an Episcopalian, like most of the English, for I must not disguise from you that we pray, not for King George, but for King James." "Morning prayer," Keith had stammered, I thought that you were all Presbyterians hereabouts. Or Papists," he added, suddenly remembering the old woman on Friday. "Ah, not at all," replied Miss Cameron composedly. "The Macdonalds of the mainland, and the most of the Frasers, indeed, are Papists, but we Camerons are Episcopalians, and so are our neighbours, the Stuarts of Appin. But we can get to kirk but rarely, and today in especial, being, as you will understand, somewhat throng, we shall be obliged to worship at home." "And who?" "Why, my nephew, the laird, naturally," replied Miss Cameron. "Though, as Mr. Grant is with us, 'tis possible he may read the service today." "Leaving your nephew free to preach, no doubt," suggested Keith, trying to control a twitch of the lip. "Now you are laughing at us, sir," observed Miss Cameron shrewdly, but with perfect good humour. "No, Ardroy does not preach, but I've the habit of reading a sermon to myself of a Sunday afternoon, and if you scoff any more, 'tis likely the same exercise would benefit you, and I'll be happy to lend you a volume of some English divine. Bishop Jeremy Taylor, for instance." Keith bowed, and gravely assured her that if she saw fit to do this, he would duly read a homily. But he had gone out into the garden smiling to himself. That model young man! He could not be more than 5 or 26, reading the church service every Sunday to his household. He thought of the young men of his acquaintance in the army, or in the fashionable world of London, the careless, loose-living subalterns, the young beaux of White's. Ye gods, what ribald laughter would have gone up at the tale! Yes, but not one of those potential mockers could have beaten Ardroy in stature, or looks, or at sword-play. Keith would not forget Loch Oich's side in a hurry. But he had not attended morning prayer. Now he was rather wishing that he had done so, for he supposed that he would never again have the chance of seeing a young man who could fight in that style, acting as chaplain. But perhaps Mr. Grant had superseded him, Keith had not inquired. At any rate, Ewen Cameron was not engaged on particularly prayerful business at this moment, over at his chief's house, nor would he be on his knees tomorrow. Afterwards, well, it was likely that his relatives would have need to pray for him. He turned over the prayer book idly, and it opened next at the feast of the conversion of St. Paul, and the words of the gospel leapt at him. "Every one that hath forsaken houses, or brethren, or sisters, or father, or mother, or wife, or children, or lands, for my name's sake." Though not much of a churchgoer himself, Captain Wyndham was shocked at the analogy which occurred to him, and closing the prayer book hastily, fell to wondering what was going to be done with him tomorrow. Also, whose hand had retrieved and laid upon his dressing-table the 2 missing buttons from his uniform, which he had found there a short while ago. It was nearly 10 o'clock when he heard the beat of hoofs. They stopped in front of the porch, but he did not look out. Someone dismounted, and then Keith heard Miss Grant's voice, with her heart in it. "Ewen, you are come at last. It has been a long evening." "And will be a short night, Alison," came the half-exultant reply. "We march at daybreak for Glenfinnan." And from the sudden silence, Keith guessed that the girl was in her lover's arms. He moved away from the window and began to pace up and down. So there was to be no holding back. What a pity! What a pity! Half an hour later he was back in his old place reading, but with a lighted candle at his elbow now, when there was a knock, and Ardroy himself came in, a big branched candlestick in his hand. "You're not abed, Captain Wyndham. I must apologize, none the less, for so late a visit." There was a kind of suppressed elation about him, and his eyes were as blue as the sea. "Your Highland nights are so light," returned Keith, as he rose to his feet, "that it is hard to believe it late." Why should he, who cared for no human being, feel regret that this young man was going to destruction? "My excuse," went on Ewen, setting down the light he carried, "is that I leave this house again in a few hours, and must speak with you first on a matter that concerns you." "You will be setting out for the rendezvous of which you told me." "Yes, and before I go—" "Mr. Cameron," broke in the Englishman, "you gave me a warning yesterday to which I should have done well to listen. I suppose it is too much to hope that, at this 11th hour, you will listen to one from me." As he said it, he knew that he was a fool for his pains, and that his words, uttered on that astonishing impulse, so contrary to his intention, were as useless as the little puff of air which at that moment entered by the open window and set the candles a-quiver. And over the bending flames the Highlander, looking very tall, gazed at him straight and unyieldingly. "You are too kind, Captain Wyndham. But if the matter of your warning be what I suppose, you must forgive me for saying that you would only be wasting your time." His tone was courteous, but very cold. Keith shrugged his shoulders. After all, if a man would rush on to his doom, it was his own affair. "My time is far from valuable at present," he replied flippantly, "but yours no doubt is precious, Mr. Cameron. On what matter did you wish to speak to me?" "I've come to tell you from my chief, Lochiel, that you are free from tomorrow, on one condition." "And that is?" "That you engage not to bear arms against the prince for the remainder of the campaign. Lochiel will accept an assurance given to me." "For the remainder of the campaign!" exclaimed Keith rather indignantly. "An impossible condition, on my soul." He gave a short laugh. "It is true that your campaign is not like to be of long duration." Ewen ignored the sneer. "You cannot tell, sir," he replied gravely. "But those are the terms which I am to offer you. Captain Scott has accepted them, and has today gone to Fort William to have his wound cared for." "Precisely," retorted Keith. "Captain Scott is wounded. I am not." There was still indignation in his voice. Nevertheless, he was thinking that if he accepted the offer, he would be able to leave the Highlands and return to Flanders and real warfare. It was a temptation. But some deep-rooted soldierly instinct revolted. He shook his head. "My sword is the king's, and I cannot enter into an indefinite engagement not to use it against his enemies. Indeed, it is fully time that I should ask you, Mr. Cameron, to restore me the parole of honour which I gave you. I should prefer henceforward to be your prisoner upon ordinary terms." But at this his jailer seemed taken aback. "I fear that is impossible at present, sir," he replied with some hesitation. "If I left you behind here, there would be no one to guard you. As you will not accept your freedom on the condition which is offered you, I've no choice but to take you with me tomorrow. Still on parole, if you please," he added, looking his captive straight in the face. "I've requested you to give me back my parole, Mr. Cameron." "And I've already said that I cannot do so, Captain Wyndham." Once more, they were facing each other across the candle flames. Keith began to feel annoyance. "Am I then to go ranging the mountains with you forever? You will find me a great nuisance, Mr. Cameron." Mr. Cameron looked at that moment as if he shared this opinion. "But perhaps this is your way of forcing Lochiel's offer on me, for by gad, that is what it comes to." "No, no," said Ewen hastily, and with a frown. "I had no such intention. I will consult Lochiel again about the matter tomorrow, and—" "Can't you do anything on your own responsibility, Mr. Cameron of Ardroy? Must you always consult your chief?" He had goaded him at last. Ardroy's head went up. "Had you not a commanding officer in your regiment, Captain Wyndham?" he inquired haughtily. "Touché," said Keith, with good humour. It was a mutual hit, though. He liked to see his civilized young barbarian on the high horse. "But suppose, Mr. Cameron, that I do not choose to wait so long, and tell you frankly that, if you will not restore my parole to me, I shall myself withdraw it from midnight tonight." "In that case," said the barbarian with great promptitude, "I shall put 2 of my gillies in here with you, lock the door, and sleep across it myself. Do you tell me that you withdraw it?" There was a second or two's silence, while Keith envisaged himself thus spending the remainder of the night. It was on the tip of his tongue to inquire whether the amiable Lachlan would be one of his guards, but he suppressed the query. "No," he said, with a little grimace, "you may keep my parole, and I will keep my privacy. Let us hope that your commanding officer's wisdom will be able to cut the knot tomorrow. I'm to be ready, then, to accompany you at daybreak." "If you please," said Ardroy stiffly. "I'm sorry that I can do nothing else. Good night." He took up the candlestick and stalked out. Captain Keith Wyndham remained staring for a moment at the closed door, and then began to smile rather ruefully. A droll captivity, upon my honour. Had I known that I was to be trailed about in this fashion, my attempt at warning might have been less disinterested than it was. But I shall not make another. End of section 6. Section 7 of The Flight of the Heron by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. Part 1, Chapter 6. Chapter 6. 4 days later, Captain Wyndham was sitting at evening in a dark little hut on the shores of Loch Eel, studying a pocket-book by the light of a small lantern hung on the wattled wall behind him. A pile of heather was all his seat. Outside, it was pouring with rain, but he, unlike almost everyone else, was at least under cover and secure, as he had not been lately, from the attentions of the rapacious Highland midges. It was Thursday, the 22nd of August, and since Monday he had gone with Clan Cameron wherever it went. First of all, Ardroy and his contingent had rendezvoused with the main body of the clan at the very place where Keith Wyndham now found himself again, Kinlocheel, at the upper end of Loch Eel. Here, on that eventful Monday, Keith had had his first meeting with a courteous and polished gentleman whom Clan Cameron followed, Donald Cameron of Lochiel, 19th of the name. And Lochiel had appeared so much distressed at the idea of the English officer's continual conveyance with them under guard, even possibly in bonds, for they had no place in which they could conveniently leave him behind, that Keith had been prevailed upon to extend the parole, which he had tried to take back from Ardroy, and to regard it as given for the space of 1 week, dating from the day and hour of his capture in the Great Glen. When that week was up, his jailers seemed to think that they would be able to make other arrangements about his custody. After the rendezvous, the clan had proceeded westwards, in the direction of the coast, along a difficult road between close-pressed craggy mountains, where the grey rock pushed in a myriad places through its sparse covering, and came at last in the afternoon to the trysting-place at Glenfinnan. Though he was treated with every civility, and rode in comfort on a horse of Ardroy's, it had been a mortifying journey for Captain Wyndham. Between the ranks of Camerons marched sulkily the captured recruits of the Royals, without their arms, like himself, and even Captain Scott's white charger formed part of the procession, to be offered to the prince. As well, thought the Englishman, be the prisoner of wandering Arabs. So, scornful, but half interested too, Keith Wyndham had been present at a scene which, a week ago, he could little have imagined himself witnessing, when, on the stretch of level ground at the head of Loch Shiel, among that wild and lonely scenery, 1,000 Highland throats acclaimed the fair-haired young man standing below the folds of his banner, and the very air seemed to flash with the glitter of their drawn blades. It was very romantical and absurd, of course, besides being rank rebellion. But there was no denying that these deluded and shaggy mountaineers were in earnest, and Lochiel, too, who was neither shaggy nor, so it seemed to the observer, deluded in quite the same sense, and certainly not absurd. None observing or hindering him during the following days, Captain Wyndham had taken the opportunity of keeping a fragmentary journal in his pocket-book, and it was these notes which, for want of anything better to do, he was now reading over in the little hut in the wet twilight. "What an army! 'Tis purely laughable," he had written on August 20th. "The men are fine tall fellows enough, particularly the Camerons, but their weapons! I've seen muskets with broken locks, muskets with broken stocks, muskets without ramrods, and men without muskets at all. There can't be more than a score of saddle horses, all told, and the draught horses are quite insufficient for transport over such a road. Moreover, the so-called army is as yet composed of 2 clans only, the Camerons and some part of the MacDonalds, its number being, I suppose, about 1,300 men. The pretender's son, I must admit to be a very personable young man indeed, with a bel air. They all appear crazed about him. My own young Achilles, still very well-bred and agreeable, like his chief. I never looked to see so much native polish as Lochiel exhibits. Achilles, if I mistake not, pretty well adores him. There's also a younger brother of the chief's, whom they call Dr. Archibald. With him also my warrior seems on very friendly terms. Captain Wyndham turned over to the next 2 days' records, which were briefer, and brought him up to the present date. August the 21st. Set out at last from that cursed spot, Glenfinnan. But, after an advance of 1 mile, the road was found to be so bad, and the horses so few, that the rebels were obliged to leave 12 out of their score of swivel guns behind, and spend some hours burying them in a bog. As their total march today to a place called Kinlochiel was no more than 4 miles, it looks as though it would be some weeks before the breechless reach civilization. August the 22nd. At Kinlochiel all day. Prodigious rain. Much-needed attempts seem to be going forward to organize the transport, wagons and carts of all sorts being collected. Have scarce seen E.C. all day. But he had hardly come to these last words, when a tall, wet figure appeared without warning in the low doorway, and the diarist restored his notebook somewhat hastily to his pocket. Ardroy stooped his head to enter, taking off his bonnet and swinging it to remove the raindrops. The dampness of the rest of his attire appeared to give him no concern. "Good evening, Mr. Cameron. Have you been burying any more cannon?" inquired the soldier pleasantly. Ardroy, reddening slightly, made no reply beyond returning the "good evening," but hung up his bonnet on a nail and began to unfasten the shoulder brooch of his plaid. There was not a very great deal of satisfaction for Captain Wyndham to be got out of baiting this young Achilles of his, because Achilles kept so tight a hold upon his temper and his tongue. Or was it that he was naturally impassive? Hardly, for Keith was sure that he felt the points of the darts, which he contrived from time to time to plant in him. Perhaps Ardroy thought that the best way to meet his captive's malice was to appear unaware of it, and indeed, the archer himself had to confess that this course rather baffled him. He followed up his first shaft by another. "You must admit that you should not have brought me here if you did not wish me to learn your military dispositions, if such I am to call that measure." And if the Highlander went on pretending that the unpinning of his plaid was engaging his whole attention, Keith would feel that he had drawn blood. He knew that his own conduct verged on the puerile, but the pleasure of pursuing it was too strong. The big brooch, however, was undone at last, and Ewen said rather dryly, "I'm glad that your spirits are not suffering from the weather, Captain Wyndham." "On the contrary," said his prisoner cheerfully, leaning back against the wall of the hut, his hands behind his head. "I am entertaining myself by trying to recall any other great commander who began his campaign by burying most of his artillery in a swamp, but I have failed. Yet, by gad, the plan might work a revolution in warfare. In fact, 'twould end it altogether if it were carried out to its logical conclusion. Armies would take to the field only to bury their muskets. And perhaps," he added maliciously, "that will be your next step. I protest that some of them would not take much harm by the interment." Ewen swung off his plaid. "Your mirth at our lack of equipment is very natural," he replied with complete equanimity. "But perhaps our ill provision may not be widely known to our enemies. And is it not a fact within your own military experience, Captain Wyndham," he went on, looking him in the face, "that it is what one supposes an enemy's forces to be, rather than what they actually are, which sometimes turns the scale?" It was the Englishman who coloured this time. In its absence of specific reference to the mishap at Highbridge, the retort was just sufficiently veiled to enable him, had he chosen, to affect unconsciousness of its sting. But he was too proud to do this. "I deserve that," he admitted, scrambling to his feet with the words. "I'm not such a dolt as to be unaware to what you allude. That you feel obliged to remind me of last Friday's disgrace proves that my own remarks were not in the best of taste, and I apologize for them." But his tormentor's apology appeared to embarrass Ewen Cameron much more than his thrusts. "Oh, I'm sorry I said that, Captain Wyndham," he exclaimed, with a vivacity which rather astonished the other. "I ought not to have taunted you with a calamity for which you were not to blame. That was in worse taste still." "Egad, Mr. Cameron, you are too punctilious," said Keith carelessly. "But, if you are of that mind, I don't say that I am. We may fairly cry quits. For, after all, pursued Ewen, throwing down his plaid, since you're not witnessing our preparations of your own free will, I suppose you are at liberty to make what observations you please upon them. You seem bent upon making allowances for me, returned Keith, with a smile. However, I do not complain of that, and if fate should ever reverse our positions, and give you, for instance, into my hands, I hope I may be able to show the same generosity. Ardroy, who was now unbuckling his broadsword, stopped and gazed at him rather intently in the feeble lantern light, feeble because it still had to contend with a measure of wet daylight. Why, do you then anticipate our meeting again, Captain Wyndham? He asked, after a moment. I anticipate nothing, Mr. Cameron. I am no wizard to foretell the future. Yet, but for the fact that we could not meet save as enemies, I vow it would give me pleasure to think that we might one day encounter each other again. But, feeling somehow that the young man standing there looking at him took this for a mere façon de parler, he added, with a return to his bantering tone, you can have no notion how much this tour, albeit a trifle too reminiscent of a Roman triumph, has been alleviated by having so agreeable a cicerone, though indeed, in the last 24 hours, my glimpses of you have been few, too few. So expressed, his sentiments had of course small chance of being taken for sincere. The Highlander, indeed, for all reply gave a little shrug that was almost like a Frenchman's, spread his plaid upon the bare earth floor, and laid his broadsword beside it. Surely you're not going to sleep in that plaid, exclaimed Keith, stirred out of his levity. Why, 'tis drenched. Take my cloak. I've no mind to sleep yet, and shall not need it. But Ewen, without stiffness, declined, saying that a wet plaid was of no consequence, and indeed but kept one the warmer. Some, he added, and the Englishman gasped at the information, wrung them out at night in water for that reason. All he would accept was some handfuls of heather for a pillow, and then, lying down, his sword convenient to his hand, he wrapped himself in the folds of damp tartan, and in 5 minutes was fast asleep. But Keith, as he had said, was not sleepy, and after a while, feeling restless, he strolled to the doorway. Door the hut had none. When he got there, he was aware of a rigid figure, muffled in a plaid, standing in the rain, just out of the direct line of vision. The inevitable Lachlan, watching over his master's slumbers. He turned his head, and Keith could see a contraction pass over his dark features. But the English officer was not to be intimidated by a scowl from studying, if he wished, the sodden, cloud-enfolded landscape, and the sheets of rain driving in the twilight over the waters of Loch Eel, though it was not a cheerful prospect. What was going to happen to him when his parole expired tomorrow? At the far end of Loch Eel, Loch Lynne joined it, at right angles, and on Loch Lynne was Fort William, with its loyal garrison. Tomorrow, the Highland force would proceed along Loch Eel, and every step would bring him nearer to his friends. He left the doorway after a few moments, and looked down at the sleeper on the floor, his head sunk in the bundle of heather, and his arm lying across his broadsword. The embraces of the goddess of ague seemed to be agreeable. I shall be sorry to say farewell tomorrow, my friend. Deuce take me if I quite know why. But I hardly think you will. Then at last he went and lay down on his heap of heather, and listened to the sound of the rain, always, since he was a boy, connected with the worst memories of his life. There was the dismal day of his father's funeral. He had been but 5 then, yet he remembered it perfectly. Rain. Rain on the nodding plumes of the great black carriage, which had taken his father away. The day some years later, on which his childish mind first realized that his adored mother cared nothing for him. Rain, a soft mist of it. And the night in London, 4 years past now, the night that he had discovered what Lydia Shelmerdine really was. Against the closely curtained windows of her boudoir, it could be heard to dash in fury, for there was a great wind that evening, every time that there came a pause in her high, frightened, lying speech, which ran on the more that he stood there saying so little. The rose had slipped loose from her close-gathered, powdered hair. Her gauze and ivory fan lay snapped at her feet. and the rain sluiced pitilessly against the windows. Into that tempest Keith Wyndham had presently gone out, and once away from the scented room, had known nothing of its fury, though it drenched him to the skin, and he had forced his way all dripping into the presence of the man who had seduced her. No, the man whom she had seduced, and had told him to his face that he was welcome to his conquest, that he did not propose to dispute it with him, nor even to demand satisfaction. The lady was not worth fighting about, not worth the risking of a man's life, even of yours. There had been witnesses, vastly surprised witnesses, of conduct so unusual. But he thought his way of dealing with the situation more effective than the ordinary, and perhaps it was. He never saw either of the two who had betrayed him again. Riding behind his young Achilles next afternoon, Keith Wyndham kept looking at Loch Eel, now shining and placid, the seaweed of its level shore orange in the sun, and the great mountain miles away over Fort William mirrored, upside down, as clear as the original. If only he could reach Fort William. But Ardroy, to whom his word of honour still bound him, would certainly see to it that at the expiry of his parole this evening he was secured in some other way. I dare say he will make it as little irksome for me as he can, thought Keith, looking at the tall, easy figure sitting the horse just ahead of him, on whose gay tartan and ribbon-tied auburn hair the westering sun was shining full. He's an uncommon good fellow. And we shall never see each other again, I suppose. And again, he thought, not that he will care, and why the devil should I? Then the stream of men and conveyances began to leave the lochside, making toward Mr. John Cameron's house of Fassifern, standing where Glen Sulag made a breach into the mountains, though Lochiel's burgess brother, who would not join the prince, had carried his prudence to the length of absenting himself from his property, lest he should be open to the charge of having entertained that compromising guest. It was not until they came to the gate in their turn that Ardroy slewed himself round in his saddle to speak to the captive, and said that he would do what he could for him in the way of accommodation, if he did not object to waiting a little. So Keith gave up his horse to one of Ewen's gillies, and working his way through the press, waited under a tree and revolved plans. But, in truth, he could make none, until he knew how he was to be secured. Sooner than he had expected, his warden reappeared, and, taking him in at a side entry, conducted him to the very top of the humming house. "I thought this little room might serve for us," he said, opening the door of a small, half-furnished garret, and Keith thought that their mails were already there. "I do not know how many others may be thrust in here, but there is at least one bed." And so there was, a sort of pallet. "You had best establish your claim to it at once, Captain Wyndham, or, better still, I will do it for you." And, mindful as ever of his prisoner's comfort, he unfastened his plaid and tossed it onto the mattress. "I will come and fetch you to supper. I suppose there will be some." Keith could not help looking after his departing figure, with a smile which held both amusement and liking. He could not, however, afford to let sensibility interfere with what was in his mind now. Whatever were the reason, Ardroy seemed to have completely forgotten that Keith consulted his watch, in another 20 minutes his captive's parole would expire, and he would be free to take himself off, if he could. Or was it that he had not mentioned the coming change of conditions from some feeling of delicacy, because it would involve setting a guard? The Englishman sat down upon the pallet and considered his chances. They depended almost entirely upon whether in 20 minutes' time there was a Highlander posted at the door of this room. But Ardroy had spoken of fetching him to supper. Oh, heaven send, then, that supper was delayed. Perhaps he could creep out of the garret and conceal himself elsewhere until he found an opportunity of getting clear away later in the evening. Yet there was no special advantage in waiting for nightfall, even if Ardroy's forgetfulness extended so far, because the nights were apt to be so disconcertingly light. No, the great difficulty at any hour was his uniform. And here he found himself looking at the roll from Ewen Cameron's saddle, lying on the solitary half-broken chair. But Keith Wyndham was much too proud a man not to have a strict regard for his pledged word. He could hardly prevent the entrance of a plan of escape into a brain which was, as yet, on parole, but he would not take the smallest step to put it into execution before the appointed hour should strike. To pass the time, he would scribble a note to explain his conduct, and, wondering the while whether he should not have to destroy it, even before he had finished it, he tore out a leaf from his pocket-book and began. Dear Mr. Cameron, to justify my unadvertised departure, I am fain to put you in mind that I gave my parole of honour for the space of a se'nnight from the day and hour of my capture by you in the evening of last Friday. In 10 minutes more, that period will have expired, and I trust you will not think it any infraction of military honour that, without having previously recalled that fact to your memory, I intend at 6:30 to attempt my freedom. I shall always retain the most cordial remembrance of your hospitality, and though the pilgrimage of the last few days has been somewhat prolonged, it has enabled me to be present upon a most interesting occasion. Adieu, and forgive me for supposing that when you are more accustomed to a military life, he will not repeat the oversight by which I am hoping to profit. Your most obedient, humble servant, Keith Wyndham, Captain. When he had finished this effusion, of which the last paragraph, it cannot be denied, afforded him a special pleasure, he still waited, watch in hand. At 6:30 exactly he rose from the pallet, and, feeling remarkably like a footpad, opened Ardroy's modest baggage with hasty fingers. It proved to contain a clean shirt, a pair of stockings, a few odds and ends, and a kilt. The plunderer held this up in some dismay, for he would very greatly have preferred trews, such as Ardroy was wearing at present, but it was this nether garment or his own, and in a remarkably short space of time he was surveying his bare knees with equal disgust and misgiving. No knees that he had seen this week under tartan were as white as that. Happily, the garret was dusty, and therefore his legs, if not respectably tanned, could at least look dirty. He thought at first of retaining his uniform coat, which he fancied could be fairly well hidden by Ardroy's plaid. How he blessed him for leaving it behind! But the skirts were a little too long, and the blue cuffs, with their gallants, too conspicuous, and so he decided to go coatless. Thereupon he began experiments with a plaid. What a devil of a lot of it there was! He wished he had a bonnet to pull forward on his brows, but one could not expect everything to be provided. The want, however, reminded him of his incongruous wig, and he took this off and placed it, with his discarded uniform, under the mattress. And so there he was, clad in a costume he would as soon have assumed as the trappings of a Red Indian, and clad very insecurely too, he feared, for Ardroy's kilt was too big for him, and he could not fasten it any tighter. Still, no sign of any person coming. Keith looked doubtfully at his host's rifled baggage. It was his duty to regain his liberty by any lawful means, but he had certainly acted the part of a pickpocket. The only compensation in his power was to pay for the clothes he had taken, since those he had left behind were no adequate exchange. He pulled out his purse, having small idea of the worth of the purloined garments, and still less of how Ardroy would view the payment. He suspected that the Highlander might not relish it, but for his own peace of mind he felt constrained to make it. And so he wrapped 3 guineas in his farewell letter and laid the letter on the chair. Then he softly opened the garret door, went to the head of the stairs, and listened. The immediate neighbourhood of the little room was deserted, and the sounds from below suggested that the bustle which existed in Fassifern House that evening was more likely to help than to hinder a pretended Cameron who desired to slip out unnoticed. Captain Wyndham settled the plaid more to his satisfaction, and began with an unconcerned air to descend the stairs. But he was clutching nervously at the top of the philibeg, and his legs felt abominably cold. Some 3/4 of an hour later, Donald Cameron of Lochiel and Alexander MacDonald of Keppoch, he whose clansmen had held Highbridge, were talking together outside the front of Fassifern House. About an hour previously, it had been arranged that the heavy baggage was to go forward that night along Loch Eel's side with a strong convoy of Camerons. A large escort was required, because at Korpach they would have to run the gauntlet of the neighbourhood of Fort William on the other side of the water, a danger which the prince and the rest of the little force would avoid next day by taking a route through Glen Sulag, impossible to the baggage train. "And I am sending my young cousin Ardroy in command of it," concluded Lochiel, though the news was something of the suddenness to him. But he will be ready. He's a very punctual person, is Ewen. And they went on to speak of other matters, of MacLeod's refusal to observe his solemn engagement to join the prince, even if he came alone, which was still more resented than the withdrawal of Sir Alexander MacDonald of the Isles, and of what Sir John Cope would do, and where he would elect to give them battle. For that the English general would take his alarmed way up to Inverness without daring to face them had not occurred to the most sanguine. Lochiel, indeed, was looking very grave. Keith Wyndham's flash of insight had been correct. He was not deluded. His was the case of a man who was risking everything: life, fortune, lands, the future of his young family, against his better judgment, because, more scrupulous of his plighted word than the chief of MacLeod or MacDonald of Sleat, he felt himself too deeply engaged to draw back without loss of honour. Yet, unlike MacLeod's, his engagement only pledged his support in the case that the prince came with French assistance, and he had come without it. The fate of his whole clan lay on Lochiel's shoulders. More, the fate of every man in the rising, for if he had held back, the spark would have been quenched at the outset for lack of fuel. That knowledge was a heavy burden to be laid on a man who, far from being a freebooting chief, had striven all his life for the betterment of his people. Yes, he was saying for the second time, if we can reach and hold the pass over the Corriaric before Cope. At that moment, there was a rapid step behind the two men. Lochiel heard his own name uttered in sharp accents, and, turning quickly, beheld the young commander of the baggage convoy in a state of high discomposure. "My dear Ewen, what is wrong?" "He's gone!" And so agitated was Ardroy's tone, so black his brow, that Lochiel's own colour changed. "Who? Not the prince?" "The English officer, my prisoner. He's escaped. His parole expired at 6:30 this evening, and I, fool that I was, had forgot it over this business of the escort. He'll go straight to Fort William with information of our numbers and our arms. Oh, I deserve you should dismiss me, Lochiel. He's been away near an hour, I suppose. Shall I ride after him?" "No, I cannot, unless you give the convoy to someone else. And truly I think I'm not fit." Lochiel broke in, laying a hand on his arm. "'Tis not worthwhile pursuing him, my dear Ewen, nor any very great loss to be rid of him. I doubt not, too, that they have already at Fort William all the information that Captain Wyndham can give. But how, with that uniform, did he get away?" The enraged young man ground his teeth. "He was not wearing his uniform. He stole some clothes from me, a philibeg and my plaid, and he left me a damned impertinent letter. And these." He unclosed the hand and held out 3 gold coins. "Isn't that the final insult, that he must leave so much more than the things were worth, as though to—" He appeared unable to finish the sentence. "If I ever meet him again—" Back went his arm, and Captain Wyndham's guineas hurtled violently into the shrubbery of Fassifern House. End of section 7. Section 8 of The Flight of the Heron by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. Part 2. Flood Tide.
To wanton me, can ye what maist would wanton me, to see King James at Edinburgh Cross, with 50,000 foot and a horse, and the usurper forced to flee. All this is what maist would wanton me. Jacobite Song. Chapter 1. The dusk of early October had fallen on the city of Edinburgh, that stately city, which for some 3 weeks now had been experiencing a situation as odd as any in its varied and turbulent history. For Prince Charles and his Highlanders held the town, but not the castle, secure on its lofty and impregnable rock. This they could neither storm, owing to its position, nor, from lack of artillery, batter down, while King George's military representatives in the castle were, for their part, unable to regain control of the city below them. The stalemate thus established was perfectly in harmony with the spirit of unconscious comedy which had reigned throughout these weeks, beginning with the ludicrous indecisions and terrors of the city fathers on the news of the Highland advance, and the casual method by which the city had suffered itself to be captured, or rather walked into, by Lochiel and his men. For the opening of the Netherbow port very early on the morning of the 17th of September, just as the Highlanders outside were preparing to withdraw disappointed, was due to nothing more momentous than the exit of a hackney carriage on its way to its stable in the Canongate. Though it is true that it was the carriage which had just brought back the discomfited envoy sent to interview the prince at Gray's Mill. Yesterday only had come to an end the latest, and not entirely humorous, episode of some days' duration, when, the prince having blockaded the castle, in other words, having cut off daily supplies, the garrison had retaliated by firing on the town, killing some innocent inhabitants, striking terror into them all, and making it very undesirable to be seen in the neighbourhood of the castle in the company of a Highlander. Violent representations on the part of the city to the prince, embodying the most hideous complaints against the garrison, had brought this uncomfortable state of affairs to an end by the raising of the blockade. Itself originated, so the story went, by the discovery of smuggled information in a pat of butter destined for the valetudinarian general guest, for whom milk and eggs were permitted to pass daily into the castle. Yet the old gentleman's treacherous butter was only one of the many whimsical touches of the goddess Thalia, who had devised, during these weeks of occupation, such ingenious surprises as the descent of a soldier from the castle by means of a rope into Livingston's yard, where he set a house on fire, and returned in triumph, by the same method, with a couple of captured Jacobite muskets. The discomfiture, by a sudden illumination from above, of 3 Camerons sent experimentally to scale the castle rock under cover of darkness, and, perhaps the most genuinely comic of all, the solemn paying out to the cashier and directors of the Royal Bank of Scotland, within the very walls of the castle, and in exchange for Prince Charles's notes, of the ready money which had been taken there for safety, but the lack of which inconvenienced the Edinburgh shopkeepers as much as anybody. This transaction had taken place, under the white flag, during the blockade itself. But tonight, the guns being silent, and General Joshua Guest once more in possession of his invalid diet, the lately terrified citizens and the high, crammed houses, with their unsavoury approaches, were preparing to sleep without fear of bombardment next day by their own defenders. Those outposts of the invading foe, which always kept a wary eye upon the castle and its approaches, and which had not passed through a very enviable time the last few days, the Highland Guard at the Way House, the West Bow, and elsewhere, had received their night relief, and Mr. Patrick Crichton, saddler and ironmonger, was writing in his diary further caustic and originally spelt remarks anent these scoundrels, skirlywheelers, and hill-skippers. Inside the walls, all was quiet. But at the other end of the town, Holyrood House was lit up, for there was dancing tonight in the long gallery under the eyes of that unprepossessing series of early Scottish kings, due to the brush of an ill-inspired Dutchman, and under a pair of much more sparkling ones. For the prince was gay tonight, as he was not always, and though, following his usual custom, he himself did not dance, it was plain that the growing accessions to his cause during the last few days had raised his spirits. For, besides all those who had joined him soon after Glenfinnan, Stewarts of Appin, MacDonalds of Glengarry, Grants of Glenmoriston, 2 days ago had come in fierce old Gordon of Glenbucket with 400 men, and the day before that young Lord Ogilvy, the Earl of Airlie's son, with 600, and Farquharson of Balmoral with 200, and his kinsman of Monaltry with more. And others were coming. Whatever the future might hold, he was here as by a miracle in the palace of his ancestors, having defeated in a quarter of an hour the general who had slipped out of his path in August, and returned by sea to the drubbing which awaited him among the morasses and the corn stubble of Prestonpans. So there, at the end of the gallery nearest to his own apartments, in a costume half satin, half tartan, stood the living embodiment of Scotland's ancient dynasty, and drew to himself from time to time the gaze of every lady in the room. But it was to those of his own sex that he chiefly talked. At the other end of the gallery, which looked out onto the garden and the chapel, Alison Grant, very fine in her hoop and powder, her flowered brocade of blue and silver, with a scarf of silk and tartan and a white autumn rose on her breast, was talking with animation to 3 young men, one of whom, in a French uniform, bore a strong resemblance to her, and was in fact her young brother Hector, just come over from France. The others were distant kinsmen, Grants of Glenmoriston and Shugley, respectively. Right in the corner, on a gilded chair, sat Mr. Grant in a not very new coat, for it was more fitting that Alison should go braw than he. His hands rested on his cane, and his lined face, half shrewd and half childlike, wrinkled into a smile as he saw the likelihood that neither young Glenmoriston nor young Shugley, who seemed to be disputing in a friendly way for the honour of the next dance, would obtain it, since someone else was making his way between the knots of talkers to this corner. To judge by the glances cast at him as he passed, it appeared that Alison was not the only lady there to think that a certain tall cadet of Clan Cameron, a captain in Lochiel's regiment and one of the prince's aide-de-camp, who wore powder for the nonce and amber satin instead of tartan, was the match of any other gentleman in the room. Except, of course, of him with a star on his breast. Yet Alison, for some reason, gave the newcomer the briefest glance now, though it was a sweet one enough. Then her eyes wandered away again. The 2 Grants, evidently thinking their cause hopeless, took themselves off. "Alison, here's your cavalier come to claim you," said her father from his corner. "Alison has not a look or a thought to give to me nowadays," observed Ewen, looking at his love from behind, at the back of her white neck, where the sack fell in imposing folds from the square of the bodice, and where 2 little unruly tendrils of hair, having shaken off their powder, were beginning to show their true colour. "Like the rest of the ladies, she has eyes only for the prince. Oh, 'tis pity I'm not a Whig, for then she might pay me some attention, if only in order to convert me." At that, Alison looked round, laughing. "Well, sir," she said, looking him up and down, "your costume, I vow, is almost Whiggish. In those clothes, and without a scrap of tartan upon you, you might be an Englishman." "Or a Frenchman," suggested her father from his corner. But this accusation Alison repudiated somewhat indignantly. No, Frenchmen are all little men. Yet, having lived so much in France, she must have known better. "No one could call Ardroy little, I admit," agreed Mr. Grant. "And he has not the French physiognomy. But in that dress he has quite the French air." "Thank you, sir," said Ewen, bowing, "since I suppose I am to take that as a compliment." "There are some tall fellows enough in my regiment," declared Hector Grant, drawing up his slim and active figure. "For my part, I've no ambition to attain the height of a pine tree. Alison, is it customary in Scotland, think you, for a brother to lead out his sister?" "Not unless they are so unlike that the company cannot guess the kinship," responded Ewen for his betrothed. "Not, therefore, in this case, Echen." "Proprietary airs already, I see," retorted the young soldier, a smile in the dark eyes, which were Alison's too. "Eh bien, if I may not have Alison, I vow I'll dance with the oldest dame present. I like not your young missus." And away he went, while Ewen, offering his hand, carried off his lady for the minuet which was just about to begin. And, intoxicated by the violins, the lights, the shimmer of satin and silk, with just enough tartan to show the gathering's heart, thinking of copes soundly beaten, Edinburgh in their hands, Ewen distinguished by the prince for Lochiel's sake, Alison felt that she was stepping on rosy clouds instead of on a mortal floor. Her feet ached to dance a reel rather than this stately measure. And Ewen, the darling, how handsome, though how different he looked in powder. Did he too know this pulsing exhilaration? He always kept his feelings under control. Yet, when his eyes met hers, she could see in them, far down, an exaltation profounder, perhaps, than her own. The music ceased. Her betrothed bowed low, and Alison sank smiling in a deep curtsy that spread her azure petticoat about her like a great blue blossom. Then she took his hand, and they went aside. "Now you must fan yourself, must you not, whether you be hot or no? What are these little figures on your fan? Cupids or humans?" asked Ewen. "Oh, mercy on us!" exclaimed Miss Grant suddenly, looking towards the end of the apartment. "The prince is no longer here." "Is he not? responded Ewen calmly. I had not observed. And you one of his aide-de-camp. Fie on you, cried Alison, and took her fan out of his hand. I was looking at you, Mokri, said her lover in his deep, gentle voice, and offered no other excuse. But where can His Royal Highness have got to? My dear, His Royal Highness is under no vow that I know of to watch us dance any longer than he pleases. However, there's another of his aide-de-camp, Dr. Cameron. Perhaps he can assuage your anxiety. Archie? Dr. Archibald Cameron, Lochiel's brother, turned round at his kinsman's summons. He was a man only a dozen years or so older than Ewen himself, with much of Lochiel's own wisdom and serenity, and Ewen had for him a respect and affection second only to that which he bore his chief. Archie, come and protect me from Miss Grant. She declares that I'm a Whig, because I'm wearing neither trews nor philibeg, and unworthy of the position I occupy towards the prince, because I had not observed his withdrawal, nor can tell her the reason for it. But already the fiddles had struck up for another dance, and one of the young Grants had returned, and was proffering his request anew. So Ewen relinquished his lady, and watched her carried off, sailing away like a fair ship. Oh, taken to task so soon, said Dr. Cameron, with a twinkle. He was a married man himself, with several children. No doubt if my Jean were here, I should be in like case, for though I knew the prince had withdrawn, I have not fashed myself about it. Neither did Ewen now. Is it true, he asked, that Donald will not be here tonight at all? Yes, I left him by his own fireside in the Canongate. He's not ill, Archie? No, he's older and wiser than we, that's all. And giving his young cousin a nod and a little smile, Dr. Cameron went off. Ewen abode where he was, for it was too late to secure a partner. Suddenly, hearing his name uttered in a low tone behind him, he turned to see Mr. Francis Strickland, one of the 7 men of Moidart, the gentleman who had landed with the prince in the west. Captain Cameron, said he, coming closer and speaking still lower, though at the moment there was no one within a couple of yards or so. Captain Cameron, the prince desires that in a quarter of an hour you will station yourself at the door of the ante-room leading to his bedchamber, and see to it that no one approaches his room. His Royal Highness finds himself indisposed, and obliged to withdraw from the ball, but he particularly wishes that no attention shall be called to his absence. Do you understand? Ewen stared at him, a good deal astonished at this commission. There was something furtive, too, about Mr. Strickland's manner which he did not relish, and, in common with many of the Highland chiefs, he was coming to dislike and mistrust the Irish followers of the prince, though Strickland, to be accurate, was an Englishman. This indisposition is very sudden, Mr. Strickland, he observed. A short while ago, the prince was in the best of health and spirits. I suppose, sir, retorted Strickland tartly, that you scarcely consider yourself to be a better judge of the prince's state of health than he is himself. No, returned Ewen, his Highland pride all at once up in arms. But I do conceive that, as his personal aide-de-camp, I take my orders from His Royal Highness himself, and not from any intermediary. Mr. Strickland's eye kindled. You're not very polite, Captain Cameron, he observed with truth. Indeed, he seemed to be repressing a warmer retort. I am to tell the prince, then, that you refuse the honour of his commands, and that he must find another aide-de-camp to execute them. No, since I have not refused, said Ewen with brevity, and he turned upon his heel. But Strickland clutched at his arm. Not yet. You're not to go yet. In a quarter of an hour's time. And Ewen stopped. The prince intends to be indisposed in a quarter of an hour's time, he exclaimed. Then indeed 'tis a very strange seizure. I doubt Dr. Cameron would be better for the post. Oh, for God's sake, Captain Cameron, said Strickland in an agitated whisper, pulling Ewen by the sleeve. Oh, for God's sake, show some discretion. Moderate your voice. And he murmured something about a delicate task and a wrong choice, which only inflamed Ewen's suspicions the more. What intrigue was afoot that the prince's door should be guarded under plea of illness in a quarter of an hour's time? He was expecting a visit, perhaps. From whom? Ewen liked the sound of it very little, the less so that Strickland was plainly now in a fever of nervousness. Pray let go of my arm, sir, he said, and the Englishman, not at once complying, added meaningly, "If you do not wish me to be still more indiscreet." On which Mr. Strickland hastily removed his grasp, and Ewen turned and began to make his way down the room, careless whether Strickland were following or no, since if that gentleman's desire for secrecy was sincere, he dared not make an open protest among the dancers. As he went, Ewen very much regretted Lochiel's absence tonight, and also the indisposition of Mr. Murray of Broughton, the Prince's secretary, who had delicate health. Mr. Strickland must be aware of both those facts. And if Strickland were in this business, whatever it might be, it was fairly certain that Colonel O'Sullivan, the Irish Quartermaster General, was in it also. For a second or so, the young man hesitated and glanced about for Dr. Cameron, but he was nowhere to be seen now. Then he himself would try to get to the bottom of what was going on, and as when his mind was made up, an earthquake would scarcely have turned him from his path, Mr. Cameron of Ardroy made straight for the Prince's bedchamber with that intention. The drawing-room leading directly from the picture gallery had about a dozen couples in it. The anteroom, which gave at right angles from this, was fortunately empty, although the door between was open. The investigator went quietly through, closing this, marched across the anteroom, and knocked at the Prince's door. "Avanti!" cried a voice, and Ewen went into the bedchamber, which had once been the ill-fated Darnley's. The Prince was sitting on the other side of the gilded and embroidery-hung bed, with his back to the door, engaged, it seemed, in the absence of Morrison, his valet, in pulling on his own boots. A black cloak and plain three-cornered hat lay upon the gold and silver coverlet. "Is that you, O'Sullivan?" he asked, without turning his head. "I shall be ready in a moment." Ewen thought, "I was right. O'Sullivan is in it." "Your Royal Highness," he said aloud. At that, the Prince looked quickly behind him, then, still seated on the bed, turned half round, leaning on one hand. "My orders, Captain Cameron, were for you to post yourself at the outer door. There has evidently been some mistake, either on your part or on Mr. Strickland's." "On mine, then, may it please your Royal Highness," admitted Ewen coolly. "As the order puzzled me somewhat, I have ventured to ask that I may receive it from your Royal Highness's own mouth." The mouth in question betrayed annoyance, and the Prince arose from his position on the bed and faced his aide-de-camp across it. "Mon Dieu, I thought it was plain enough. You will have the goodness to station yourself outside the farther door, and to let no one attempt to see me. I am indisposed." "And the quarter of an hour's interval, of which Mr. Strickland spoke, sir?" "That is of no moment now. You can take up your place at once, Captain Cameron." And with a gesture of dismissal, the Prince turned his back and walked across the room, towards the curtained window. It was thus plainly to be seen that he had his boots on. He was not then expecting a visit. He was going to pay one. Hence the sentinel before the outer door, that his absence might not be known. Ewen looked at the cloak on the bed, thought of the dark Edinburgh streets, the 101 narrow little entries, the chance of a scuffle, of an encounter with some unexpected patrol from the castle, and took the plunge. "Your Royal Highness is going out, at this hour?" The Prince spun round. "Who told you that I was going out? And, if I were, what possible affair is it of yours, sir?" "Only that, as your aide-de-camp, it is my great privilege to watch over your Royal Highness's person," answered Ewen respectfully but firmly. "And, if you were going out into the streets of Edinburgh at night, without a guard—" Charles Edward came nearer. His brown eyes, striking in so fair-complexioned a young man, sparkled with anger. "Captain Cameron, when I appointed you my aide-de-camp, I did not think that I was hampering myself with us—" He bit off the short, pregnant word, that aide-de-camp's suddenly paling face evidently recalling to him whither he was going. But he instantly started off again on the same road. "Oh, Dieu me damne," he said irritably. "Am I to have your clan always at my elbow? Lochiel may have walked first into Edinburgh, but he was not the first to declare for me. He sent his brother to beg me to go back again. I think you Camerons would do well to remember—" Again he broke off, for there had come a knock at the door. But Ewen, white to the very lips, had put his hand behind him and turned the key. "Will your Royal Highness kindly give your orders to some other man?" he asked, in a voice which he did not succeed in keeping steady. "I'll not endure to hear either my chief or myself insulted. No, not though it be by my future king." The prince was brought up short. His aide-de-camp might have taken upon himself a good deal more than his position warranted, but to offend a chieftain of Clan Cameron at this juncture was madness. Charles was not yet a slave to the petulant temper which from his boyhood had given anxiety to those about him, and which in later unhappy years was to work so much disaster, and his great personal charm was still undimmed. "Wait a little," he called through the door, and then looked with appeal in his beautiful eyes at the tall figure in front of it, rigid with the stillness of a consuming anger. "Audrey, forgive me for a moment of irritation. I scarce knew what I was saying. You cannot think that there is any thought in my breast for my good Luchiel, but gratitude, all the greater gratitude, that he knew and weighed the risk he ran, and yet drew that true sword of his. And as for you, how did I insult you?" "I think," said Ewen, still very pale and haughty, and using to the full the physical advantage which he had, not very many had it, of being able to look down on his prince. "I think that your Royal Highness was near calling me something that no gentleman can possibly call another." "Why, then, I could not have been near it, since I hope I am a gentleman." The prince smiled his vanquishing smile. "And to prove that you are imagining vain things, my dear Ardroy, I shall tell you on what errand I am bound tonight, and you shall accompany me, if you still insist upon your right to watch over my royal person." Ewen was not vanquished. "Your Royal Highness is too good," he answered, bowing, "but I should not dream of claiming that right any longer, and I will withdraw." "I always heard that you Highlanders were unforgiving," lamented the prince, between jest and earnest. Devoted though they were certainly not easy to manage. "Come, Ardroy, you are much of an age with myself, I imagine. Do you never say in heat what you design not, and regret the moment after?" Their eyes met, the warm southern brown and the blue. "Yes, my prince," said Ewen suddenly. "Give me what orders you will, and they shall be obeyed." "I am forgiven, then?" asked the prince quickly, and he held out his hand as though to clasp his aide-de-camp's. But Ewen bent his knee and put his lips to it. During this touching scene of reconciliation, it was evident from various discreet but not too patient taps upon the door that the excluded person on the other side still desired admittance. "Open the door, mon ami," said Charles Edward, and Ewen, unlocking it, did so, and in walked Colonel John William O'Sullivan, not too pleased, as was obvious, at his exclusion. He carried a cloak over his arm. "I thought your Royal Highness was admitting no one except—" He stopped and looked in dumb annoyance at the intruder. Ewen showed a stony front. There was no love lost between the Quartermaster General and the Camerons whom he had posted so badly at Tranent before the recent battle. "Strickland has not come yet," observed the prince, and added with a spice of malice, "I think it well to take an aide-de-camp with me, O'Sullivan. We shall therefore be a partie carrée." "As your Highness pleases, of course," said O'Sullivan stiffly. "And in that case," went on his Royal Highness, "he had best know whither we are bound. We are going, my dear Ardroy, to pay a visit to a lady." Ewen was astonished, for he had seen enough since their coming to Edinburgh to make him conclude that the prince was, perhaps fortunately, very cold where women were concerned, no matter how much incense they burnt before him. Then disgust succeeded to astonishment. Was this the time for intrigues of that nature? But the latter emotion, at least, was very transitory, for the prince went on almost at once. "'Tis the Jacobite widow of a Whig lord of session, an old lady, but no doubt charming and certainly loyal, who dwells at the corner of the West Bow and the Grassmarket." "So near the castle," broke from Ewen in spite of himself. "Donc, the last place in which I shall be looked for. Moreover," said the young prince gaily, "I am borrowing Murray's name, since Lady Easterhall is his kinswoman, and is expecting a visit from him, though not, I'm bound to say, tonight. You look blank, Captain Cameron." And Ewen had no doubt he did. "See, then, read the old lady's letter to Murray." Ewen took the paper which the prince drew from his pocket, and read the following, written in a slightly tremulous hand. "My dear John, It will no doubt be your labours in His Royal Highness's service that have hitherto hindered you from waiting upon an old woman who has not set eyes upon you since you were a lad. I see I'll even have to bid you to my house, and maybe set a bait to bring you there. Well then, do you mind of William Craig of Craigmains, him that sibbed to your Uncle Dixon on the mother's side, with a pretty fortune, and kin that went out, severals of them, in the 15? He comes to Edinburgh today on affairs, and will likely stay 2 to 3 days with me. And I'm thinking that could he be gained for the good cause, others of the Five Lairds might follow his example. Forby, there's his siller. Try then, could you not dine with me the morn at 3 of the clock, and have a bit crack with Craigmains, and tell him how well things go for our bonny prince, and you'll maybe do as good an afternoon's work as writing proclamations. Your loving great-aunt, Anna Easterhall. This letter was superscribed to Mr. John Murray of Broughton at Holyrood House, and was of the same day's date. Ewen gave it back to the royal hand in silence. Mr. Murray is indisposed and keeps his room, and I am going to pay his great-aunt a visit in his stead, said the prince, going to the bed and taking up his cloak. And our bonny prince himself will have the necessary bit crack with his Five Laird of the money-bags. You can see from the letter that Lady Easterhall thinks a little persuasion might induce him to open them, and I flatter myself that he'll yield to me sooner than to Murray. But your Royal Highness could cause this kinsman of Mr. Murray's to come here, instead of venturing yourself in the Grassmarket, objected Ewen, to whom this Harun al-Rashid scheme, unknown, he felt sure, to the secretary himself, did not at all appeal. Not before he had made up his mind, man. He would not. Your Lowland Scot is too canny. But would not a visit to this lady tomorrow? Would you have me approach the castle in daylight, my friend? But consider the other dwellers in the house, urged Ewen. Your Royal Highness knows that nearly all Edinburgh lives pell-mell, one above the other. Lady Easterhall's neighbour on the next land may well be a Whig gentleman, or— My dear Ulysses, said the prince, laying a hand familiarly on his aide-de-camp's arm, you may have an old head on young shoulders, but so have I, too. Lady Easterhall is very singular. She has a whole house to herself. I found this out from Murray. And if report says true, the house itself is singular also. At that moment there was another discreet tap at the door, and O'Sullivan, who had been listening to this conversation in a sardonic silence, opened it to admit Mr. Francis Strickland in a cloak. In response to the displeased query on the last comer's face, the Quartermaster-General observed that Captain Cameron was going with him, though one gathers that he disapproves. "He has my leave to disapprove," said the prince lightly, "provided he comes too." He was evidently in great spirits at the prospect of this escapade, as pleased as a boy at stealing a march on his bedridden secretary, relieved, too, perhaps, at having laid the storm which he had himself raised, and when Ewen asked him whether he should not procure him a chair, scouted the idea. He would go on his own feet, as less likely to attract attention. And when I have my cloak so, he threw it round his face up to the very eyes, who will know me? I learnt the trick in Rome, he added. But his gaze then fell upon his aide-de-camp's attire. Oh, faith, Ardroy, you must have a cloak too, to cover up that finery. Nay, you cannot go to fetch one now. I know where Morrison keeps another of mine. And the sentinel at your Royal Highness's antechamber door? Inquired Strickland in an injured voice. The door must go wanting one, after all, unless you yourself covet the post, Strickland. In that case, you can lend your cloak to Captain Cameron. And at the look on Strickland's face he laughed. I was but jesting. Like the man in the Gospel, I have 2 cloaks. Here, Ardroy, if it will serve for that excessive height of yours. Now, for my great-great-great-grandsire's private stair. End of section 8. Section 9 of The Flight of the Heron by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. Part 2, Chapter 2. The 3 men followed him in silence down the narrow, twisting stair, Ewen bringing up the rear, and wondering why disapproval made one feel so old. And, after O'Sullivan had given the word of the day and passed them out of Holyrood House, they were soon walking briskly, not up the Canongate itself, but up the slope parallel to it, the back of the Canongate, the prince in front with the Irishman, Ewen behind with Strickland, both the latter very silent. Flurries of the October wind plucked at their cloaks as they went in the semi-darkness, sometimes swooping at them from the open grassy spaces of the King's Park on their left, at others appearing to originate mysteriously in the tall line of houses of the Canongate, with their intervening gardens on the right. They met nobody until they came to the Cowgate port, and, O'Sullivan again giving the word to the guard, were admitted within the town walls and the nightly stenches of Edinburgh proper. In the Cowgate there were still a few folk abroad, and a couple of drunkards, emerging unexpectedly from a close, all but knocked into the prince. As he moved quickly aside to avoid collision, a man passing in the opposite direction was obliged to step into the gutter. It was quite natural that this man should turn his head to see the reason for being thus incommoded, but unfortunate that the prince's cloak should at that instant slip from its position. Ewen could only hope that the passer-by had not recognized him. There was at least nothing to indicate that he had. He went on his way without a pause, and the four adventurers resumed theirs. As they emerged into the grass market, the great mass of the Castle Rock, half distinguishable against the sky, and crowned with a few lights, lifted itself as if in menace. But a few steps farther, and it was blocked from view by the houses on the other side of that wide open space. Lights still burned in some of these, but everything was quiet. "That is the house," said the prince in a low voice, but it was not easy to know at which he was pointing across the grass market, since they all adjoined each other. "The entrance, however, is neither here nor in the West Bow, but in a close leading out of the grass market, so Murray says." Holding their fluttering cloaks about them, they crossed the grass market. Away to their right, when they were over, wound the curve of the West Bow. At the mouth of the close which the prince indicated, Ewen, seeing that O'Sullivan seemed to be going to allow his master to walk first up the dark passage, strode forward and without apology placed himself in front, and so preceded them all up the alley, his hand on his sword. He liked this place not at all. In a moment he felt a twitch on his cloak from behind. "This will be the door of the house," said the prince's voice. "See if you can summon someone. They keep uncommonly early hours hereabouts. I trust the household is not already abed." But Ewen, twirling the wrisp on the door in the gloom, welcomed this suggestion with delight, since, if it were so, the prince would be obliged to go home again. And for some little time it did appear as if his hope were to be fulfilled, for no one came in answer to his summons. He peered up the close. It seemed to him possible that its upper end debouched on the castle hill itself. It was madness to have come here. The prince himself then seized the ring and rasped it impatiently up and down, and very soon Ewen's heart sank again as he heard bolts being withdrawn inside. An old serving-man opened the door a little way and put his head out. "Will Lady Easterhall receive her kinsman, Mr. Murray of Broughton, and his friends?" asked Mr. Murray's impersonator. The ancient servitor opened the door a little wider. "Oh, aye, Mr. Murray of Broughton," he said, stifling a yawn. "Mr. Murray of Broughton," he repeated, in an owl-like manner which hinted at recent refreshment. "And Mr. Murray's friends," he added, with another yawn but no motion to admit the visitors. "How many of you will there be then? Is yon another?" For footsteps had been coming up the close, and at the words a man passed the group, walking quickly. He did not glance at them, and it was too dark in the alley to see faces, but Ewen felt an uncomfortable suspicion that it was the same man who had passed them in the Cowgate, and had looked at the prince. But no, surely this man was shorter. Moreover, he had betrayed no interest in them. "How come, man, conduct us to Lady Easterhall," said O'Sullivan sharply. "Or is she abed?" "Nay, her ladyship is taking a hand at the cards, or playing at the dambrod with Miss Isabel. Come ben then, sirs. Which of you will be Mr. Murray?" But nobody answered him. They followed him towards the staircase, up which he began laboriously to toil. "Forby, her ladyship's not expecting Mr. Murray till the morn," they heard him mutter to himself. But soon he did little save cough
as he panted and stumbled upwards, pausing once to announce that whiles he had a sore host. "Take heart, my Nestor," said the prince in Ewen's ear, as they arrived at the first floor. "It may be difficult to get into this house, but I've heard that it is easy to get out of it." Before he could explain himself, the old man had opened the door of a large room, economically and most insufficiently lit by the flickering firelight and a couple of candles on a small table near the hearth, at which sat an old lady and a young, playing draughts. There was no one else in the room. "My lady, here's your ladyship's kinsman, Mr. Murray of Broughton, and a ween friends to visit you. Will I bring some refreshment?" From the island of light, the old lady looked up, surprised. "You visit over late, nephew," she said, in a little, cracked, but authoritative voice, in the Scots common even to persons of breeding. "None the less, you are welcome. But did you not get my letter the day? Saunders, light the sconces and bring wine." And as one or two candles on the walls sprang to life, and the prince took a few steps forward, she leant from her easy-chair. "Hey, John, you've made a finer figure of a man than once I thought you liked to do. But have you the toothache that you're so happed up? Come and present your friends, and I'll make you acquainted with Miss Isabel Cochrane, your Aunt Margaret's niece. Bestir yourself now with the candles, Saunder. Dinna donor, man." The prince removed his cloak from the lower part of his face. "Madam," he said, bowing, "I must crave your pardon for having used your great-nephew's name as a passport. I am not Mr. Murray, and, though I hope indeed that you will not be so cruel, I await only your word to have your good Saunders show us the door again." The old lady peered still farther into the only half-dispelled dimness. "Preserve us! Who's gotten into the house?" she exclaimed. "Who is it? I canna see." But the girl was on her feet, the colour rushing into her face. Great-aunt, 'tis the prince himself." Even Ewen's disapproval was hardly proof against the scene that followed. Old Lady Easterhall rose tremulously on her ebony stick, her face working almost painfully, and attempted to kneel, which the prince of course would not allow, while Miss Cochrane, from pale that she was become, had the colour restored to her cheeks by the salute which he set on her hand as she rose from the deepest curtsy of her life. In a short time Saunders, babbling joyfully, had lit every sconce in the room, till the candlelight swam and glittered on the well-polished furniture and the half-seen satins of the visitors' coats, seeming to concentrate itself upon the winking star of St. Andrew, which, most ill-advisedly, thought the aide-de-camp, still adorned the royal breast. And when chairs had been set, and wine brought, then, at last, in a warm atmosphere of loyalty and emotion, the prince tactfully explained his errand. Lady Easterhall shook her becapped head. "Ah, I jaloosed it was not to see an old woman that your Royal Highness came here. But Craigmains is not come yet. He was not to reach the town till noon the morn. I thought I'd writ that in my letter to my nephew. So your Royal Highness has come here for nothing." The prince's face had indeed fallen, but he recovered himself quickly. "Oh, do not say that, madam. Have I not gained the pleasure of your acquaintance, and of Miss Cochrane's, not to speak of drinking the best claret I've tasted since I came to Edinburgh? So, let us pledge the missing guest, gentlemen, and the real Murray shall deal with him tomorrow." On which, lifting his glass, he drank again, and Colonel O'Sullivan and Mrs. Strickland followed his example. But Ewen did not. He had risen, and now remained standing behind the prince's chair, as one awaiting the signal to depart. Now that he had learnt the uselessness of his escapade, His Highness would no doubt speedily withdraw. But that young gentleman showed no sign of such an intention. On the contrary, he began in an animated manner to question Lady Easterhall on her recollections of the 15, while Miss Cochrane's hand played nervously with a neglected draftsman on the little table, though her eyes, wide and glamour-stricken, never left the unbidden guest. She, at least, even if she knew it not, was uneasy. And after a few minutes the prince became aware of his aide-de-camp's attitude. He turned his head. What a plague ails you, Captain Cameron, standing there like a grenadier? Oh, sit down, man, and do not so insult our hostess's excellent vintage." "I'd rather, with your Highnesses and Lady Easterhall's leave," replied Captain Cameron, "post myself in some part of the house whence I can get a view of the approach to it. Does not the close run up towards the castle hill, madam?" "Oh, you're very nervous, sir," commented O'Sullivan, half sneeringly. "Why should the nearness of the castle trouble Lady Easterhall, since His Royal Highness's presence cannot possibly be known there? And of what use is the guard at the Way House? Your own clansmen, too, if they cannot prevent the garrison from coming out." But Lady Easterhall herself seemed of Ewen's opinion. "The young gentleman is very richt," she declared. "He shall keep watch, if he's minded to, though, as you say, sir, the castle's little likely to trouble my house. Isabel, gang you with Captain Cameron, and show him the best windy for the purpose. Though, even if they should send a picket here," she added, smiling, "His Royal Highness and all could be out of the house before they could win entrance. There's a secret stair, gentlemen, leads from this very room down under the house to a bit door in the west bow, and the entry to it lies a hint yon scrutdoor at the side of the chimney, so you may be easy." All eyes turned towards the spot indicated, where, not far from the hearth, an ebony writing table with inlay of metal and tortoise shell, evidently of French importation, stood against the panelling. "A secret stair!" exclaimed the prince, and, in a lower tone, "Ma foi, rumour was right. You hear, Ardroy. So now you need not deprive us of your society, nor of Miss Cochrane's." "Miss Cochrane's I need not in any case take from your Royal Highness," responded Ewen, preparing to leave the room, "for I doubt not I can find a suitable lookout without troubling her. But, even with the secret stair, I think it would be better to post a sentry." A laugh from O'Sullivan followed him as he closed the door, and stirred his simmering wrath against the Quartermaster General and Strickland to a still higher temperature. That they should without remonstrance allow the prince to remain here, under the very shadow of the castle, for no more valid object than to drink Lady Easterhall's claret, and, of course, to give her pleasure by the honour done to her, was monstrous. It was true that it needed a certain amount of skill and courage to make a dash from the castle on account of the Highland Guards in its neighbourhood, but it was dark, and he was still uneasy about the man who had passed them in the close. The landing and stairway were ill lit, and he hesitated. He had better summon Saunders, perhaps. Then the door behind him opened and shut. A rather timid voice said, "Captain Cameron," and turning, he beheld Miss Isabel Cochrane with a lighted candle in her hand. "I came, sir, because I thought you would need this." She held it out none too steadily. "Oh, sir, you are the only one right of all of us. The prince should not bide longer. It is too dangerous." "So I think," said Ewen, looking down at her gravely. "I thank you, Miss Cochrane." He took the light from her. "Could you not persuade Lady Easterhall to hasten his departure?" "Oh, hardly," answered the girl regretfully. "Oh, you can see what it means to her to have the prince under her roof. If you will go along that passage, sir, you will find a window out of which you can see some way up the close. Oh, stay, I will show you, since I'm here." She slipped along the passage in front of him, and he followed with a candlestick. "Oh, there," said Miss Cochrane, "this window." She unlatched it, Ewen setting down the light at some distance. He saw the girl put her head out, and then draw back, her hand over her mouth as though to stifle a scream. Too late already. Look, look. Ewen leaned out. Down the dark alley, already echoing to the quick tramp of feet, a file of soldiers were advancing 2 by 2, an officer leading. He drew in his head. "I'll go back at once and warn the prince, madam. I will stay a moment to watch. Blow out the light, if you please. I do not want them to see me." Obeying him, the girl fled, while Ewen, crouching by the open window, held his breath as the heavy, hasty footsteps drew nearer and nearer, and he was looking down at last on 3-cornered hats and tilted bayonets. There were fully a score of soldiers, and they were stopping at Lady Easterhall's entrance.
He saw the officer raise a lantern to make sure of the door. Waiting no longer, he ran back along the passage and pelted down the stairs. "Saunders! Saunders!" Fortunately, the old man heard him at once and emerged from some lair of his own on the ground floor. "What's to do, sir?" "There are soldiers from the castle at the door. Don't admit them, on your life. They are after Mr. Murray. Is the door stout?" "Oh, not by ordinary stout. Oh, Dod, they'll be for coming in. No doubt of that." For a sword hilt, it might have been, was clamouring on the door. "If I'm not to open, they'll ding the door down." "Let them," commanded Ewen. "'Twill take some time to do it. And remember, you know nothing at all about her ladyship's visitors." He ran up again, thanking heaven with all his heart for the secret passage and its exit in a spot where the redcoats would never dare to show their faces, since there was a Highland post in the West Bow also. 3 minutes, perhaps, had elapsed since the first discovery and Miss Cochrane's return to the drawing-room. Ewen hoped, therefore, as he burst into that apartment, to find no one but the ladies remaining. To his dismay, however, they were all there, in a group against the wall on the right of the hearth. The writing-table had been pushed aside. Strickland was holding a candle close to a panel, and O'Sullivan seemed to be struggling with something in the carving of this. Lady Easterhall, looking incredibly old, was clinging to her great knees, and the eyes of both were fixed agonizedly on the Irishman and his efforts. The prince, though he too was watching O'Sullivan narrowly, appeared the most unconcerned of the five. Ardroy, it seems you were justified of your nervousness, then," he observed coolly. "And the spring of the panel is unfortunately stiff. It is long, evidently," he added, in a lower tone, "since a lover left this house by that road." "The soldiers are at the door," said Ewen, in a stifled voice. His heart felt like hot lead within him. Was all to end thus, so foolishly and so soon? The dull sound of battering came up from below. "Let Miss Cochrane try," suggested the prince. "I think it is rather skill than strength which is needed." And O'Sullivan relinquished his place to the girl. He was very pale, and Strickland had obvious difficulty in keeping the candle upright. "Oh, Isabel, Isabel, can you not stir it?" exclaimed Lady Easterhall, wringing her old hands. The girl's slender fingers were striving with the boss of carved woodwork which concealed the spring. "Oh, God," she whispered, and shut her eyes. "Is there no other possible hiding place?" Ewen was beginning in desperation when, with a loud grinding noise, the panel ran back, revealing a dark wall and the first few steps of a winding stair which plunged steeply downwards. "Oh, quick," said O'Sullivan, seizing Strickland by the arm. "You first, to light the stair. Now, your highness." The prince stepped through the aperture, and O'Sullivan himself followed. But Ewen lingered a moment on the threshold of safety. "Madam," he said earnestly to the shaken old lady, "if I may advise, do not you or Miss Cochrane stay a moment longer in this room. To be in your bedchambers retiring for the night, when the soldiers succeed in forcing an entrance, as I fear they will, is the best answer you can make to the charge of entertaining the prince. Do not, I beg of you, be found here, for he has still to get clear of the house." "You're recht," said Lady Easterhall. The frozen terror had left her face now. "It is you have had the wits all along, young sir. In with you. Now, Isabel, pit to the door, and then let's run for it." Behind Ewen came grinding and a snap, and he was left in almost complete darkness to find his way as best he could down the stair. Somewhere below he heard echoing steps and cautious voices, so the prince and his companions were still in the house. There must, indeed, be a passage as well as a stair, if one was to emerge into the West Bow right on the other side of it. For him there was no hurry. It was just as well to play rearguard. He started leisurely to descend, feeling his way by the newel, and hoping that he would never again go through another 5 minutes like the last. He had certainly not accomplished more than a dozen steps of the descent when he stopped and stiffened, his heart jumping into his throat. There had suddenly floated down from above an ominous dragging, rasping sound, which he had heard too recently not to recognize. It was the panel sliding open again. Had the soldiers found it already? It seemed almost impossible. Tugging at his sword, Ewen half leapt, half stumbled up the dark, twisting stair again, and was met by an oblong of light, barred across its lower half by the replaced writing table. But, as he was instantly aware, the room, though still brilliantly lit, for there had been no time to extinguish the sconces, was empty, and silent save for the sounds of furious battering which came up from below through its closed door. It was clear what had happened. The spring of the secret entrance, damaged perhaps, had failed to catch, and after the hurried departure of the two ladies, it had released the panel again. And so the first thing to attract the notice of anyone entering the room would be that yawning gap in the wall. Ewen sprang at the sliding door and tried to push it to again, but on its smooth inner surface there was nothing by which to get sufficient purchase. Closed it must be, at whatever cost, and on whichever side of it he was left. He thrust aside the escritoire, stepped out into the room, and pressed the boss which concealed the spring. The panel obediently returned, to within half an inch of its place. By getting hold of a projecting line of carving with his nails, Ewen feverishly contrived to push it completely home, but was instantly aware that it would no longer engage itself securely in whatever mechanism usually kept it fast there. In short, that, having first refused to open, it now refused to shut. And if the prince were not yet clear of the passage down below, if the fastenings of the door into the west bow, for instance, were rusty from disuse, as well they might be, he would yet be taken. There was a final crash from below. The door was undoubtedly down, and the invaders in the house. If only the existence of the sliding panel could be concealed for a few moments longer. To stand before it sword in hand, as was Ewen's impulse, were only to advertise its presence. He looked round in desperation. Perhaps the corner of the escritoire, pressed well against the line of carving, would eliminate that betraying crack in the woodwork. Yes, the escritoire was sufficiently heavy to keep the panel in place, and, provided that it was not itself moved away from its position, all might yet be well. Though not for him, who must now throw himself to the wolves to keep the secret inviolate. To ensure that the writing table stayed as he had put it, he must be near it, and have a reasonable excuse, too, for his position. The most natural was the best, so, throwing off his hat and cloak, he pulled up a chair, sat down. Unfortunately, this necessitated his having his back to the door, and, seizing a sheet of paper and a quill, began hastily to write a letter. His heart might be beating faster than usual, but his hand, as he saw with pleasure, was quite steady. My dear Aunt Margaret, I told you in my last letter of the victory gained. They were coming up the stairs now, and at the noise of their approach, he realized how unnatural it would look to be found writing a letter in the midst of such a disturbance as had been going on below. He let his head sink forward on his arm, as if he were overcome by sleep, and so was sitting when a second or two later the door was flung violently open, heavy feet came tumbling in, and there was a triumphant shout of, "Here's one of them, sir." Ewen judged it time to wake. He lifted his head and turned in his chair with a start, and then sprang to his feet in simulated astonishment. "Soldiers, what are you doing here?" There were a sergeant and 3 men of Lascelles' regiment in Lady Easterhall's drawing-room, and the sergeant advanced resolutely towards the tall gentleman in amber satin. "'Tis for us to ask that of you, sir." And then he stopped, his face lighting up with a sort of incredulous joy. "Lord, it's him himself!" he exclaimed. "Call the officer, quick, one of you. Bide where you are, sir," he said, with a mixture of triumph and respect. "If you don't stir, you'll not be harmed." Ewen saw that the man took him for the prince, a mistake well worth encouraging, if possible, though it was not very likely that an officer from the castle would make the same mistake. In any case, he had no intention of stirring from his place. As it was, he imagined that the crack of the panel was widening behind his back, and dared not turn his head to look. What would be the end of this? Edinburgh Castle and captivity at the best, perhaps a fate even less agreeable. Here was the officer pushing eagerly through the soldiers round the doorway. One glance at the figure in front of the escritoire, and that eagerness was wiped away. "That is not the prince, you fool," he said to the sergeant. "What was he doing when you came in? Did he offer any resistance?" Through the sergeant's reply that the gentleman was sitting at the table and seemed to be asleep, Ewen was striving not to manifest a surprise which, this time, was perfectly genuine. For, however he had become part of the marooned garrison of Edinburgh Castle, his captor was no officer of Lascelles' regiment from that fortress. He was Captain Keith Wyndham of the Royal Scots. End of section 9. Section 10 of The Flight of the Heron by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. Part 2, Chapter 3. But Ewen's own powder, satin, and lace were, apparently, as good as a disguise to him, for it was quite clear that Captain Wyndham had not recognized in this fine gentleman the tartan-clad victor of Loch Oich side, nor even his 7 days' host. No, even though he was now looking at his capture more directly, and saying, with military abruptness, "You are my prisoner, sir." Ewen drew himself up. "By what right, if you please?" he demanded. "By what right, indeed, do you break it all into a private house?" "The Lord Provost shall know of this tomorrow," he went on, with a sudden idea of passing himself off as an ordinary peaceful burgess. "The Lord Provost shall know of it, and will require an explanation from General Guest." Alas, his voice, at any rate, was not unfamiliar, like his hair and costume. Captain Wyndham suddenly strode forward, gave an exclamation, and recoiled a little. "What? It is you, Ardroy? Then I know that the Pretender's son is in this house, for you are one of his aide-de-camp. Sergeant, leave a couple of men here, and search the next floor with the others. I will follow in a moment." "Is that your pretext for breaking into an old lady's house at this hour of night?" asked Ewen, with a fine show of indignation, as the sergeant withdrew. "Surely you know the way to Holyrood House, Captain Wyndham, though, in truth, it may not be so easy to force an entrance there." In spite of his anxiety, he was able to view with pleasure Captain Wyndham's visible annoyance at this speech. "Mr. Cameron," said the soldier, with a steely light in his eyes, "I am not to be played with like this. The Pretender's son, with 3 companions, was seen to enter this house a short while." "I am sorry to disappoint you, sir," broke in Ewen, "but it was I who entered with 3 companions. As you see, I've just been mistaken anew for the prince. My 3 friends have left. Yes, those are their wine-glasses on the table. Lady Easterhall has retired, and I was beginning to write a letter when I fell into the dose which your noisy and illegal entry has cut short." "I don't believe you," said Keith starkly, though at the mention of the letter his eyes had strayed for a second to the escritoire, and Ewen immediately wished he had not called attention to it. "Nor do I believe that our informant mistook you for the Pretender's son. Tall though he is, you are much taller. He is somewhere hidden in this house." Taller, observed Ewen meditatively. "Ah, yes, I was forgetting your opportunities of observation at Glenfinnan. I suppose you were able to tell them his exact height at Fort William, after you had so craftily given me the slip." This effort at provoking an argument about the ethics of that action was unsuccessful, though he could see that his late prisoner did not relish the expression which he had applied to it. But Captain Wyndham merely repeated, with more emphasis, "He is somewhere hidden in this house." "If so, then perhaps you will have the good fortune to find and recognize him," said Ewen, with an air of levity. "Or if not His Royal Highness, one of the other 2, perhaps." "I have no doubt I shall," replied Keith shortly. "Meanwhile, your sword, if you please, Mr. Cameron." This object Ewen had not the slightest intention of surrendering. But any kind of parley with the enemy gained time, which was the important matter. So, after a long look at the floor, as though seeking counsel there, he put his hand to the hilt and very slowly drew the small sword from its velvet sheath. But, once the blade was out, his fingers retained their grip.
After all, I find that I dislike making you an unconditional gift of it, he announced coolly, while the candlelight played menacingly up and down the steel. But I cannot prevent your taking it, Captain Wyndham, if you think it worth the trouble. And with his free hand, he tucked his lace ruffle out of the way. But, as he had expected, half hoped yet half feared, for at bottom he was pining for a fight, the prince's pursuer did not wish to engage either himself or his men in personal conflict, while part of the house still remained unexplored. "I'll deal with you later, Mr. Cameron," he replied curtly, and turned to the soldiers. "See that the prisoner does not move from that spot, men. I am going to fasten the door." He went out, and, sure enough, could be heard to bolt the door on the outside. Ewen smiled to himself, to think how little he desired to quit his self-chosen position. "You'll not object to my sitting down, I hope," he observed politely to his two guardians, and, turning round the chair from which he had risen, casting, too, a quick glance at the panel behind him, still in place, he sat down, facing his jailers, his sword across his knees. Though they had no orders to that effect, he thought it just possible that they might attempt to disarm him, but they showed no sign of such a desire, standing stiffly by the door with their muskets and screwed bayonets, and glancing nervously at him out of the corners of their eyes. Mere young and North Country English lads, overawed by his dress and his air. Had they not been there, however, he could have decamped through the secret door, and what a charming surprise that would have been for Captain Wyndham when he returned, and Fassifern House the other way round. But, on second thoughts, Ewen was obliged to admit to himself that this withdrawal would not have been feasible in any case, because he could not close the panel from the inside. Meanwhile, Captain Wyndham, in pursuit of a prey already, please God, out of the snare, was presumably searching Lady Easterhall's bedchamber, and, a still more delicate matter, Miss Cochrane's. Ewen could not suppose that the task would be to his liking, and the thought of his opponent's embarrassment afforded him much pleasure, as he sat there with one silk-stockinged leg crossed over the other. His ill temper had gone. Too young a man to have at all enjoyed the role of disapproving critic forced upon him this evening, with his two elders covertly sneering at his prudence, and even the prince amused at him, he was more than relieved to be free of his ungrateful part. Events had most amply justified his attitude, and now, with rising spirits, he was free to try what his wits, and perhaps in the end his arm, could accomplish against Captain Wyndham and his myrmidons. It was true that, short of getting himself killed outright, he did not see much prospect of escaping imprisonment in the castle, but at any rate he might first have the satisfaction of a good fight, though it was to be regretted that he had not his broadsword instead of this slender court weapon. Still, to get the chance of using it against what he knew to be overwhelming odds was better than having to submit to being told that he had an old head on young shoulders. Sooner than he had expected, he heard returning feet, and now Captain Wyndham and he would really come to grips. It was by this time, he guessed, some 20 minutes since the prince had slipped down the stair, and, provided that there had been no difficulty about exit, he must be almost back at Holyrood House by this time. But one could not be sure of that. And in any case, Ewen had no mind to have the way he took discovered. Here, at last, was an opportunity of repaying to Captain Wyndham the discomfiture which he had cost him last August over his expired parole, perhaps even of wiping out, somehow, the insult of the money which he had left behind. The young man waited, with rather pleasurable anticipations. And Captain Wyndham came in this time, as Ewen knew he would, with an overcast brow and a set mouth. He was followed in silence by the sergeant and 5 men, so that the room now contained 9 soldiers in all. "Ah, I was afraid that you would have no luck," observed Ewen sympathetically. He was still sitting very much at his ease, despite his drawn sword. "A pity that you would not believe me. However, you have wasted time." Keith Wyndham shot a quick, annoyed, questioning glance at him, but made no reply. His gaze ran rapidly round Lady Easterhall's drawing-room, but there was in it no article of furniture large enough to afford a hiding-place to a man, and no other visible door. He turned to the 2 soldiers whom he had left there. "Has the prisoner made any suspicious movement?" "He has not moved from yonder chair," he was assured, in a strong Lancashire accent.
And yet, this is the room they were in, muttered the Englishman to himself, looking at the disordered chairs and the used wine glasses. After frowning for a moment, he started to tap the panelling on his side of the room, a proceeding which made Ewen uneasy. Had they heard up at the castle of the existence of a secret passage somewhere in this house? It was unpleasantly possible. But when Captain Wyndham came to the 3 windows giving on to the grass market, he naturally desisted. And the farther side of the room, that where Ewen and his writing table were situated, faced obviously down the close by which the soldiers had entered, so, if the Highlander followed his reasoning correctly, Captain Wyndham concluded that there was no room there for a hiding place, and did not trouble to sound the wall. Ewen, however, judged it time to rise from his chair. "I told you, Captain Wyndham, that my friends had gone," he remarked, brushing some fallen powder off his coat. "Will you not now take your own departure, and allow an old lady to resume the rest which I suppose you have just further disturbed?" He saw with satisfaction that the invader, who was, after all, a gentleman, did not like that thrust. However, the latter returned it by responding dryly. "You can render that departure both speedier and quieter, Mr. Cameron, by surrendering yourself without resistance." "And why, pray, should I be more accommodating than you were last August?" inquired Ewen, with some pertinence. Keith Wyndham coloured. "To bring back the memory of that day, sir, is to remind me that you then put me under a deep obligation, and to make my present task the more odious. But I must carry it out. Your sword, if you please." Ewen shrugged his shoulders in the way Miss Cameron condemned as outlandish. "I had no intention, sir, of reminding you of an obligation which I assure you I had never regarded as one. But why should I render your task, as you call it, more pleasant? And why make a task of it at all? The prince, as you see, is not here, and Generals Guest and Preston will find me a very disappointing substitute." Keith Wyndham came nearer and dropped his voice. His face looked genuinely troubled. "I wish, Ardroy, for your own sake, that you would let me take you unharmed. Take you I must. You are a chieftain, and the prince's aide-de-camp, as I happen to know. It is the fortune of war, as it was last August, when our positions were reversed. So, for the sake of the courtesy and hospitality which I then received from you—" "Oh, my sorrow!" burst out Ewen. "Must my past good conduct, as you are pleased to consider it, lead to my undoing now? And I very much doubt whether our positions are reversed, and whether any further disturbance, and you have made not a little already, do not bring the guard from the Westbow about your ears. If I might give advice in my turn, it would be to get back to the castle while yet you can." "Thank you," said Keith, with extreme dryness. "We will. Sergeant, have your men secure the prisoner." He stood back a little. Ewen had already decided, in the event of a fight, to abandon his post by the writing table, where, on one side at least, he could be taken in flank, and where any shifting of the table itself, highly probable in a struggle, would cause the panel to reveal its secret. Not that that would greatly matter now. Immediately the Englishman stepped back, therefore, he darted across the room and ensconced himself in the corner by the nearest window, hastily wrapping his cloak, which he had snatched up for the purpose, round his left arm. His eyes sparkled. He was going to have his fight. "I'm ready," he remarked cheerfully, seeing the much slower preparations of his assailants. "Is it to be a charge with the bayonet, or are you going to use the butt, my friends?" "Oh, you'll not use either," said Keith sharply to his men. "I do not wish this gentleman injured." "Then make him put up his sword, sir," retorted the sergeant in justifiable indignation. "Else it's ourselves will be injured, I'm thinking." Ewen was about to endorse this opinion, when a familiar and most welcome sound came to him through the closed window behind him. No mistaking that strain, and that the soldiers should hear it too, he turned a little and dashed his elbow, protected by the curtain, through the nearest pane of glass. In it flowed, wailing and menacing, the Cameron rant. "Sons of the dogs, come hither, and you shall have flesh." "I think you had best call off your men altogether, Captain Wyndham, if they are to save their own skins." And in the uneasy silence which he had procured, Ewen added with some exultation, "It is my own clan, the Camerons. They are coming down the Westbow into the grass market. There will not be much left of you, my good fellows, if you so much as scratch me." And, seeing the effect of his words, He tugged aside the curtain, flung open the partly shattered casement, and called out in Gaelic to the line of kilted figures just emerging from the west bow. The long yell of the slogan answered him as he swung quickly back on guard. But there was no need of his sword. Prestonpans had taught the castle garrison exaggerated terror of those who uttered such cries. The soldiers, the sergeant included, were already huddling towards the door, and Keith Wyndham was not in time to get between them and the exit. He stamped his foot in fury. "Do your duty, you dirty cowards!" he shouted, pointing at the figure by the window. But a second heart-shaking yell came up from the grass market. "Clananan con! He give ansho! He give ansho!" Perfectly deaf to their officers' objurgations, the English soldiers were occupied only with the question of which should be first from the room. Keith seized the last fugitive by the collar, but the only result of this appeal to force was that the man, who was very powerful, shook him off, thrust him back with small regard for his rank, and banged the door behind himself. Captain Wyndham, livid, threw himself upon the handle to pluck it open again, but the knob merely turned in his hand. The violent slam had evidently shot to the bolt on the outside. Hunter and quarry, only now it was hard to know which was which, were equally prisoners. Ewen, over at the window, laughed aloud. He could not help it. "You seem always to be unfortunate in your men, Captain Wyndham," he remarked, and, shaking the cloak off his left arm, slid his blade back into the scabbard. "I fear it is I who shall have to ask you for your sword. Would you prefer to give it up to me before the guard arrives?" He got it, but not in the fashion which he had expected. Keith, quite beside himself with mortification and rage, had already whipped out his weapon, while Ewen, with bent head, was sheathing his own. And now, really blind to the fact that the Highlander was for the moment defenceless and off his guard, Captain Wyndham sprang furiously at him, without warning of any sort. Ewen had no chance to draw again, no space to spring aside, no time for anything but to catch wildly at the blade, in the hope of diverting it. At the cost of a badly cut right hand, he succeeded in saving himself from being spitted, and the deflected point, sliding through his clutching fingers, went by his hip into the panelling, where, both men losing their hold at the same moment, the weapon stuck for the fraction of a second, and then fell ringing to the floor. Horrified and sobered, Keith had sprung back. Ewen, after a first instinctive movement to catch him by the throat, had checked himself, and, clasping his bleeding hand tightly with the other, leant back against the wall and looked at him with a mixture of sternness and inquiry. His breath was coming rather quickly, but, compared with his assailant, he was the image of calm. "My God," stammered the Englishman, as white as a sheet. "I never saw—" He indicated Ardroy's sheathed sword. "I might have killed you." He took a long breath and drew a hand across his eyes. Still looking at him curiously, his victim fished out his lace-bordered handkerchief and began to wrap it round his palm, a very inadequate precaution, for in a moment the cambric was crimson. In another, Keith was at his side. "How deeply is it cut? Let me—" and he pulled out his own more solid handkerchief. "I don't know," answered Ewen composedly, putting back his Mechlin ruffle, which had slipped down again. "Pretty deeply, it seems." He surrendered his hand. "Thanks. Over mine, then. Tie it tighter still." "Good God, I might have killed you," said Keith again under his breath, as he bandaged and knotted. I lost my temper, but as heaven's my witness, I thought you had your sword out." "Why, so I had, a moment earlier," replied Ewen. "You did not intend murder, then?" "I deserve that you should think so," murmured the soldier, still very much shaken. "Perhaps as it is, I have disabled you for life." Ewen had nearly retorted, "Why should that trouble you?" But he was so much astonished at the depth of feeling in his enemy's tone that he merely stared at his bent head as he tied the last knot. "These handkerchiefs are not enough," said Keith suddenly, relinquishing the wounded hand. He pushed aside the little brass gorget at his neck, untied and unwound his own lace cravat, and bound that over all. Then he stood back. "You will soon get attention now, Ardroy. Keep your hand up, so. There is my sword." he made a jerky movement towards the floor, and walking abruptly away to the hearth, stood there with his back turned. For a moment or two, Ewen also stood quite still where he was, looking at that back. That Captain Wyndham was ashamed of his attack on a practically unarmed man, he could understand. He would have had precisely the same scruples in his place, and he would certainly have felt the same rage and humiliation had he been deserted by his followers in so disgraceful a manner, though he could not imagine Highlanders ever acting so. And, observing the dejection revealed in Captain Wyndham's attitude, where he stood with bowed head and folded arms by the dying fire, and the complete absence in him of any of that mocking irony with which he himself had more than once made acquaintance at Ardroy, Ewen began to feel less vindictive about the incident of the guineas. Captain Wyndham, being an Englishman, did not understand Highland pride, and had probably never intended any insult at all. And now, with a sudden turning of the tables, he was again a prisoner, made in rather an absurd and ignominious fashion. Ewen could find it in his heart to be sorry for him. And what would be the advantage of yet another prisoner? The officers taken at Gladsmuir had to be paroled and sent away. He picked up the fallen sword, faintly smeared with red along its edges, and went over to the hearth. "Captain Wyndham." The scarlet-clad figure turned. "Your Camerons are very tardy," he said, with a bitter intonation. "Or are those yells all we are to know of them?" It was indeed sufficiently surprising that the rescuers had not entered the house some minutes ago, particularly as the door was broken open. Ewen listened. "I think that they are possibly chasing a retreating enemy. But, in any case," he held out Keith's sword, "I cannot stomach taking advantage of your being left in the lurch by those rascals. Put on your sword again, and I'll convey you safely out of the house." A dull flush swept over the English soldier's face. "You mean that I am to run the gauntlet of those caterans when they return, under your protection? No, I've been humiliated enough this evening. It would be less galling to go as a prisoner. Keep my sword. 'Tis the second of mine you have had, Mr. Cameron." Yes, he was sore, and no wonder. Ewen decided that he would not even mention the objectionable guineas. "I cannot hold this sword much longer," he said lightly, "having but the one hand at present. No, the Caterans shall not see you at all, Captain Wyndham, and you shall go alone. Only, for heaven's sake, be quick, for some of them must soon be here." Bewildered, half reluctant, Keith closed his fingers on the hilt held out to him, and Ewen drew him to the escritoire on the right of the hearth. When he pushed it aside, the panel behind slid slowly back. Keith Wyndham stood before the gap, momentarily speechless. "That, then," he began at last, thickly. "Yes, that is the way my friends went. But you can use the same road. It comes out, I understand, in the West Bow. There you will have to trust to chance, but it seems a dark night. Here, take my cloak." He went and picked it up. "'Twill cover your uniform, and you must have a candle to light you down." To these directions and the proffered candlestick and cloak, the baffled hunter paid no heed. "Your friends," he said between his teeth. "The Pretender's son, you mean? He was here this evening, then, in this very room?" "Yes, but he was gone a little time before you entered," answered Ewen soothingly. "I was only troubled lest the door should slide open and betray the path he took. But 'tis of no moment now." "No, it's of no moment now," repeated Wyndham bitterly. Wrath, reluctant admiration, disappointment, and concern for what he had so nearly done, and not in fair fight, to the man before him strove openly in his tone as he went on. "Is this your revenge for—" He pointed to the swathed right hand. "And for my outwitting you last August? It's a sharp one, for all that it's generous. Yes, you have fairly outmaneuvered me, Ardroy, with your secret stare and your clansmen so pat to the moment, like a stage play. But I warn you that this mumming will turn to grim earnest some day. There'll be a bloody curtain to the comedy, and you will regret that ever you played a part in it." "That depends, does it not, on how many more battles of Gladsmuir we have," retorted Ewen, with a smile on his lips and a sparkle in his eyes. "But go, go." For at last there had come a rush of feet up the stairs, and the rescue party, oblivious of the bolt, were hammering upon the door with cries. He thrust the candlestick and the cloak, the prince's cloak, into the Englishman's hands, calling out something in Gaelic over his shoulder the while. "Go, they'll have the door down in another minute." He almost pushed Captain Wyndham into the aperture, pressed the spring, and wedged the returning panel with the table, only a second or two before the unfortunate door of Lady Easterhall's drawing-room fell inwards with a crash, and Cameron kilts plunged over it. End of section 10. Section 11 of The Flight of the Heron by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. Part 2, Chapter 4. Walking home with her father next day up the crowded Canongate after rain, Miss Alison Grant suddenly became aware of a tall Highland officer striding up the street some way ahead. From the occasional glimpses of him, which were all that she was able to obtain in the moving throng, it seemed to be her betrothed, but, if so, he was carrying his right arm in a sling. This was disturbing. Moreover, Ewen, if it were he, and at any rate the officer was a Cameron, was walking at such a pace that Alison and her parent would never overtake him. Unless, indeed, he were on his way to visit them, where they lodged in Hindfort's Close, a little beyond the Netherbow. "Papa," whispered Alison, "let us walk quicker. Yonder's Ewen, unless I'm much mistaken, on his way to wait upon us, and he must not find us from home." They quickened their pace, without much visible effect, when, lo, their quarry was brought to a standstill by two gentlemen coming downwards who encountered and stopped him. "Now, let us go more slowly, sir," suggested Alison, dragging at her father's arm. To which Mr. Grant, complying, said, "My dear, to be alternately a greyhound and a snail is hard upon a man of my years, nor do I understand why you should be stalking Ardroy in this fashion." "Oh, Ewen is rather like a stag," thought Alison. "He carries his head like one." "Papa," she explained, "I want to know, I must know, why he wears his arm in a sling." "Look, now that he has turned a little, you can see it plainly. And, you remember, he disappeared so strangely last night." And now, crawl as they would, they must pass the three gentlemen, who made way for them instantly, not to turn the lady with her hooped petticoats into the swirling gutter. As Ewen, for it was he, raised his bonnet with his left hand, Alison cast a swift and comprehensive glance over him, though she did not pause for the fraction of a second, but, acknowledging his salutation and those of his companions, went on her way with dignity. But she walked ever slower and slower, and when she came to the narrow entrance of their close, she stopped. Yet, even then, she did not look back down the Canongate. "Papa, did you hear? Those gentlemen were asking Ewen what had befallen him. I heard something about disturbance and Grassmarket. You saw his hand was all bandaged about. He looked pale, I thought. What can he have been at last night? Not fighting a duel, surely." "Well, my dear, here he is, so he can tell us, that is, if he is disposed to do so," observed Mr. Grant. "Good day, Ardroy. Were you coming in by?" "I intended it, later on," replied Ewen, with more truth than tact. But now you see that you behove to at this moment," finished Alison with determination, looking very significantly at his arm, and Ewen, without another word, went obediently up the close with him, secretly admired from above by a well-known Whig lady who happened to be at her window, and who remarked to her maid that the Jacobite miss lodging overhead had a braw lover, for all that he was a wild Hieland man. And presently the wild Hieland man was standing in the middle of Mr. Grant's parlour, and the Jacobite miss was declaring that she could shake him, so little could she get out of him. "They say you can ask anything of a Cameron save butter," she said indignantly, "but it's clear that there are other things, too, you'll never get from them." Ewen smiled down at her, screwing up his eyes in the way she loved. He was a little pale, for the pain of his cut hand had kept him wakeful, but he was not ill-pleased with life this afternoon. "Yes, other people's secrets, to wit," he said teasingly, and then, feigning to catch himself up, "Oh, my sorrow! Have I not the unlucky tongue to mention that word in a woman's hearing? What I've told you, mesdames, is the truth.
I had an encounter last night with some of the castle garrison, and my hand, as I say, was hurt. Scratched, that is, as I warrant you have sometimes scratched yourself with a needle or a bodkin. Oh, the needle's never been threaded whose scratch required as much bandaging as that, retorted Alison, with her eyes on the muffled member in the sling. And what was yon I heard as I passed about a disturbance in the grass market? Has she not the ears of a hare? Observed Ewen to Mr. Grant. 'Tis true, there was a disturbance in the grass market. If that is so, then I'll learn more of it before the day's out, deduced Alison with satisfaction. And you, sir, that ought to know better, brawling in the town at such an hour. I thought the prince had summoned you last night. Not that I remarked your absence from the ball, she added. I was quite unaware of it, I assure you, in the society of my cousins of Glenmoriston. Ewen looked across at Mr. Grant and smiled. My dear, protested the old gentleman, an encounter with the castle garrison can scarce be called brawling. We are, it may be said, at war with them. But are they not all as mild as milk up there, now that the prince has lifted the blockade? Inquired Alison. And how could Ewen have met any of them in the grass market? The poor men dare not show their faces there. The place is hotching with Camerons and MacDonalds. Who said I met them in the grass market? Retorted Ewen. But never fret, Miss Curiosity. Some day I'll be free to tell you where it was. Wherever it was, said Miss Grant with decision. I'll be bound 'twas you provoked the disturbance. Her lover continued to smile at her with real amusement. In a sense, there was truth in this last accusation. It's a fine character you give me, indeed. I think I'd best be taking my leave until you appreciate me better. And he put out his left hand to take his bonnet from the table where he had laid it. Something sparkled on the hand as he moved it. Who gave you that ring? Exclaimed Alison. Nay, that I have a right to know. Ewen put his hand behind him. No woman, Alison. Then you can tell me who it was. Come, Ewan Foyr, if there be a mystery over the ring also, why, you should not be wearing it for all the world to see. Oh, that's true, said Ardroy, and he relinquished his hand. Yes, you can take it off. 'Tis not so plain as it looks, neither. There's a spring beneath. Oh, breathed Alison, her eyes very wide. The chased gold centre of the ring had moved aside in the midst of the rose diamonds, and it was a tiny miniature of the prince which she held. Ewen, he gave you this? Oh, I did not steal it, my dear. Yes, he gave it me this morning. On account of what happened last night? Ewen nodded. For my prudence. You see, the prince does not write me down so turbulent as you do. There was something like tears in Alison's eyes. Prudence? Oh no, it was because you gained that needle scratch for him. She kissed the ring, and taking the strong, passive hand, slipped it on again. Oh, I will not plague you any more. Does the wound pain you, dearest heart? But next day Hector Grant came into possession of the story, more or less correct, which was flying about Edinburgh, and presented his sister with a fine picture of her lover, alone against a score of the castle redcoats, standing with his back to the secret stair, hewing down the foe until his sword broke in his hand, and the Cameron guard rushed in only just in time to save him. And, Alison unveiling this composition to the hero himself at their next meeting, Ewen was constrained in the interests of truth to paint out this flamboyant battle-piece, and to substitute a more correct, but sufficiently startling scene. Alison certainly found his sober account quite lurid enough. "And you let the English officer go after that?" she exclaimed breathlessly. "But, Ewen dearest, why?" "For one reason, because 'twas such cursed ill luck that his men should run away for the second time," replied Ewen, settling his silken sling more comfortably. "For the second time?" "I've not yet told you who the officer was. Cannot you guess?" "Surely it was not Captain Wyndham, here in Edinburgh?" "It was Captain Wyndham himself. I have no notion how he got here. It must have been before we took the town. But I was sorry for him, poor man, and it was quite plain that he had no real intention of killing me. Indeed, he was greatly discomposed over the affair. So you must not lay that to his charge, Alison." "And so you have met again," said Alison slowly, her eyes fastened on her lover. "A great service, a bitter grief.
this was neither. It was not then because of your foster father's prophecy that you let him go. And now Ewen stared at her. Oh, faith, no, darling, for I had clean forgot about it. Okay, it begins to fulfill itself then. Bright and cold, or wet and windy, the October days went by in Edinburgh. Ewen's hand healed, and that secret fear which he had mentioned to no one save Dr. Cameron, who dressed it, that he would never be able to grip a broadsword again, passed also. And having waited upon Lady Easterhall and Miss Cochrane a day or two after the fracas to ask how they did, not that he had omitted to reassure himself of this on the night itself, before he left, he then, by the old lady's desire, carried Alison to visit them also. And it is possible that Miss Cochrane envied Miss Grant. But up at the castle the days went a great deal more slowly, particularly for Captain Keith Wyndham, who had little to do but to pace the battlements and look down, as he was doing this morning, when October was almost sped, on that unrivalled vista of which he was now heartily sick, and remember all the mortifications, professional as well as personal, which he had suffered there since the end of August, when he had made his way thither from Fort William with the news of the Highland advance. For after the startling tidings of Cope's avoidance of the rebels, leaving the road open before them to Edinburgh, Keith, secure but chafing, had endured the spectacle of vain attempts by the frightened citizens to repair and man the walls, and to raise a body of volunteers, almost immediately disbanded, lest their lives should be endangered, and the sight of 2 regiments of His Majesty's dragoons in full flight along the Lang dykes with no man pursuing. Finally, to complete and symbolize the great scandal and shock of Cope's lightning defeat, he had with his own eyes seen, struck defiantly into the outer gate of the castle, the dirk of the single Jacobite officer who on that occasion had chased a party of terrified troopers thither, like rabbits to their burrow. On top of all this had come his own personal humiliation and disappointment, and of this Ewen Cameron and no other had been the cause. The soldiers of Lascelles' regiment, who had so shamefully deserted the officer in charge of them, had been severely punished, but this did little to heal the very sore place in Captain Wyndham's memory. Sometimes it was only anger which coloured his recollections of that scene in Lady Easterhall's house. Sometimes it was shame. Sometimes he wondered if he had not permanently injured Ardroy, and though, as a loyal subject of King George, he ought no doubt to have been glad of the possibility, in view of how the hurt had been inflicted, and of the Highlanders' subsequent behaviour, the idea filled him with a feeling far removed from satisfaction. And even worse might easily have come of his onslaught. Keith was inclined to shudder still when he thought of that contingency, and not merely because, with Ewen dead or dying on the floor, he himself would have received short shrift from the Camerons when they broke in. How nearly he had succeeded in capturing the prince, he supposed he would never know, but there was no doubt that it was Ardroy who had destroyed whatever chance he might have had. Chosen as Keith had been to lead the flying raid that evening, because he was the only officer in the castle who had seen Charles Edward Seward face to face, he could then have blessed fate for having sent him to Glenfinnan. Thus, he had reflected, as they marched stealthily down the close, does profit come out of the unpleasant? Already, he saw his name in every news sheet as the captor of the Pretender's son. Alas, he had merely come anew into collision with the same stubborn and generous character, and once again, though their positions this time had seemed to be reversed, he had had the worst of it. And on this occasion, the Highlander had shown him a new and unsuspected side of himself, for it was Ardroy who had played with him, sitting so coolly in front of that table on which hung the secret. Oh God, if he had only guessed! And so, Keith had come back empty-handed, with the knowledge that but for Ardroy's quixotry he would not have come back at all. Huddled in his enemy's own cloak, for its real ownership, luckily for his peace of mind, he never discovered, pushed ignominiously to safety down the very passage by which his quarry had eluded him, he had been ever since weighed down by a debt which was well-nigh a grievance. There were times when he almost regretted that he had not remained and been made prisoner. And always times when he asked himself why Ewen Cameron had acted as he did. he was sure that he himself would not have been so foolish. The days of chivalry were over. One did not go about in this century, behaving like the knights in the old romances. An enemy was an enemy, at least to a professional soldier, and it was one's business to treat him as such. The cursed part of it was that people who were insane enough to behave as Ardroy had behaved somehow attained a position of superiority, which was distinctly galling. And galling also was it to realize, as Keith Wyndham suddenly did at this moment, how much time he spent in speculating what that curious young man might be doing, down there in the city spread out like a map. Strange that he had not at first recognized him that night. Extraordinarily handsome Ardroy had looked, and devilish cool he had kept, too, in a tight place. A fool that he was! He was at it again. Keith turned from the battlements, glad of a diversion, for he had become aware of the approach of a wheeled chair, which he knew to contain the aged but spirited form of General Preston. General George Preston, Deputy Governor of Edinburgh Castle since 1715, to whom, old and infirm though he was, it was likely that his Hanoverian Majesty owed it that fortress had not been surrendered to the invaders, was a veteran of Marlborough's wars, bearing in fact souvenirs of Ramillies, which had ever since affected his health and his prospects of promotion. He was 86 years of age, even older than General Guest, now, since Cope's flight, Commander-in-Chief. But, whereas that warrior had scarcely left his quarters since he had removed for safety into the castle, Preston, during the more strenuous days of the blockade, had caused himself to be wheeled round in a chair every 2 hours to supervise and encourage. Since Colonel Philip Wyndham, Keith's father, had also fought under Marlborough, Keith had on one occasion asked the old soldier some questions about the great Duke's battles, and found Preston very ready to hold forth on them, and in particular on that bloody fight of Malplaquet, where he had commanded the Cameronian regiment. And Keith remembered suddenly that the Scottish friend of his father's, after whom he himself was named, had met his death at Malplaquet, and spoke to the old soldier about that misty John Keith, of whom he knew so little. "Aye," said the general, a Perthshire man himself. "I wondered that you should bear a Scots name in front of an English, Captain Wyndham. I suppose yon Keith will have been in a Scottish regiment, but I don't mind of him. 'Tis 36 years syne, ye ken, a lang time, more than your hale lifetime, young man." So John Keith, who had fallen on a Flanders battlefield nearly 40 years before, became more misty than ever. But Captain Wyndham's prenatal connection with a Scot of Malplaquet had interested old Preston in him, and he announced an intention of reporting on the zeal and vigilance which the officer of the Royals had displayed in the defence of the castle. From his chair, the old general beckoned to that officer now, and sent his servant out of hearing. "Captain Wyndham, a word in your ear." And as Keith stooped, he said gleefully, "'Tis a good word, if ever there was one. I've every reason to believe that Edinburgh will be free of these Highland pests the morn." Keith gave an exclamation. "They are evacuating the city, sir." The veteran chuckled. "They intend marching for England, whence I pray not a man of 'em will return alive. The news has just come in by a sure hand, but I had jaloused it already. In a day or two you'll not see a plaid between Greyfriars and the Norloch." General Preston's sure hand had carried perfectly correct tidings. Against the wishes and the instincts of the chiefs, Prince Charles was about to march into England, believing that he would thus rally to his standard those cautious English Jacobites on whose promised support he built such large hopes, and many others too, who had made no promises, but who would surely declare for him when he appeared in person to lead them against their alien ruler. And early on the morning of the 1st of November, Ewen took his farewell of Alison in Hindford's Close. Lochiel's regiment, like the bulk of the army, was already assembled at Dalkeith, for since Prestonpans the prince had never quartered troops in the city to any great extent, and he himself was already gone. But Ewen, in order to be with his own men in this strange country to which they were bound, had resigned his position as aide-de-camp, and remained behind in order to bring away the Cameron Guard, who would presently march out of Edinburgh, with colours flying and the pipes playing. But here there was no martial display, only a knowledge that this, and not the farewell at Ardroy in August, was the real parting. Ewen was setting off today for something much more portentous than a mere rendezvous, armed invasion. Yet some unspoken instinct made them both try to be very matter-of-fact, especially Alison. "Here's a sprig of oak for your bonnet, Ewen. You'll be wearing your clan badge now, I'm thinking. I picked it yesterday." And she fastened beside the eagle's feathers a little bunch of sere leaves. "And see, I've made you a new cockade. I doubt you'll get your clothes mended properly. England's a dour place, I'm sure. Oh, I wish you were not crossing the border." "Nothing venture, nothing win," replied Ewen tritely, looking down at his bonnet, about which her fingers were busy. "I doubt, for my part, that those oak leaves will bide long on their stalks, Alison, but you may be sure I'll wear them as long as they do. And the cockade, 'tis a very fine one, my dear. I'll bring back to you somehow. Or maybe you'll get your first sight of it again in London." "I wonder will you meet Captain Wyndham anywhere in England," said Alison. "How that fellow runs in your head, my darling. I vow I shall soon be jealous of him. And I marching away and leaving him here in the castle. For I suppose he's there still." "Make him my compliments, if you should meet him before setting out for Ardroy," said Ewen, smiling. For to Ardroy were his betrothed and her father retiring in a day or two. "Ewen," said the girl seriously, taking him by the sword belt that crossed his breast, "will you not tell me something? Was there ever a danger that, from the injury Captain Wyndham did you, you might never have had the full use of your hand again?" "Why, what put that notion into your head?" "A word you let fall once, and an expression on Dr. Cameron's face one day when I mentioned the hurt to him." For a day or two Archie did think it might be so, conceded her lover rather unwillingly. "And I feared it myself for longer than that, and was in a fine fright about it, as you may imagine. But, Alison," he added quickly, as exclaiming, "Oh, my poor darling!" she laid her head against him. "You're not to cast that up against Captain Wyndham. It was I that took hold of his blade, as I told you, and I am sure that he never meant—" "No, no," cried Alison, lifting her head. "You mistake me. No, I'm glad of what you tell me, because that hurt he did you is perhaps the fulfilment of the bitter grief which Angus said that he should cause you. Only, happily, it is averted," she added, taking his right hand and looking earnestly at the two red puckered seams across palm and fingers. "For that would have caused you bitter grief, Ewen, my darling." She covered the scars with her own soft little hands, held the captive hand to her breast, and went on, eagerly pursuing her exegesis. "Indeed, if for a time you believed that you would be disabled always, how dare you have kept that from me? Then he has already caused you great grief. And so that part is over, and now he will only do you a service." But Ewen, laughing and touched, caught her to him with his other arm. "The best service Captain Wyndham can do is never to let me see his face again, or I may remember how angry I was with him when I found his letter and his guineas that night at Fassifern. Nor do I think he'll want to see mine, for in his soul he was not best pleased, I'll undertake, at being so lightly let off the other evening, and shown down the very secret stair he could not find. But now, Mukri, do not let us talk of the tiresome fellow any more." And 5 minutes later, when Hector Grant in his French uniform appeared at the door, they had forgotten everything except that they were parting. "Come, Ardroy, you'll be left behind," he called gaily. "Dry your tears, Alison, and let him go. We've 8 good miles to cover." "I was not greeting, never think it," said Alison as she was released. "But oh, I'm wishing sore I could come with you too." "Indeed I wish you could," said Hector, "for I doubt the English ladies cannot dance the reel." Alison looked from her brother to her lover and back again. She might not have been crying, but there was little gaiety in her. "There'll be more than dancing over the border, Hector." "There'll be better than dancing, you mean, my lass," said Hector Grant, and his left hand fell meaningly on his sword hilt. "I suppose I may take a kiss of her, Ardroy." End of section 11. Section 12 of The Flight of the Heron by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin.
Part 3. The Ebb. Then all went to wreck. Quote from The Lion in Mourning. Chapter 1. There was a bitter wind sweeping across the Bewley Firth, and Inverness on the farther shore lay shivering under a leaden sky. The Kessock ferryman had to tug at his oars, although he carried but one passenger, a gaunt, broad-shouldered young man fully armed, who sat looking across at the little town with rather harassed blue eyes. 4 months. 4 months and a week over, for today was the 7th of March, since, full of hope and determination, the Prince's army had set out on the road to England. Of what avail, those hopes? England had not risen for the Stuarts, had not stirred. And yet, just when it seemed that, if the invaders had put their fortunes to the touch and pushed on, they might have gained a kingdom, they found themselves turning their backs on their goal and trailing home again over the border. Little more than 40 days had been spent on the other side, and, save for the rearguard action near Penrith, the sword had not left its sheath there. The invasion had been a failure. Yet, in spite of weariness and heart-burnings, the little army had at least recrossed Esk in safety, except those of it so mistakenly left to garrison Carlisle, and many were not sorry to be back on Scottish soil. But to have retreated once more after beating Hawley at Falkirk in January, even though the bad weather had hindered pursuit and prevented a more decisive victory, to have left Stirling, after failing to take it, in such haste and disorder that the withdrawal had been more like a rout. What name best befitted that strategy? For gradually, all the lowlands had been occupied in their rear, and there was a slow tide setting northwards after them, which one day might be slow no longer. The Prince, maddened at the decision to withdraw north, which was against his every instinct, had been told that the daily desertions were so great as to leave no choice, that the only course was to master the forts in the north, keep together a force until the spring, and then increase it to fighting strength. But had the desertions been so extensive? It was hard to judge, yet, from his own experience, Ardroy would not have said so. Still, there were other difficulties, other divisions. There was the preponderating influence of the Irish favourites, who always had the Prince's ear, because they always fell in with his opinions. There was a growing ill-feeling between him and his able but hot-tempered general-in-chief, so acute that Ewen had, with his own ears, heard Charles Edward charge Lord George Murray behind his back with treachery. Yet Lochiel had been for withdrawal, and whatever Lochiel did was right in Ewen's eyes. He was wondering today whether the chief were still of the same opinion. He had not seen him for over a fortnight. The ferryman's voice broke in on his passenger's reflections. "'Tis all much changed in Inverness now, sir, and for the better." Evidently, like most of the inhabitants, he was Jacobite at heart. To think that only 2 weeks agone, I ferried Lord Loudon and the Lord President and the Chief of MacLeod over in this very boat, and all their troops crossing helter-skelter too, to get away from the Prince. "You'll be yourself, perhaps, from chasing after Lord Loudon yonder," he added tentatively. "Yes," answered Ewen, his eyes still fixed on Inverness. "I am from Lord Carmody's force." The reason why the Earl of Loudon, commanding the district for the government, had evacuated Inverness without a battle was really due to the somewhat ludicrous failure of his attempt to seize the person of the Prince, when, in mid-February, the latter was the guest of Lady Mackintosh at Moy Hall. Conceiving the idea of surprising him there, the Earl had set out secretly at night with a force of 1,500 men for that purpose. But, timely warning having been sent from Inverness, the Prince slipped out of Moy Hall, and the whole of Lord Loudon's force was thrown into confusion, and a part of it into headlong flight, by the ruse of Donald Fraser, the Moy blacksmith, and 4 of Lady Mackintosh's Highland servants, who, by firing off their pieces in the dark and calling to imaginary regiments to come up, re-enacted the comedy of Highbridge on an even more piquant scale. Not only was the Earl obliged to return ignominiously to Inverness, but the desertions from his Highland companies consequent upon this affair were so great that he thought it better to await Cumberland's advance among the Whig clans of Ross and Cromarty, to which he and his force accordingly retired,
and Prince Charles's army had entered Inverness without a blow. The water lapped the sides of the ferryboat impatiently. The sky looked full of snow, and nearly as dark as on the day of Falkirk, while the wind was even colder than Ewen remembered it, as they had plodded over Shap Fell in the December retreat from England. In Caesar's time, as he used to read in his boyhood, armies went into winter quarters. But all their marching and fighting had been done in the severest season of the year, in autumn and winter, and who knew what awaited them in the not less cruel rigours of a Highland spring? For Cumberland, he knew, had been at Aberdeen since the end of February. Ewen frowned, and his thoughts went back to the somewhat comic warfare from which he had just been recalled. For when Lord Cromarty had been sent with a Jacobite force over the Moray Firth after Lord Loudon, the latter, retreating farther north into Sutherland, established himself at Dornoch on the other side of the deep winding firth of that name, which Cromarty, having no boats, could not cross. But directly Cromarty attempted to go round by the head of the firth, Lord Loudon sent his men across by ferry to Tain, on the Rossshire side, once more, and when Lord Cromarty returned to Ross, Lord Loudon recalled his followers to Dornoch. And thus a vexatious and absurd game of catch as catch can had been going on, and might go on forever, unless the prince could send another detachment to hold Tain. No, Ewen was not sorry that Lochiel had recalled him. He pulled his bonnet, with the draggled eagle's feathers and the soiled cockade farther down on his brows, and wrapped his plaid round him, for they were now in the icy middle of the firth. The ferryman babbled on, telling him for the most part things he knew already. How, for instance, when the prince had had the castle here blown up after its surrender, an unfortunate French engineer had been blown up with it. It was useless to ask the man what he really wanted to know. How Miss Alison Grant did over there in Inverness, Alison on whom he had not set eyes since Hector and he had said farewell to her, last All-Hallows, in Edinburgh. It was a question whether they three would ever meet again, for Hector had been one of the officers left behind as part of the ill-fated garrison of Carlisle, and since the 30th of December he had been a prisoner in English hands. How Alison was bearing this ill news, Ewen could only guess. It was all the heavier for her, too, because her father was in France, having been dispatched thither on a mission by the prince directly after Falkirk. Ewen knew that Alison and his aunt had come to Inverness in the hopes of seeing him, immediately on the news of the town's surrender to the Highland army on February the 18th. But, as it was before their arrival that Ewen himself had been sent off with Lord Cromarty's composite force, the meeting had not taken place. Miss Cameron, as a letter had since told him, had thought it best on that to return to Ardroy, but feeling sure that sooner or later Ewen's duties would bring him to Inverness, she had left Alison there in the care of Lady Ogilvy, whose husband, with his regiment, was on the other side of the Spey. And now Lochiel had recalled Ewen, but only to accompany him on another enterprise. Of his approaching return, Ewen had told Alison in a letter which he had dispatched yesterday by Lachlan, but he had not told her how brief his stay would be, nor had he broached the project which was in his own mind, the determination which had been growing there since the retreat northward. But, as he thought of what that was, the harassed look went out of his eyes, and he became deafer than ever to the ferryman's chatter. At the guardhouse by the bridge over the Ness, Ewen stopped to inquire where Lady Ogilvy was to be found, for he was not sure of her lodging, and as he was talking to the officer there, he heard a youthful voice behind him, asking exactly the same question in Gaelic. Ewen turned quickly, for he knew that voice. There in the entry stood a half-shy, half-excited boy of 15, who had never been in a town before. Young Angus, Neil McMartin's eldest son. His face lit up, and he darted forward. "Letters, Machi Kelaine." And out of an old sporran too big for him, he produced two, none the better for their sojourn in that receptacle. With a smile and a kind word, his master took them. One was from Miss Cameron to himself, the other, addressed to Miss Alison Grant at Ardroy, in an unknown and foreign-seeming hand, had been redirected by his aunt to Inverness. He put them both in his pocket, gave the lad money to procure himself food and lodging, and a new pair of brogues to go home in, told him where to find his father, and not to return to Ardroy without seeing him again, and himself set off in haste for Lady Ogilvy's lodging.
But Angus Og, footsore and hungry though he was, seeing his young chieftain quite unaccompanied, pattered at a little distance behind him with all the air of a bodyguard, his head full of wild plans for joining his father and uncle in this place of many houses, instead of returning to Sloch Nanian. If they were in Machi Killane's tale, why not he? Young Lady Ogilvy lodged in one of the larger houses at the lower end of Kirk Street, and as Ewen passed the many-paned projecting window on the ground floor, he caught sight of a blue ribbon confining dark curls. After that he was not much conscious of being admitted, or of anything, until he found its wearer in his arms. "Oh, my darling, you were expecting me. Lachlan brought you my letter." Alison nodded, holding very fast to him, her eyes closed like one surrendered to ecstasy. Much as they had to say to one another, for a time neither said it. It was enough merely to be together again after the months of strain and waiting and endurance and disillusioned hopes. But when they had had their fill of looking at each other, they began to talk. "I knew that you would come back to Inverness," said Alison happily. They were both sitting on the window seat now. And, she added, with all her old gaiety, "if Lochiel would permit so forward an act, I would kiss him for having recalled you from Lord Cromarty's force." "But he has not recalled me in order to stay in Inverness, darling, at least not for more than a couple of days. He and Keppoch are shortly going with reinforcements to the siege of Fort William, and I go too." All the peace and content was dashed out of Alison's face. "Oh, Ewen, and I thought you would be staying here." She bit her lip, and the tears came into her eyes. Her hand was in Ewen's, and he sat a moment silent, looking down with some intentness at his ring upon it. "But we shall have 2 days together, Medal, and do you not think that those 2 days are long enough? That the time has come to change this ring of my mother's for another?" The colour ran over Alison's face, and her hand made a movement, as if to withdraw itself. "Oh, my dear," she said rather breathlessly, "not when my father is absent, not till he comes back, and not when one does not know what will befall next." "But, my heart," said Ewen quietly, "that is just why I want to make you my wife. Do you not see that? Why, you should have been mine these 6 months. I've waited even longer than I had thought to wait, and God knows that was long enough." And as Alison said nothing, but looked down, twisting her ring, he went on, suppressing a little sigh. "There are many reasons why we should be wed without further loss of time, and these 2 days that we have now seem designed for that. Our marriage could easily be arranged in the time. Mr. Hay, the Episcopal minister of Inverness, is, I believe, in the town. Lochiel would take your father's place, and I could carry you back to Ardroy as its mistress when we start for Fort William. Alison, dear love, say yes." He was very gentle as he pleaded, for she seemed oddly reluctant, considering that they had been formally contracted since last July, and should indeed have been married in the autumn. She even mentioned Hector and his perilous situation, rather tentatively, as a reason for delay, but Ewen told her that her brother's prospects were 10 times better than those of most who wore the white cockade, for he held a French commission, and could not be treated otherwise than as a prisoner of war. And, finally, Alison said that she would ask Lady Ogilvy's opinion. Ewen tried not to be hurt. Since he had not the mistaken conviction of some young men that he knew all about women, even Alison's feelings were sometimes a mystery to him. He longed to say, "I have not a French commission, Alison," and leave her to draw a conclusion which might get the better of her hesitancy, but it would have been cruel. And, as he looked at her in perplexity, he remembered a commission of another kind, and put his hand into his pocket. "When I saw you, Alison, everything else went out of my head. But here is a letter I should have given you, ere this. Forgive me. It was sent to you at Ardroy, and Aunt Margaret dispatched one of the McMartin lads hither with it, and, meeting me by the bridge just now, he gave it to me for you. It is from France, I think." "I do not know the hand," said Alison, studying the superscription, and finally breaking the seal. Ewen looked out of the window, but he did not see any of the passers-by. Suddenly there was an exclamation from the girl beside him on the window seat. He turned. Her face was drained of colour.
My father. Ewen, I must go at once. He's very ill. Dying, they think. Oh, read. Horrified, Ewen read a hasty French letter, already more than 2 weeks old, which said that Monsieur Grant, on the point of leaving France again, had been taken seriously ill at Havre de Grace. The writer, apparently a recent French acquaintance of his, appealed to Mademoiselle Grant to sail for France at once, if she wanted to see her father alive. Not that the state of Monsieur Grant at the moment was desperate, but because the doctor held out small hope of ultimate recovery. Alison had sprung to her feet, and clasping and unclasping her hands, was walking up and down the room. Ewen, what if I am not in time? Oh, my dearest, dearest father, ill and quite alone over there. No Hector anywhere near him now. I must go at once. I heard Lady Ogilvy say that there was a French vessel in port here, due to sail for France in a day or two. I could go in that. Perhaps the captain could be persuaded to sail earlier. In contrast to her restlessness, Ewen was standing quite still by the window. Ewen, she began again, help me. Will you make inquiries of the captain of the ship? I think she is for St. Malo, but that would serve. I could post on into Normandy. Will you find out the captain now, this afternoon? Ewen, what ails you? For her lover was gazing at her with an expression which was quite new to her. I am deeply sorry to hear this ill news of Mr. Grant, he said, in a low voice, and seemed to find a difficulty in speaking. More sorry than I have words for. But, Alison, what of me? You would not wish to keep me back, surely? What do you think? Asked the young man, rather grimly. But I will not. No, it would not be right. I will let you go, but only as my wife. You'll marry me tomorrow, Alison. There was no pleading about him now. He moved a step or two nearer, having to keep a tight hold on himself neither to frighten her nor to let slip a word against this other claim which, much as he respected it, was coming in once more to sweep her away from him when he had waited so long. Whatever might be read on his face, his actions were perfectly gentle. And Alison came to him, the tears running down her cheeks, and put her 2 hands in his. Yes, Ewen, I'm ready. Heart's darling, I wish it too. You must not think I'm unwilling. And you said that you would carry me off by force if I were, she added, laughing a little hysterically, as he folded her once again in his arms. So, next day they were married in the little Episcopal meeting house of Inverness. Only a very few people were present, but the prince was among them, not the light-hearted adventurer of the escapade in Edinburgh in which the bridegroom had played so belauded a part, but a young man who looked what the last 3 months had made him, soured and distrustful. Yet he gave them a glimpse of his old charming smile after the ceremony, when he kissed the bride and wished them both happiness. I would I were venerable enough to give you my blessing, my friends, he said, since 'tis all I have to give, but I think I'm somewhat the junior of your husband, Lady Ardroy, and in any case, how could I bestow my benediction upon a bridegroom who has the bad taste to be so much taller than his future king? But you know that I am at your feet, my prince, said Ewen, smiling, and he kissed once more the hand which he had kissed that night at Holyrood. Last of all, Lochiel, grave and gentle, who had given Alison away, kissed her too, and said, Ewen is a very fortunate man, my dear, but I think you are to be congratulated also. For their brief wedded life, a little house which Mr. Grant had hired the previous summer had been hastily prepared. It was bare almost to penury, a tent for a night or two, meet shelter for those who must part so soon. And Ewen had no gift ready for his bride, save one. When they came home, he put on her middle finger the ring which the prince had given him in Edinburgh. Next day was theirs to play at housekeeping, and they were a great deal more gay over it than Jeanie Wishart, Alison's woman, who went about her work perpetually murmuring, "Pure young things." In the afternoon, since the March sun had come out to look at them, they wandered among the islands and gazed down at Ness, hurrying past, broad and clear and shallow, to the firth. That evening they had thought to spend alone by their own fireside, yet nothing would serve Lady Ogilvy save to give a supper for the new married pair, and Lady Ardroy, in a rose-coloured gown, was toasted by not a few who would never drink a pledge again, and all the Jacobite songs were sung. But not, somehow, that only too appropriate. Oh, this is my departing time, for here no longer maun I stay, with which gatherings were wont to conclude. Yet Ewen and Alison sat by their fire, after all, sat there until the last peat crumbled, and it began to grow cold. But Alison, as once before, was warm in the Cameron tartan, for Ewen had wrapped it round her knees over her pretty gown. He sat at her feet, looking very long and large, the firelight, while it lasted, playing on the shining golden brown of his hair, accentuating too the faint hollow in his cheek, the slight suggestion of a line between the brows, which the last 2 months had set there. "Ewen, I want to tell you something." Alison hesitated, and a tinge of colour stole over her face. "Do you know, Metal, that you talk in your sleep?" He looked up at her, surprised. "Do I?" "No, dearest, I did not know. Did I talk much? To disturb you?" She shook her head. Ewen seemed to turn over this information for a moment. "I believe," he said thoughtfully, "that as a boy I used to do it sometimes. So Aunt Margaret said. But I thought that I had outgrown it. What did I talk of? You, sweetheart, I'll warrant." "No," said Alison, smiling down upon him. "Not a word of your wife. You seemed to think that you were speaking to someone of whom she may well be jealous. And what is more, when I spoke to you, thinking for a moment that you were awake, you answered quite sensibly." "Jealous!" exclaimed Ewen, turning his clear, candid gaze full upon her. "My little white love, there's no one in this world of whom you have occasion to be jealous, nor ever has been. Do not pretend to be ignorant of where my heart is kept." He took her clasped hands, opened them gently, and kissed the palms. "The space is small," he said, looking critically at it, "but, such as the heart is, all of it lies there." Alison enveloped him in a warm, sweet smile, and slid the hands round his neck. "All? No. There's a corner you have kept for someone else, and in it you have set up a little shrine, as the papists do, for your saint, for Lochiel. But I'm not jealous," she added, very softly. "I understand." Ewen gave her a look, put his own hands over those clasped round his neck, and dropped his head onto her knee in silence. After a while, she put her cheek against the thick, warm waves of his hair. Joy and apprehension had so clasped hands about Alison Cameron this day that it was hard to know which was the stronger. But in the night she knew. The icy fingers of foreboding seemed gripped about her heart. Not even Ewen's quiet, unhurried breathing beside her, not even the touch of his hand, over which her fingers stole in search of comfort, could reassure her. His nearness but made the pain the sharper. Oh, to have him hers, only to lose him so soon. But her father, alone, dying over the seas. She reached out and lit a candle, that she might look once more at the husband she was leaving for her father's sake, for God knew whether she should ever see him asleep beside her again. It was not the seas alone which were about to sunder them. Ewen was sleeping so soundly, too, so quietly, and he looked as young and untroubled as the boy she had known 5 years ago in Paris. There was no sign on his face, in its rather austere repose, of the trouble which had forced its way through his unconscious lips last night. Alison had not told him by the fire that on their bridal night he had uttered protests, bewildered questionings, against that double retreat in which he had shared. "Must we go back, Lochiel? Must we go back?" She gazed at him a long time, until for tears she could see him no longer, and, blowing out the light, lay and sobbed under her breath. She thought she should die of her unhappiness. She almost wished that she might. Yet she sobbed quietly, lest she should wake Ewen to unhappiness also. But quite suddenly, though he had not stirred, she heard his voice in the darkness, and then she was in his arms, and he was comforting her in their own Highland tongue, with all its soft endearments and little words of love. And there, at last, she fell asleep. But Ewen stayed awake until the grudging March daylight crept into the little room where he lay wide-eyed, with Alison's dark curls on his heart, and within it a chilly sword that turned and turned. He would never hold her thus again, he was sure of it. The morning was very cold, and when he took Alison to the French brig, a little snow was falling. The gangplank was slippery too, with rime. He carried her bodily over it, and down to the cabin, which she would share with Jean Wishart. There, under the low beams, Alison's courage broke at last. Clinging to him convulsively, she said, in a voice that was not hers, that he must come with her, that she could not go without him, she could not. He must come too, and then he would be safe. Ewen turned even paler than she. "My darling, my heart's darling, you don't mean that." Alison swayed, her eyes closed. Alarmed, he put her on a seat against the bulkhead, and, kneeling by her, began to chafe her hands. Soon they clenched in his, and she opened her eyes, dark pools of sorrow, and said firmly through colourless lips, "No, no, I did not mean it. I know that you cannot come. Can you forget what I said, Ewen?" "It is forgotten. It was not you who spoke," he answered, trying to keep his own voice steady, as he knelt there, holding her hands very tightly. There was a trampling sound on deck. How long had they, for all the thousand things that remained to say? There was no time to say even one. He bent his head and pressed his lips passionately upon the hands he held. Anguish though it was to lose her, it was better that she should go. For since he had urged her to marry him that he might take her back to Ardroy, he saw with different eyes. The future looked blacker than he had realized. Away in Ross, he had not known of the desperate want of money, even of food, the gradually thinning ranks. He knew of these now, and saw even Cumberland's delay at Aberdeen in a sinister light, as if the Hanoverian commander knew that the fates were working on his side, and that there was no need for haste. Above him, Alison's voice said suddenly, Ewen, why do you not say, 'Stay then in Scotland with me. Do not go to France yourself'?" He was startled. Had she read his thoughts? "Why, my darling," he answered as readily as he could, "because your father needs you so sorely." Her voice sank still lower. "There's another reason, too. Do not deny it. You think that I am safer away." And Ewen did not answer. "And you gave me this ring, the prince's ring, not only as a wedding gift, but because you feared that one day, soon, it might be taken from you." After a pause, he said, "Partly, perhaps." "Then I cannot leave you, even for my father," said Alison, and sprang up. "I must stay in Scotland, beside you. I am your wife. Take me back to the quay, Ewen. Tell Mrs. Wishart." But Ewen, on his feet too, caught her in his arms. "No, darling, no. Think of your father, whom you may never see again. And, love of my heart," he tried to make his voice light, "you cannot come besieging Fort William with me. When we have beaten Cumberland, as we beat Cope and Hawley, I will come to France and fetch you home to Ardroy." "When we have beaten Cumberland?" Alison looked up into her husband's eyes with a most insistent question in her own. But he did not answer the question, though he knew very well what it was, for he said gently, "How can one see into the future, darling? One can only do one's duty." Even as he uttered that rigorous word, there came a knock at the cabin door, and a gruff French voice announced that they would be casting off in another minute or two, and that if Monsieur wished to land, he must be quick. So the sword slid down between them. Ewen's grasp tightened. "Alison, white love, rose of my heart, we are one forever now. You will know, I think, what befalls me." Her face was hidden on his breast, so close that he could not even kiss it. "Darling, darling, let me go," he whispered. But it was rather a question, he felt, whether he could ever unloose his own clasp and cast his heart from him. And men were running about shouting overhead. The hawser was coming inboard. Suddenly Alison lifted her face, and it was almost transfigured. "Yes, I shall know, for I think you will come back to me, God keeping you." She took her arms from his shoulders. He bent to her lips for the kiss that first turned his heart to water, and then ran through it like wine, loosed his hold of her, and walked straight out of the cabin without another word or look. With the same unchecked movement he crossed the gangplank from the deck, as if he could not trust himself to remain the moment or so longer that it would take the sailors to cast off the second hawser. But on the quay he turned, wishing they would be quick and make it impossible for him to leap on board again, though the plank was now withdrawn, and be carried off with Alison. And at last, after an eternity which was all too short, the end of the rope splashed into the water. More sails went up. The distance began to widen. Alison was going from him. He stood there motionless, long after the brig had left the shore, watching her move to the waters of the firth. The sparse snowflakes whirled relentlessly against him, but they melted as soon as they came to rest, as brief in their stay as his 2 days' happiness. From the quay, Ewen went straight to Lochiel's headquarters and reported himself for duty. 2 hours later, his body was marching out of Inverness in the van of the Cameron reinforcements. Where his soul was, he hardly knew.
End of section 12. Section 13 of The Flight of the Heron by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. Part 3, Chapter 2.
To rid the great glen of both its obnoxious English forts was an enterprise which highly commended itself to those clans whom they chiefly incommoded, the Camerons and the Glengarry and Keppoch MacDonalds. There had been jubilation among these when, on the 5th of March, Fort Augustus had surrendered after 2 days' siege, and what artillery the besiegers possessed was free to be turned against Fort William. But Fort William, between Inverlochy Castle and the little town of Maryborough, was not so accommodating as its fellow. For one thing, it was in a better position to defend itself, since sloops of war could come up Loch Linne to revictual it, even though the Highlanders held the Narrows at Corran. It had a garrison of 500 men, both regulars and Argyll militia, plenty of guns, and, after the middle of March, that zealous officer Captain Carolina Scott to assist Major General Campbell in the defence. Already, by the time that Ewen arrived with Lochiel and the reinforcements, there had been some severe skirmishes, and the Highlanders had fought an engagement with the soldiers from the fort and the sailors from the Baltimore and Serpent sloops, in which the latter succeeded in landing and destroying the ferry house and several small villages on the Ardgour side. On this, the Camerons ensconced themselves at Korpach, where Loch Linne bends to its junction with Loch Eel, and there beat off an armed flotilla of boats, with such success that the Baltimore was ordered thither to open fire and cover a landing. But the Highlanders' position was so good that the bombardment made no impression, and Captain Howe had to withdraw baffled. Ewen was with these adventurers at Korpach, enjoying himself and finding in conflict an anodyne for his thoughts. It made the blood run pleasantly, and enabled him to forget Alison for an hour or so. But the ordinary business of the siege was less stimulating, since he had nothing to do with the artillery under Stapleton and Grant and their Franco-Irish gunners, and the only chance of hand-to-hand fighting lay in repelling the constant raids of the garrison and trying to protect the unfortunate dwellers in the countryside who suffered by them. He seemed to himself to live in a series of disconnected scenes, sometimes here in Lochaber, where Ben Nevis, thickly capped with snow, looked down impartially on assailants and defenders alike, sometimes back in Inverness, going through every moment of those short 2 days with Alison. But no one who did not observe him constantly and closely could have guessed this. Lochiel, who knew him well and did observe him closely, gave him as much to do as possible. But it was certainly not Lochiel who enjoined on him the feat which brought his share in the siege to an abrupt end. It was a fine morning in the latter half of March, blown through with a gusty wind. Brigadier Stapleton, having got some mortars into position on one of the little eminences about half a mile from the fort, had started to shell it from that point, and the fort was replying. Since its fire was directed towards destroying the hostile batteries, there was no great danger from it to those not serving the guns, and the Highlanders had no doubt grown a little careless, which might account for the fact that near the crest of another hillock, about a quarter of a mile away from Stapleton's mortars, and the same distance as they from Fort William, Lochiel and Keppoch were standing unconcernedly in the midst of a little group of Camerons and MacDonalds. Below them, on the slope looking towards the fort, a half-ruined stone wall hinted at a bygone attempt at cultivation or enclosure. The two chiefs were interested in some rather suspicious activities on board the Baltimore sloop, visible at anchor in the loch beyond the counterscarp and bastions of the fort. "I vow, it seems like another raid preparing," said Alexander MacDonald. "Do you look, Lochiel?" He passed the Cameron his spyglass. Ewen, who was sitting comfortably in the heather at a few yards' distance, nearer the battery, rested his elbows on his knees and shaded his eyes the better to see also, his brain at these words busy with a vision of a possibly gratified desire for what he considered real fighting. Suddenly, as it were with half an eye, he became aware of something unusual in the fort, where, a mere 800 yards away, movements were perfectly visible. Surely the defenders had altered the position of one of their 6-pounders. Could they be intending... Lochiel, standing there with a glass to his eye, looking at the sloop, was fully exposed to their view. In a second, Ewen was on his feet, shouting a warning, but as he sprang came the flash and the roar. "God!" he cried, in agony, and with another bound was up on the crest of the hillock, his arms wide. Could one man's body suffice? There was a crash, as the shot pitched into the ruined wall on the slope below, breaking and scattering the big rough stones in all directions. Ewen never saw what struck him, but at the moment of impact, which seemed to drive his soul from his body, he had just time to think, "It is for him. Alison, forgive me." And then he went into darkness. When he came out of it again, he found himself lying on the farther slope in the midst of a group of people, with his head on someone's arm, and hands unfastening his coat. A voice said, "No, the head wound is only slight. 'Tis here on the breast that the large stone must have struck him." Ewen tried to get his own voice. It was difficult, and the world heaved. Is Lochiel safe?" Archibald Cameron, kneeling beside him, looked up for a second. "He's holding you at this moment, dear lad. No, lie still." He went on with his examination. But Ewen disobediently turned his swimming head a little, and saw that he was indeed in Lochiel's hold, so Lochiel must be unharmed. Why then had he his other hand over his eyes? Puzzled but content, he shut his own again. When next he thought much about his surroundings, he was lying in the same place, wrapped in a plaid, with Lachlan squatting near, gazing at him with anguished eyes. Over the level top of Ben Nevis, clouds, as white as the snow which crowned it, were hurrying against the blue. It came back to Ewen that he had heard Archie say that he was greatly bruised, but that no bones seemed broken, and no internal injury, he hoped, inflicted. So, after speaking a word or two of reassurance to his foster brother, he relapsed into a state of happy content, with pain every time he drew a breath and a violent headache. But Lochiel was safe. Presently he felt his hand taken, and there was Lochiel himself kneeling by him, and Lachlan on the other side, removing himself respectfully to a distance. "Ewen, Ewen," said the well-beloved voice, with trouble in it, "you should not have done it." Ewen gave him a radiant smile. He felt neither penitence nor any need for it. "I saw what was going to happen," he observed. "I do not think that anything would have reached me. No one was struck but you, who deliberately threw yourself in the way of the fragments, and one of Keppoch's gillies, slightly. If you had been killed on my behalf..." Lochiel left the sentence unfinished, and glanced down at the cuff of his coat. There was a stain on it. Ewen's eyes had followed his. "Do not say that you were hurt, after all," he exclaimed in a tone of horror. "It is your own blood, Ewen. Your head was not much cut, Archie says. But oh, my child, if I had had your death too at my door, when there's so much that I must answer for." And the young man saw that his chief was moved, more deeply moved than he had ever seen him. But, being still stupid from the blow on the head, he thought, "Why does he say that? Whose death is at his door?" And he lay looking with a mixture of affection and perplexity at the kinsman who was still as much his pattern of all that was noble, wise, and generous, as when he himself had been a boy under his tutelage. Then the fort fired one of its 12-pounders at the battery, and through the din, Lochiel told him that a litter had been sent for to take him to Glen Nevis house, where he should see him again later. Soon after, therefore, 4 of his men carried Ewen to that house of Alexander Cameron's at the opening of the glen, which Lochiel and Keppoch had made their headquarters, and he heard the voice of the Nevis, telling of the heights from which it had descended, and a little later, when that had faded from his hearing, a less agreeable one, lowland and educated, saying how disgraceful it was that a peaceful writer could not go a mile from Maryborough to visit a client without being seized by cattle thieves, and that indeed the said thieves could do no less than send him back under escort and safe conduct. And here the indignant speaker's gaze must have fallen upon the litter with its burden, for his next remark was, "What have we here? Another of you killed. I'm rejoiced to see it." Ewen felt constrained to deny this imputation. "I'm not in the least killed," he rejoined with annoyance, opening his eyes to find himself almost at the door of Glen Nevis house, and to see, in the midst of a group of rather shamefaced Highlanders, Mr. Chalmers, the Whig notary of Maryborough, whom he knew and who knew him. The lawyer gave an exclamation. "Oh, good sakes, 'tis Mr. Ewen Cameron of Ardroy. I'm unco sorry to see you in this condition, and in such company, Ardroy." "Why, what other company do you suppose I should be in?" asked Ewen, and shut his eyes again and heard no more of Mr. Chalmers and his grievances. But the chance meeting was to mean a great deal to him afterwards. What meant more to him at the moment, however, was that Dr. Cameron kept him in bed longer than he had anticipated, and he had not been on his legs again for more than a day or two when the siege of Fort William was suddenly abandoned. The defenders were too resolute, the besiegers unfortunate, and their artillery not sufficiently powerful, and, in the night of the 3rd of April, after spiking their remaining cannon, the attacking force withdrew. And, since they were in their own land of Lochaber, and it was seed time or past it, Lochiel and Keppoch gave permission to their men to go home for a few days. So Ewen and his little force returned to Ardroy, and he saw Loch na Hollere again, and caused Neil to row him upon it, for it was too cold for a swim, in the middle of which voyage he was struck by a sudden suspicion, and, landing on the islet, examined it for traces of the heron. There were none, and the nest, up at the top of the tallest pine tree, must long have been uninhabited, for the winds had blown it nearly all away. Shortly afterwards, Lachlan had a singularly unpleasant interview with his chieftain, in which, upbraided with the most direct disobedience, he replied that his concern for the being he loved best on earth was even stronger than his wish to obey him, after which, in a dramatic but perfectly sincere manner, he drew his dirk and said that rather than Machich Elin should look at him with such anger, he would plunge it into his own heart. In the end, Ewen was constrained to forgive him, after pointing out how little his disobedience had availed. There were more herons than one in Lochaber. And other officers than Captain Wyndham in King George's army, he might have added. His twice-held prisoner had indeed passed from his thoughts these many weeks. The question of the slaughtered heron necessarily brought him back there for a moment, but without any permanence. Ewen did not anticipate another meeting with him, for, were Angus's prophecy going to be fulfilled to the letter, they would surely have encountered each other in the confusion of Falkirk fight, with the 2nd Battalion of the Royals had, until it fled, faced the Camerons across the ravine. No, that 2 meetings should come to pass out of the 5 predicted was quite a reasonable achievement for the old Taisher. And then, one afternoon, when he was absorbed in thoughts of Alison, with all the final suddenness of the expected, came a panting messenger from Achnacarry, with a scrawl in Lochiel's writing. "Gather your men and march at once. Cumberland is moving. God send we reach Inverness in time." A bad dream is sometimes only a dream to the sleeper. He may know it to be such, and tell himself so. But this, though it held some of the elements of nightmare, was no dream. It was reality, this tramping of a tired and half-starved army through the night in a hopeless attempt to surprise the Duke of Cumberland's camp. Hopeless, because it was plain that they would never get to Nairn before daylight now. Aide-de-camp after aide-de-camp, officer after officer, had come riding past to the head of the column of Highlanders and Atholl men to urge Lord George Murray to halt, for the rear could not keep up. And yet, thought Ewen rather scornfully, they had not just marched more than 50 miles over mountainous country in 2 days, as most of Clan Cameron had. It was by this feat of endurance and speed that Lochiel and his men had reached Inverness the previous evening, to learn, to their dismay, that Cumberland had been allowed to cross the Spey unopposed. Despite fatigue, they had made but a brief halt in the town and had proceeded to Culloden House, whither the prince had gone earlier in the day. A warm welcome had been theirs, for he was becoming alarmed at their non-appearance, the more so that by no means all his scattered forces were yet returned from the various enterprises on which they had been dispatched. Cromarty, the MacGregors, and the Mackinnons were still north of the Moray Firth, no one knew where, and Keppoch had not yet appeared, nor the Frasers, nor Clooney Macpherson and his men. Today, since early morning, the whole army had been drawn up on the chosen ground of Drumossie Moor, in the belief that Cumberland would advance that day and attempt to reach Inverness. But the hours went by and the enemy did not appear, and then the cravings of hunger began to be felt, for all the food which had passed any man's lips that day was a single biscuit served out at noon. And at last it was clear that, the 15th of April being his birthday, Cumberland was remaining at Nairn to allow his troops fitly to celebrate it. The prince's hungry forces therefore withdrew from the moor again to the vicinity of Duncan Forbes's mansion. It was known that Lord George Murray had not liked the ground chosen for their stand, and Brigadier Stapleton and Colonel Kerr of Graydon, the ablest staff officer the prince possessed, had crossed the water of Nairn that morning to seek for a better. They reported that the boggy, hilly ground there was much more suitable than the open moor for receiving the Hanoverian attack, since it was almost impossible for cavalry and artillery, and the foot might perhaps be tempted into some pass where they could be fallen upon and annihilated. On the other hand, it was urged that, if the Highlanders withdrew over the stream into the hills, Cumberland would almost certainly slip by them to Inverness, seize the baggage and stores, and starve them out. The matter was still unsettled when, at an informal council of officers in the afternoon, someone, Ewen was not clear who, had proposed to surprise the Hanoverian camp by a night attack. Most of the soldiers there, it was thought, would be more or less drunk after the festivities of the birthday. Lord George Murray and the prince were both found to be in favour of the idea. Moreover, owing to the scandalous neglect of the commissariat shown by Hay of Wresselrig, who had succeeded Murray of Broughton as secretary, there was not a crumb of food for the men next day. Objections to the plan there were indeed. The distance, a good 10 miles, the danger of a spy's carrying the news to the English camp, the absence of so many contingents. But the arrival of Keppoch with 200 MacDonalds when the meeting was in progress clinched the matter, and the night attack was resolved upon. The decision had purposely been kept from the men themselves, and it was with remorseful knowledge of the futility of their preparations that Ewen had watched his own little company choosing the driest spots on the heathery hillside for a night's repose, making a fire and rolling themselves supperless in their plaids to seek in sleep a palliative for the gnawing hunger which possessed them. Perhaps it would have been better if the rank and file had been told what was afoot, for, by the time planned for the start, 7 o'clock, it was found that hundreds of them had stolen off in search of food. And to the mounted officers sent out in the utmost haste to beat them up and bring them back, no easy task, many had replied that the officers might shoot them if they pleased, but go back they would not until they had had meat. The prince was urged to give up the plan, but he refused, and as those who had remained were assembled, the word had been given to march off. It was an excellent night for a surprise, dark and misty, but it was also very favourable for tired and hungry men to drop unobserved out of the ranks, and many of them did so. Ewen was as tired and hungry as anyone else, but he shut his mouth and plodded on like an automaton at the head of his company. Lochiel was in front, and where Lochiel went he followed as a matter of course, and close on his heels came Neil and Lachlan, of the same mind regarding him. Although Lord George had never consented actually to stop, he had been obliged to march slower and slower in consequence of the messages from the rear. But now at last there came a halt, and a prolonged one. The Duke of Perth rode past, and presently Hay of Wresselwick. Discussion was evidently going forward in the van. And meanwhile the unwished-for light was growing in the east, not yet daybreak, but its harbinger. Faces began to be distinct, and haggard faces they were. And here came back one of the Mackintosh guides, the same who, not long before, had brought the order to attack with the sword only. Before he spoke to him, Ewen guessed what orders he brought now. They were to retrace their steps. The surprise was being abandoned. Too much time had been lost on the way, and to attack in daylight would be madness. All the nightmare effort had been for nothing, for worse than nothing. Between 5 and 6 of that cold, grey morning, Ewen found himself once more before the gates of Culloden House. Men were dropping where they stood. Some, he knew, were lying worn out along the roadside. He was in no better case himself, in some ways, indeed, in a worse, for it was not 3 weeks since he had left his bed after his experience at Fort William. But in anger and desperation he dispatched Neil and Lachlan, who still seemed capable of movement, to Inverness with orders to get food for their comrades if they had to steal it. It was all he could do, and when he got inside the house he sat down exhausted in the hall, and fell asleep with his head on a table. He was hardly conscious of the stir a little later, when the prince arrived, tired, dispirited, and sore from the complaints which he could not avoid hearing. But from scraps of talk about him, for the place was full of officers in the same plight as himself, Ewen's weary brain did receive the welcome impression that they would at least have some hours to rest and recuperate, and later, please heaven, to get some food. For Cumberland was evidently not going to attack today. He was dreaming that he was at home and sitting down to a good meal, when he felt someone shaking him, and, raising his head, saw one of his own cousins from Appin, Ian Stewart. "What is it?" he asked stupidly. "A straggler has just come in with news that some troops are advancing from Nairn." He did not know whether it was the main body or only skirmishers. Ewen dragged himself to his feet. All round the hall others were doing the same, but some would require more to rouse them than a mere rumour. It was broad daylight. A clock near marked 9 o'clock. "It cannot be the main body, the attack," he said incredulously. There was no sign of general movement at Nairn. The campfires were burning. We could see them 4 miles away. However, the truth can soon be discovered. The weary-faced Appin lad shrugged his shoulders. "It will not be very easy to make sure," he said. "Fitzjames's horse is all dispersed after fugitives and food. I tell you, Ardroy, I do not much care which it is, if only I could get an hour's sleep." "I must find Lochiel," said Ewen. He had no idea where he was, a sufficient comment on his own state, but was told that he was upstairs with the prince, who, on coming in, had thrown himself just as he was upon his bed. Half dizzy with sleep and hunger, Ewen went up the wide staircase, hearing everywhere voices discussing the report, and arguing and wondering what was to be done, and declaring that the speakers disbelieved the news, because they desired to disbelieve it. When he reached the landing, the door of the prince's bedchamber opened, and Lord George Murray and Kerr of Graydon came out together, the latter looking very grim, Lord George plainly in a rage. They went down the stairs to the encumbered hall, Lord George calling for his aide-de-camp. The door, meanwhile, had been left ajar. Loud voices came through it, and Ewen had a glimpse of the prince, sitting on the edge of his bed, still booted, with Sir Thomas Sheridan, his old tutor, beside him. He was speaking, not to him, but to someone invisible. "I tell you," his voice came sharply, edged with fatigue and obstinacy. "I tell you the English will be seized with panic when they come to close quarters. They cannot face my Highlanders in the charge. It will be again, as it was at Gladsmuir, and—" Then the door shut behind Lochiel, coming slowly out. He did not see the young man waiting for him, and on his tired, unguarded face Ewen could read the most profound discouragement. As he crossed the landing, Ewen took a couple of strides after him, laying hold of his plaid, and the chief stopped. "Is it true, Donald?" "I suppose so," answered Lochiel quietly. "At any rate, we must take up our positions at once." "Over the water of Nairn, then, I hope." "No. The prince is immovable on that point. We are to take our stand on our old positions of yesterday on the moor." "When you and Lord George disapprove. It's the doing, no doubt, of the same men who were for it yesterday, those who have nothing to lose, the French and Irish officers." Lochiel glanced over his shoulder. "Don't speak so loud, Ewen." "But you are right. May God forgive them." "May God reward them," said Ewen savagely. "We are to march our companies back to the moor, then?" "Yes. And we and Athol are to be on the right wing today." Ewen was surprised, the MacDonalds always claiming and being conceded this privilege. But he did not seek the reason for the change, and followed his chief in silence down the stairs. The confusion in the hall had increased, and yet some officers were still lying on the floor without stirring, so spent were they. "Find me Dungallen and Torcastle," said Lochiel. "By the way, have you had anything to eat, Ewen, since noon yesterday?" "Have you, which is more to the point?" asked Ewen. Lochiel smiled and shook his head. But fortunately a little bread and whisky was discovered for the prince. Ewen found Ludovic Cameron of Torcastle, the chief's uncle, and Cameron of Dungallen, major of the regiment, and himself went out in a shower of sleet to rouse his men, having in several cases to pull them up from the ground. He had got them into some kind of stupefied order when he saw Lochiel and Dungallen come by. A body of MacDonalds was collecting near, and as the two Camerons passed, Ewen scarcely realized it then, but he remembered it afterwards. There were muttered words and a black look or two. But he himself was thinking bitterly, "I wonder are we all fey? We had the advantage of a good natural barrier, the Spey, and we let Cumberland cross it like walking over a burn. Now, we might put the Nairn water between him and us, and we will not." An insistent question suddenly leapt up in his heart. He looked round, and by good fortune Lochiel came by again, alone. Ewen intercepted and stopped him. "For God's sake, one moment." He drew his chief a little apart towards the high wall which separated the house from the parks. "If the day should go against us, Lochiel, if we have all to take to the heather." "Yes," said his cousin gravely, not repudiating the possibility. "Where will you make for? Give us a rendezvous, and give me one, at all events." "Why, my dear boy, I shall make for Achnacarry." "But that is just where you would be sought for by the Elector's troops." "Yet I must be where the clan can find me," said the chief. "Loch Arkaig is the best rallying point. 'Tis not easy neither to come at it suddenly in force, because there is always the Lochie to ford. And if I were strictly sought for in person, there are plenty of skulking places round Achnacarry, as you know. But none beyond the wit of man to discover, Donald, and most of them known to too many. Of the clan, perhaps, yes, but you do not imagine, surely, that any of them would be betrayed by a Cameron. Moreover, Archie came on a new one the other day when we were there. He showed it to me. Truly, I do not think the wit of man could find that unaided, and no one knows of it but he and I. So set your mind at rest, dear lad." He took a step or two away. "I'll tell you too, Ewen." The young man's face, which had become a little wistful, lit up. "Oh, Donald." "Listen," said Lochiel, dropping his voice, and coming closer to the wall. "Halfway up the southern slope of Bain Vrach, about 100 paces to the right of the little waterfall." And Ewen, listening eagerly, heard of an overhanging birch tree whose old roots grasped like hinges an apparently immovable block of stone, which could be moved if one knew just where to push it, and of a cave, long disused, which Dr. Cameron had found behind it, a place whose existence could never be suspected, and there, if hard pressed. "Yes, surely there you would be safe," said Ewen with satisfaction, "and that is 1,000 times better than any of the old places. I thank you for telling me. I shall not forget." "Whom should I tell if not you, my dear Ewen?" said his chief, laying his hand for a moment on his shoulder. "You have always been to me." More he did not say, for Dungallan was at his elbow, urgently summoning him. But perhaps also he could not. Ewen pulled his bonnet lower on his brows, and, bending his head against the sleety blast, set his face with the rest towards the fatal stretch of moorland, the last earthly landscape that many a man there would ever see. But over that possibility he was not troubling himself. He was wondering whether it were possible to be much hungrier, and what his foster brothers would do when they returned and found him gone into battle without them. And, like a litany, he repeated to himself, to be sure that he remembered them aright, the directions MacGuldhu had given him. Halfway up the southern slope of Bain Vrach, about 100 paces to the right of the waterfall. Just as they were all taking up their positions, a gleam of sun shot through the heavy, hurrying clouds, and fell bright upon the moving tartans, Stewart and Cameron, Fraser, Mackintosh, Maclean and MacDonald, lighting too the distant hills of Ross across the firth, whence Cromarty came not, and the high ground over the Nairn water on the other hand, where Clooney Macpherson was hurrying towards them with his clan, to arrive too late. Then the gleam went out, and the wind howled anew in the faces of those who should spend themselves to death unavailingly, and those who should hold back for a grudge. It fluttered plaid, and tugged at eagle's feather, and whipped about him the cloak of the young man for whom the flower of the north stood here to be slain, and faint upon it, too, came now and then the kettle-drums of Cumberland's advance. End of section 13. Section 14 of The Flight of the Heron by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. Part 3, Chapter 3. Once more Keith Wyndham, but he was Major Wyndham now, and on General Hawley's staff, was riding towards Lochaber. This time, however, he was thankful to find himself so occupied, for it was a boon to get away from what Inverness had become since the Duke of Cumberland's victory a couple of weeks ago. A little town crammed with suffering and despair, and with men who not only gloated over the suffering, but who did their best to intensify it by neglect. One could not pass the horrible overcrowded little prison under the bridge without hearing pitiful voices always crying out for water. And as for last Sunday's costless procession of those poor wretches, in their shirts or less, the wounded too, carried by their comrades, simply to be jeered at. Well, Major Wyndham, feigning twinges from his wound of Fontenoy, had withdrawn, sick with disgust, from the neighbourhood of the uproariously laughing Hawley. And not only was he enjoying a respite, if only of a few days, from what was so repugnant to him, but he had been chosen by the Duke himself to carry a dispatch to the Earl of Albemarle at Perth. It seemed that the Duke remembered a certain little incident at Fontenoy. General Hawley, relinquishing his aide-de-camp for the mission, had slapped him on the shoulder and wished him good luck. The errand seemed to promise transference to the Duke's own staff, and if that should occur, it meant real advancement at last, and, when Cumberland returned to Flanders, a return with him. So Keith was in better spirits than he had been for the last week. Surely the end of this horrid Scottish business was approaching for him. Falkirk, a bitter memory, was more than avenged, for the late victory on the moor of Culloden could not have been completer. He only wished he could get out of his mind some of the details of its completion. But there was this to be said for ruthless methods of suppression, that they were the sooner finished with. To tell truth, Major Wyndham's immediate situation was also exercising his mind a good deal. Wade's road from Fort Augustus to Dalwhinnie and Perth ran over the steep Corriaric Pass into Badenoch, and he had been told that somewhere in the neighbourhood of the pass he would find a military post under a certain Major Guthrie of Campbell's regiment, in which bivouac he proposed to spend the night. There had been a time last August when Sir John Cope, with all his force, dared not risk crossing the Corriaric. It was different now. Keith had first, of course, to get to Fort Augustus, and had set out from Inverness with that intention, but about halfway there, just before the road reared itself from the levels of Whitebridge to climb to its highest elevation, he had been inexplicably tempted by a track which followed a stream up a valley to the left, and, on an impulse which now seemed to him insane, had decided to pursue this rather than the main road. His Highland orderly, a Mackay from Lord Ray's country, only too pleased, like all his race, to get off a high road, even though he was riding a shod horse, jumped at the suggestion, averring, in his not always ready English, that he knew the track to be a shorter way to the Coryaric road. So they had ridden up that tempting corridor. It was a most unwise proceeding. At first all had gone well, but by this time it was clear to Keith that he and his orderly, if not lost, were within measurable distance of becoming so. The original track had ceased, the stream had divided, and they knew not which branch to follow, and either only seemed to take them higher and higher towards its source. Bare and menacing, the mountain-sides closed in more and more straightly upon the foolhardy travellers. The Highlander was of use as a pioneer, but Keith had expected him to be a guide, whereas it soon appeared that he had no qualifications for the post, never having been in these parts before, despite his confident assertion of an hour ago. Every now and then they were obliged to lead their horses, and they were continually making detours to avoid boggy ground. Keith trudged on silent with annoyance at his own folly, his orderly voluble in assurances that herself need not be alarmed. There were worse places than this in Sutherland, yet Dougal, the son of Dougal, had never lost himself. It was hard to believe that it was the 1st of May, so cold was it. Not only were the surrounding mountains capped with snow, but it lay in all the creases of the northern slopes to quite a low level. There were even patches not far above the route which the travellers were painfully making out for themselves. And it was actually a pocket of snow in a sort of overhanging hollow some way off to their left, a little above them, which drew Keith's eyes in that direction. Then he saw, to his surprise, that there was a figure with a plaid drawn over its head sitting in the hollow. A woman, apparently. He called Mackay's attention to it at once. "Ask her if she can tell us the best way to the Coryaric road." The Highlander shouted out something in his own tongue, but there was no answer, and the woman, huddled in her plaid, which completely hid her face, did not move. "She will be asleep, whatever," observed Mackay. "Aven! Woman! Woman!" But another thought had struck the Englishman. Tossing the reins of his horse to Mackay, he strode up to the hollow where the woman sat, and, stooping, laid a hand on her shoulder. For any warmth that struck through the tartan, he might as well have touched the rock against which she leant. He gave an exclamation, and, after a moment, drew the folds of the plaid a little apart. If the young woman who sat crouched within it, stiff now, like the year-old child in her arms, knew the way anywhere, it was not to the pass of Coryaric. There was a little wreath of half-melted snow in a cranny near her head. It was no whiter than her face. The upper half of her body was almost naked, for she had stripped herself to wrap all she could round the little bundle which she was still clasping tightly to her breast. But it was only a bundle now, with one tiny, rigid waxen hand emerging to show what it had been. Keith removed his 3-cornered hat and signed to Mackay to leave the horses and come. "The poor woman is dead," he said in a hushed voice. "Has been dead for some time. Can she have met with an accident?" "I think she will have been starved," said his orderly, looking at the pinched face. "I have heard that there are many women wandering in the hills of Lochaber and Barnoch, and there is no food, and it has been very cold." "But why should she have gone wandering like this, with her child, too?" The Mackay turned surprised eyes upon him. "Because you English from Fort William will have burnt her house and perhaps killed her man," he replied bluntly. "Then she was going trying to find shelter for herself and the wean. And now there is no one to streak her and to lay the platter of salt on her breast. It is a pity." He, too, with the innate reverence of his race for the dead, was standing bareheaded. "I wish we could bury them," said Keith. But it was out of the question. They had neither the implements nor the time. Indeed, but for the food that they carried, and their horses, the same end might almost be awaiting them in these solitudes. So Mackay replaced the plaid, and they went silently back to the horses and continued their journey. You English, we English, have done this. We whose boast it has always been that we do not war with women and children. We English whose vengeance, and Keith had realized it, ere this, is edged by the remembrance of past panic, of the disgrace of Prestonpans and Falkirk and invasion. He went on his way with the sensation of being branded. Yes, he had been too true a prophet. The comedy had turned to grim and bloody earnest. And despite relief and natural exhilaration at victory, of which there was not much left in him now, despite the liberation of his native country from a menace which she affected to despise, but which in the end had terrified her, despite the vindication, at last, of the worth of trained troops, Keith Wyndham could say with all his heart, "Would God we were back in the days of farce." Yes, even in the days when last he was in Lochaber, for the very mortification of the rout at Highbridge last summer and of his subsequent captivity had been easier to bear than the feeling that he belonged now to a band of executioners, who was indeed closely connected with the most brutal of them all. He had been gratified when Hawley, on his arrival at Edinburgh, had, on Preston's recommendation, chosen him to fill a vacancy on his staff. But during the last 2 weeks he had come to loathe the position. Yet his ambitious regard for his own career forbade him to damage it by asking permission to resign his post. Indeed, had he taken such a remarkable step, he would not now be on his way to Perth, having turned his back for a while on what had so sickened him. Another half-hour passed, and the memories which had been sweeping like dark clouds over Keith's mind began to give way to a real sensation of alarm, not so much for his personal safety as for the carrying out of his mission. Suppose they did not find their way before nightfall out of this accursed maze into which he had so blindly ventured. He consulted anew with Mackay, and they resolved to abandon the line which they had been taking, and try instead to find a way over a spur on their right, for the mountain which sent it forth was neither craggy nor strewn with scree, and the slope of the spur was such that it was even possible to make use of their horses. At the worst, its summit would give them a view, and they might then be able to strike out a better route for themselves. As Keith was putting his foot in the stirrup, Dougal Mackay caught his arm and said excitedly, "I was hearing a shout, sir." "I heard nothing," responded Major Wyndham, listening. "Where did it come from?" The orderly pointed ahead. "The men that shouted will be round the other side of this byne. Let us make haste, sir." Praying that the Highlander was not mistaken, Keith scrambled into the saddle, and his horse began to strain up the slope. He himself could hear nothing but the melancholy notes of a disturbed plover, which was wheeling not far above their heads, and he cursed the bird for drowning more distant sounds. Then, sharp through the mournful cry, there did come a sound, the crack of a shot, of 2 shots, and the mountains re-echoed with it. For a moment both Keith and his orderly instinctively checked their horses. Then Keith struck spurs into his, and in a few minutes the panting beast had carried him to the top of the shoulder, and he had his view. Directly before him rose another mountainside, much greener than the rest, and this greenness extended downwards into the almost level depression between it and the slope whose summit he had now reached. Below him, in this narrow upland valley, stood a small group of rough huts for use when the cattle were driven up to the summer pasture, and in front of these was drawn up a body of redcoats, to whom a mounted officer was shouting orders. On the ground near the entrance of the largest shieling lay a motionless Highlander. The shots thus explained themselves. The soldiers were at their usual work, and Keith had ridden into the midst of it. He felt weariness and disgust, but he needed direction too badly not to be glad to meet with those who could give it. Presumably the detachment was from the post on Wade's Road, and the officer might even be Major Guthrie himself. Hoping that the worst was now over, he rode slowly down the hillside through the bloomless heather, unnoticed by the group below. The fern-thatched roof of one of the shielings had already been fired, and to its first cracklings Keith realized with distaste that the butchery was not yet finished. 3 or 4 scarlet-clad figures came out of the hut before which the dead man lay, half carrying, half dragging another Highlander, alive, but evidently wounded. The officer pointed, and they followed the usual summary method in such cases, and, after planting him against the dry stone wall of the building itself, withdrew, leaving him face to face with the firing party. But apparently their victim could not stand unsupported. For a moment or so after they had retired, he slid to one knee, and then to the ground. "Detestable," said Major Wyndham to himself. He had recognized the tartan now, the one of all others that he would never mistake, for he had worn it himself, the Cameron. But that did not surprise him. The doomed Highlander was now struggling to his feet again. He gained them unaided, and, steadying himself with one hand against the wall behind him, stood once more upright, so tall that his head was well above the edge of the low thatch. Now Keith was near enough to see the lower end of a dirty bandage round his left thigh, and the whole of another on his sword arm, for all that he had upon him was a kilt and a ragged shirt. And, "Good God!" exclaimed the Englishman aloud, and calling out at the top of his voice, "Stop! Stop!" he drove the spurs into his horse, came slithering down the last part of the slope, raced towards the shieling, leapt off, and, holding up his hand, but all faces were now turned towards him, ran in between the already levelled muskets and Ewen Cameron. Ewen alone had not seen him. His face was the colour of the wall behind him. His eyes were half closed, his teeth set in his lower lip, and it was plain that only his force of will was keeping him upright there. A tiny trickle of blood was beginning to course down his bare leg. And even the blind instinct to face death standing could keep him there no longer. For the second time he swayed, and the wounded leg gave way under him again. But this time Keith's arms caught him as he sank. Oblivious of the stupefaction which had descended upon the soldiers, and of the more than stupefaction manifested by the officer behind them, Keith lowered that dead weight to the ground and knelt beside it. In Ardroy's gaunt face a line of white showed under the closed lids, and Keith's hand pressed on the torn shirt found a heartbeat so faint that he thought, he was dying when they dragged him out, the brutes. Perhaps he had not been in time, after all. He remembered that there was brandy in his holster, and looked up with an idea of summoning Mackay. "Am I to take you for a surgeon, sir?" he inquired, in a strong lowland accent, and in a tone compounded of hot rage and cold. "If so, and you'll have the kindness to shift yourself out of the way for a minute, there'll be no further need of your services." Keith laid Ewen's head down on the grass, and, standing up, regarded the rider, a neat, fair-complexioned Scot of about 45, with little light eyes under sandy brows. "Major Guthrie, I think," he suggested, and saluted him. "I'm Major Keith Wyndham of the Royals, on General Hawley's staff, and now on my way with dispatches from His Royal Highness to Perth." "Oh, I care little if you have dispatches from God himself," retorted Major Guthrie with increasing fury. "And this is not Perth. Hard away from yon wall, unless you've a fancy to be shot too." But Keith did not move. "This is not a common Highlander, sir," he said, as calmly as he could. "He is an officer, despite his dress." For officers, as Major Guthrie must know, were not shot in cold blood. Now. "What's that to me?" inquired Guthrie. He turned. "Here, you sumphs, pit him up afore the wall again." Two of the men made an undecided move forwards, but the sight of this other officer, of equal rank, standing so resolutely in front of the prostrate Highlander, daunted them. "Oh, but listen, Major Guthrie," pleaded Keith, keeping a tight hold upon his own rapidly rising temper and disgust. "This gentleman is really of more than ordinary importance, for he was at one time aide-de-camp to the Pretender's son, and he is Lochiel's near kinsman. Some kind of cousin, I think. You surely would not—" "Lochiel's near kinsman, did you say?" interrupted Guthrie, bending down a little. "How is he called?" "Cameron of Ardroy, a captain in Lochiel's regiment. I'm sure," went on Keith, eager to follow up the impression which Lochiel's name appeared to have made, "I'm sure you will recognize, Major, that the Duke would not wish him to be shot out of hand like this." "Indeed, I'm obliged to you, Major somebody or other,
for so kindly instructing His Royal Highness's wishes to me," retorted the Lowlander. But he bent still farther from the saddle and gazed down for a moment at what was lying so still by the wall. At the dirty, blood-stained, half-clothed figure which Keith had last seen so gallant in powder and satin, cool, smiling, and triumphant. The plea he had offered, the only plea that he could think of, was it going to save Ewen Cameron from lying there stiller yet? He tried to read Guthrie's intentions on his face, but all that he could see there was its innate meanness and cruelty. The saddle creaked as the rider came upright again. He looked down at Keith himself now, with eyes that seemed to hold a flickering light. "This is God's truth you're telling me, that yon," he pointed contemptuously, "is Lochiel's cousin." "Yes, on my honour as an officer." "And may I spare how you ken it?" "Because I've met him before. I assure you, sir, that if they knew at Inverness—" "This is no more Inverness than it is Perth, Major Keith. I'm acting here on my own authority, and if yon lousy rebel lying there had the Duke's own protection on him, I would not regard it if I thought fit. Still anon, I'm well aware that as Lochiel's near kinsman, he may be of more value alive than dead. We shall see of how much in a day or two. Aye, I doubt they'll be wishing they had him at Inverness." "But you cannot send him all the way to Inverness," protested Keith, rather alarmed. "He's evidently badly wounded. Ill." He dropped on one knee beside Ewen again. Guthrie gave a short laugh. "Did I say I was going to? You maun take me for a fool, Major. Findings keepings, as they say. But devil kens," he added, suddenly dismounting, "how I'm to transport the man even to my own camp the nicht. I've nothing to carry him on, and I dinna shall lose." Here he too came and stooped over the unconscious figure. "Aye, he's not for sitting a horse, that's plain. I'm thinking I'll even have to leave him here till the morn, and send down a party with a litter. There's one thing," he added coolly, raising himself with a shrug of his shoulders. "He'll not run away, and there's nobody left about the place. Aye, that's what I'll do." "You're going to leave him here alone, all night, in this state?" exclaimed Keith, loosing the almost pulseless wrist. Guthrie stared angrily at him. "Upon my soul, Major, are you expecting a spittle on Ben Loy? For a man on Hawley's staff, you're unco tender to a rebel. If I cannot take the prisoner with me, I have no choice but to leave him here. Unless you'd prefer me to blow his horns out, after all. It's none too late for it yet, you can." And he laid a hand on one of his own pistols. "No, you're quite right, sir," said Keith hastily, almost humbly. "I see that you can do nothing else but leave him till the morning." "Sergeant," called out Major Guthrie, "put the prisoner ben the house again, and dinna fire yon shieling. Now, Major Keith, in payment for the good turn you've done me, I'll have the pleasure of offering you hospitality for the nicht, and setting you on the richt road for Perth, which you're not on the now, you ken." "I'm much beholden to you, sir," replied Keith stiffly, "but I'm not aware of having laid you under any obligation." Guthrie raised his sandy eyebrows. "Are you not? Well, you may be richt. We'll see. Aye, Sergeant, fire the lave of them. We mauna leave any beeld for the rebels." The thatch of the next shieling, going up with a roar, lit sharply the uniforms of the men who, roughly enough, lifted Ardroy from the ground, and, staggering a little, for he was no lightweight, disappeared with him round the corner of the miserable little dwelling. And biting his lip, Keith watched them go. And then Mackay brought up his horse, restive at the flames. The men came out again. "Well, Major, are you not satisfied?" asked Guthrie, already back in the saddle. Satisfied? No. But he was on such dangerous ground. This man's mercy, if so it could be called, was like a bog. At any moment there might be no more foothold. A little more pressing for better treatment, and he would have Ardroy shot out of mere spite. Keith was sure of it. But, left alone, scarcely breathing. And in what condition had Ewen been left in there? "I'll ride after you in a moment, sir," he said. "You see,
I'm under a sort of obligation to this young Cameron. I'll just go in and leave him my brandy flask." Really, Major Guthrie of Campbell's regiment had the most unpleasant eyes he had ever encountered. "As you will, sir," he returned. "I doubt he'll not be able to thank you. But I advise you not to be over long with him, for I cannot wait, and 'tis for me to warn you this time that the Duke will not be very pleased if you lose the way to Perth again." He turned his horse. Keith took the flask out of his holster, said a word to Mackay, and went round to the door of the shieling. It was Neil McMartin who lay shot, not far from the entrance. Keith recognized him instantly. No doubt it was only over his dead body that they had been able to get at his wounded foster brother. Inside the tiny place it was so dark that for a moment Keith could hardly see anything. Then, by a sudden red glow from without, he distinguished Ewen's body in the far corner, on a heap of something which proved to be dried fern and heather. The soldiers had flung him back there with little regard for his wounds, or for the coming cold of night. But there was a plaid lying in a heap on the floor. Keith picked this up and spread it over him. Ardroy was still senseless, but when Keith tried to arrange him more comfortably, he moaned, yet it was only the faintest trickle of brandy which the Englishman could get down his throat. He desisted finally, for fear of choking him, and closed his cold, nerveless hand round the flask instead. Looking about, he saw not a trace of food, nor even of water, though there was an overturned bowl on the floor. He hurried out with this to the burn which he had noticed, filled it, and placed it within reach. But it seemed rather a mockery, now that the only hand which might have held it to Ewen Cameron's lips was lifeless outside. Had he done Ardroy a kindness after all in saving him from the volley? Mackay was in the doorway. "The redcoats is all gone, Major. I'm not seeing them now." Keith jumped up. His duty came before an enemy's plight, whatever were his feelings towards that enemy. He could do no more. The leaping flames outside had died down to mere incandescence, and the dead man and the senseless were left in possession of the darkening hollow where the Burns voice, babbling on in protest or unconcern, was now the only sound to break the silence. End of section 14. Section 15 of The Flight of the Heron by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. Part 3, Chapter 4. "Well, sir, and was your friend able to thank you?" inquired Major Guthrie, when the Englishman overtook him at the end of the little column, as it wound along the mountainside. Keith said no, that he had not yet recovered his senses. "It is to be hoped he'll have gotten them again when I send for him," commented the Lowlander. "He'll not be of muckle use, else. But are you sure, Major, that he kens where Lochiel is the now?" "Oh, how do I know what he knows? And use? Of what use do you expect him to be?" asked Keith shortly. "Oh, what use?" Guthrie reined up. "Oh, losh, man, dinna you ken there's £1,000 on Lochiel's head, that he's likely skulking somewhere round Achnakerry or Loch Arkaig, and that to ken his hiding place would be halfway to the apprehension of the man himself. Gin you come fra Inverness, you cannot be ignorant of that. And why for else did you lay sic a stress upon yon rebel being sib to Lochiel, if you did not mean that he would be of use to us in that capacity?" Keith sat his horse like a statue, and stared at the speaker with feelings which slowly whitened his own cheek. "Is it possible you imagine that I thought Ewen Cameron, a Highlander and a gentleman, would turn informer against his own chief?" "Then for what other reason," retorted Guthrie, "when you came with your damned interference, did you insist on his kinship with Lochiel, and imply that he kenned of his whereabouts?" "I never implied such a thing," burst out Keith indignantly. "Not for a moment. You must most strangely have mistaken me, Major Guthrie. And if Cameron of Ardroy did know, he would never dream of betraying his knowledge." "Ah," commented Guthrie, surveying him slowly. "Then it's not worth the fat of sending for him the morn." And, smiling crookedly, he touched his horse with his heel, and moved on again after his men. But Keith Wyndham remained behind on the mountain path, almost stunned with disgust. That he should be thought capable of suggesting such a reason for sparing Ewen Cameron's life. This, then, was the cause of Major Guthrie's change of intention at the mention of Lochiel's name, the meaning of his reference to the good turn which Major Wyndham had done him. And Keith's impulse was to leave the very path which Guthrie's horse had trodden. But he could not gratify this desire. He was dependent on Guthrie's guidance. And besides, Ardroy lay helpless and utterly alone in the hut. He had not saved him yet. Oh, great heavens! What line was he to take to that end now? He moved on slowly after the Lowlander, who took no notice of him. On the narrow path they were obliged to ride in single file, but soon the track, descending to a lower level, joined a wider one, and here the Major waited for him to come abreast. "Since your object in hindering the execution, a while syne, was not zeal for His Majesty's service, as I thought," he observed, "you maun give me leave to say, Major, I did not rightly get your name, that I find your conduct unco strange." "I am fully prepared to answer to my superiors for my conduct, sir," replied Keith, very stiffly. "As I told you just now, I am under an obligation to that young Cameron, such as any soldier may owe to an enemy without dishonour. He spared my life when it was his for the taking, and as his prisoner last year, I received very different treatment from that which we are now giving to ours." "Ah, so you were his prisoner," repeated Guthrie, fixing his little ferret eyes upon him. "When might that have been?" "It was after the affair at Highbridge last summer," replied Keith shortly. Highbridge. A light seemed to dawn on Guthrie's face. Not a pleasant light. "What, it's you that lost the 2 companies of Sinclair's there, along with Scott last August. You'll be Major Wyndham then." "Wyndham," corrected Keith, still more shortly. "Oh, aye, Wyndham. To think I did not ken the man I was ganging with, me that's I been ettling to meet you, for I mind hearing you were put on Hollystaff after yon Twilsey. Ha ha! Aye, I mind hearing that very well. How no offence meant, Major Wyndham," for Keith's expression was distinctly stormy. "We all have our military misfortunes, but we dinna all get promoted for them. And you were saying yon rebel made you prisoner. What did he do with you?" "He accepted my parole," said the Englishman between his teeth. "And let you gang?" "No, I was at his house for some days, and afterwards accompanied him to Glenfinnan." "Oh, you seem to have been chief with him. And where was this house of his, if you please?" "Can that be of any moment to you, sir?" retorted Keith, goaded by this interrogatory. "Oh, Dod, I should think so. It's of moment to me to ken how far it lay from Lochiel's own house of Achnacarry." "Well, that I'm afraid I cannot tell you," replied Keith sourly. "I was never at Achnacarry, and I've no knowledge of the neighbourhood. I'm not a Scotsman." "Oh, fine, I ken that. But even a Southron has lugs to his head, and you maun have heard tell the name of the district where yon rebel's house was situate. If you cannot tell me that, I'll be forced to think." He broke off with a grin. "And what, pray, will you be forced to think?" demanded Keith, surveying him from under his lids. "Ah, well, I should think you could jalouse that," was Guthrie's reply. "Oh, come now, Major, you can surely mind some landmark or other." It was no use fencing any more. Mr. Cameron's house was near a little lake called the Eagle's Lake, in the mountains some way to the north of Loch Arkaig. "Ha, thank you, Major Wyndham, for the effort," said Guthrie, with another grin. "I have a map in the camp. And syne, you could not be parted from your rebel friend, but gaed with him to Glenfinnan to see the ploy there." "Do you suppose I went willingly? I've told you that I was his prisoner." "But you were at Glenfinnan with him, and that's of moment, too, for no doubt you'd see him and Lochiel together. Did you not?" "Once or twice." "And how did they seem? On intimate terms with one another?" "I was not concerned to spy upon them," retorted Keith, who had an instant picture of the chief as he had once seen him, with an affectionate hand on Ewen's shoulder, a picture he was not going to pass on. I've told you that they were cousins. Aye, you telled me that. But Ilka Highlander is cousin to 20 more. They rode on for perhaps a moment in silence, and then Guthrie began again. Oh, see here, Major Wyndham, what the devil's the good of telling me the Cameron's this and that, and sign, when you have hindered me from shooting him as he deserves, to begin making out he's nothing of the sort. I suppose you'll say now he was not aide-de-camp to the Pretender's son either. I am not in the habit of telling lies, replied Keith. He was aide-de-camp to the Pretender's son, at least when the Highland army occupied Edinburgh, and that, as I said, and say still, is an excellent reason for not shooting him out of hand. Oh, you met him in Edinburgh, then? I did. As an enemy or a friend? As an enemy, of course. Keith was having to keep a tight hold of himself. Yet, there again he put me under an obligation. And at Guthrie's expression, he was unable to resist adding, "But I dare warrant the recognition of an obligation is no part of your creed, sir." Guthrie met this thrust instantly. "And me that gleg the now to allow mine to you. Fie, Major. But as a plain soldier, I'm thinking there's over muckle obligation between you and your Cameron. You're gay friendly with him for an enemy, running in like that, when ye micht have gotten a ball in your own wame. But since you assure me he'll not tell what he kens about Lochiel, he maun even bide in yon shieling and rot there, for it's not worth a brass bodle to bring him in." Keith's heart sank at these words. Yet he could not bring himself to assert that Ardroy would impart his knowledge, if he had any, for he was certain that he would rather die than do such a thing. Yet somehow he must be got out of that desolate place. He summoned up all his own powers of dissimulation. "Oh, you're quite mistaken, Major Guthrie," he said carelessly. "I'm not a friend of Mr. Cameron's in the sense that you imply, and I should be as glad as anyone to hear of Lochiel's capture, if it would advance His Majesty's affairs in this kingdom." He added this qualifying clause to salve his own conscience, since Lochiel's capture was about the last he would rejoice at. But he had to say something worse than this, and he did it with loathing, and a hesitation which perhaps served him better than he knew, fidgeting, meanwhile, with his horse's reins. "You know, sir, that although I'm sure Mr. Cameron would never answer a direct question, he might perhaps inadvertently drop, some hint or other. And I presume you have a certain measure of knowledge, and might find a hint valuable. I mean that it might, by good luck, complete your information. At least, I should think that it would be worth your while to bring him into camp on the chance of it." It sounded to him so desperately feeble a bait that it was surely to no purpose that he had soiled his lips with its utterance. Yet Guthrie appeared to respond to the suggestion with surprising alacrity. "Drop a hint," he said, meditatively, rubbing his chin. "Aye, maybe. Thank you for the notion, Major. I'll even think it over. I could aiblins drop a hint myself." And they rode on in silence for a few minutes after that, Keith not knowing whether he more detested himself or the man beside him. But by the time that they came in sight of the little river Tarf, which they must ford before they could get up to the Coriatic road, Major Guthrie was busy weaving what he evidently considered a highly diverting explanation of his companion's interest in yon rebel, which he now refused to attribute to the alleged obligation under which Major Wyndham professed to labour. "I see it all," he chuckled. "He had a bonny sister, and she was kind to you, Major. How kind as yon other lass of a Cameron was kind to the Pretender's son. Or a wife, maybe. Oh, out with it, you sly dog." And for a moment or two he gave rein to a fancy so coarse that Keith, no Puritan himself, yet innately fastidious, longed to shut his mouth. "And that's how you repaid his hospitality, Major," finished the humorist as they splashed through the Tarf. "'And 'tis a guilty conscience, not gratitude. Guard you save him." After that he reverted to the subject of his companion's staff appointment, which seemed to possess a sort of fascination for him, and tapped a very galling and indeed insulting vein of pleasantry in regard to it. "And Keith, who would not have endured a quarter of this insolence from anyone else in the world. No, not from the Duke of Cumberland himself. Swallowed it, because he knew that Ewen Cameron's life hung on this man's pleasure. First of all, his companion supposed that General Hawley did not know what a viper he was cherishing in his bosom, in the shape of an officer who possessed a weakness for rebels, which could certainly not be attributed to that commander himself. Of this Keith took no notice, so Major Guthrie passed on to affect to find something mightily amusing in the distinction of staff rank having been bestowed on a man who had run away at the first shot of the campaign. He actually used the expression, but at once safeguarded himself by adding, with a laugh, "No offence, my dear Major. I ken well the 2 companies of Sinclair's just spat and gived over, and you and Scott could do no less but gang with them. 'Twas your duty." But after a moment he added with a chuckle, "Forby, you run further than the rest, I've heard." Ardroy or no Ardroy, this was too much. Keith reined up. Yet, since it seemed deliberate provocation, he kept surprisingly cool. "Major Guthrie, I'd have you know I do not take such insinuations from any man alive. If you know so much about me, you must know also that Captain Scott sent me back to fetch reinforcements from Fort Augustus." And Guthrie, pulling up too, smote himself upon the thigh. "Aye, I micht have kent it. Forgive me, Major Wyndham, yon was a pleasantry. I like it my joke." "Allow me to say, then, that I do not share your taste," riposted Keith, with a brow like thunder. "If we were not both on active service at the moment." "Oh, you'd gar me draw, hey? Dinna be that hot, man. 'Twas an ill joke, I confess, and I ask your pardon for it," said Guthrie with complete good humour. "See, yonder's the camp, and you're going to sup with me." Keith wished with all his heart that he were not. But he felt, rightly or wrongly, that he must preserve a certain measure of amenity in his relations with the arbiter of Ardroy's fate, and, though it seemed to him that he had never done anything more repugnant, except make his recent speech about the possibility of Ewen's dropping a hint, he affected a demeanour modelled in some remote degree upon his companion's, and insincerely declared that he was foolish not to see that Major Guthrie was joking, and that he bore him no ill will for his jest. What baffled him was the reason for the ill will, which he could hardly doubt that Guthrie bore him. Was it because he had hindered the shooting of a rebel? But, according to his own showing, Major Guthrie hoped to find the rebel more useful alive than dead. It was certainly no deprivation to the Englishman when he discovered, on arriving at Guthrie's camp athwart the road, some miles from the top of the pass, that he was not to share the commanding officer's tent. Finding, as he now did, that the distance from the mountainside where he had come upon the soldiers was not so great as he had feared, he would much have preferred to push on over the pass to Miaulgarva, but his horse and his orderlies were too obviously in need of rest for this to be prudent, and when he was offered a vacant bed in another tent, for it appeared that the captain of the company had gone to Fort Augustus for the night, his worst apprehensions were relieved. The lieutenant, indeed, who made a third at the meal which he was nevertheless obliged to share with Guthrie, was of a different stamp entirely, an open-faced lad from the Tweed, named Patton, whom Keith at once suspected of disliking his major very heartily. On the plea that he must make an early start, the guest afterwards excused himself from playing cards with Guthrie and his subaltern, and withdrew to Lieutenant Patton's tent. Once there, however, he made no attempt to undress, but flung himself on the camp bed and lay staring at the lantern on the tent pole. A few miles away on the other side of the Tarf, the man whom he had tried so hard to save lay dying, perhaps, for want of food and care. What Guthrie's real intentions were about fetching him in tomorrow, he, probably of set purpose, had not allowed his visitor to know. And the question rather was, would Ewen Cameron be alive at all in the morning? He seemed at so low an ebb, and the nights were still so cold. Do what Keith would, he could not get him out of his head. It was useless to tell himself that he had, alas, witnessed worse episodes, that it was the fortune of war, that he was womanish to be so much distracted by the thought of an enemy's situation. He had been that enemy's guest. He had seen his domestic circumstances, met his future wife, knew what his very furniture looked like. Was not all that even more of a tie than that double debt which he felt he owed him? His instincts were stronger than his judgment, and when, an hour or so later, Lieutenant Patten slipped quietly through the flap of the tent, he rose up and abruptly addressed him. "Mr. Patten, you look as if you had the natural sentiments of humanity still left in you. Can you tell me where I could procure some food, and, if possible, some dressings, for that unfortunate rebel left alone upon the mountainside, about whom you heard at supper?" The young man looked considerably taken aback, as well he might. "But how would you propose, sir, to get them to him? And the major, I thought, spoke of fetching him into camp tomorrow." "I am not at all sure that he will, however," replied Keith. "And even if he does, I fear he may fetch in a corpse. If I can get some food and wine, I propose to take them to him myself. I think I can find the way back without difficulty, and my orderly is a Highlander." And, as Lieutenant Patten looked still more astonished, he added, "You must not think me a mere philanthropist, Mr. Patten. I owe the man in that hut a good deal, and I cannot endure the thought of having turned my back upon him in such a plight. In any case, I should be making an early start for Dalwhinnie. Is there any cottage in this neighbourhood where I could buy bread?" "No, but I could procure you some in the camp, sir," said the boy quite eagerly. "And as for dressings, you're welcome to tear up a shirt of mine. I confess I don't like these extreme measures, even with rebels, and I should be very glad to help you. You'll not get into trouble, eh?" "Not tonight, at any rate, sir. The major is in bed by now. And tomorrow, if it is discovered, I can say that you ordered me to do it, and that I dared not dispute the orders of a staff officer." End of section 15. Section 16 of The Flight of the Heron by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. Part 3, Chapter 5. And thus it was that a few hours later, Major Wyndham started back to Bainloy again, with bread and meat and wine, and an orderly who plainly thought him mad. Lieutenant Patten had seen them clear of the camp, whose commander was fortunately wrapped in slumber. Keith would not need to pass its sentries on his return, for the track up from the Tarf joined the road to the pass on the farther side of it. He found that he had noted the position of the shieling hut better than he could have hoped, considering the disagreeable preoccupation of his mind during the ride thence with Major Guthrie, and by good chance there was a moon not much past the full. In her cold light, the mountains looked inexpressibly lonely and remote, as Keith rode up the sheep track to the pasture where the harmless little shelters had stood. A faint, exhausted smoke yet lifted itself from one or two of the blackened ruins. The stream was chanting its changeless little song, and in the moonlight Neil McMartin still lay on guard outside the broken door of the one unburnt shieling. Keith bent over him as he passed. He was stiffening already in the plaid which was his only garment. And Ardroy. Taking from Mackay the lantern which he had brought for the purpose, and the food and wine, Keith went rather apprehensively into the dark, low-roofed place. Except that he had flung his left arm clear, its occupant was lying as he had left him, long and quiet, under the tartan covering. His eyes were closed, and he did not look very different from his dead foster-brother outside. But as the light fell on his face he moved a little, and faintly said some words in Gaelic, among which Keith thought he heard Lauchlin's name. He stooped over him. "Ardroy," he said gently, and laid a hand on the arm emerging from the tattered shirt-sleeve. At the touch, Ewen opened his eyes. But all that he saw, evidently, in the lantern light, was the bright scarlet uniform above him. "What, again?" he said, with an accent of profound weariness. "Shoot me in here, then. I cannot stand. Have you not a pistol?" Keith set the lantern on the floor and knelt down by him. "Ardroy, don't you know me? Wyndham of the Royals. I'm not come for that, but to help you if I can." The dried fern rustled as the wounded man turned his head a little. Very hollow in their orbits, but blue as Keith remembered them. His eyes stared up full of unbelief. "Wyndham," he said at last, feebly. "No, it's not possible. You are someone else." "No," said Keith, wondering how clear his mind might be. "It is really Wyndham, come to help you." He was searching meanwhile for the flask of brandy which they had left, and finding it slipped down, untouched, among the sprigs of heather, he wetted Ewen's lips with a little of the spirit. "Yes, it is Wyndham," said Ewen to himself. His eyes had never left his visitor's face. "But there were other soldiers here before. They took me out to shoot. I think I must have swooned. Then I was back in this place. I do not know why. Are you sure you have not orders to take me out again?" "Oh, good God, no," said Keith. "I have nothing to do with shootings. I'm alone, carrying dispatches. Tell me, you are wounded. How severely?" "My right arm. That is nothing much. This thigh, badly. I cannot move myself." "And what of food?" queried Keith. "I do not see any here, but I brought some with me." He began to get it out. "Are you not hungry?" "Not now," answered Ewen. "I was once. Captain Wyndham," he went on, apparently gathering together what forces he had. "Oh, you're coming. This charity. I cannot." "Do not try," put in Keith quickly. "Not hungry. How long, then, is it since you have eaten?" "Eaten," said the Highlander, and what might be interpreted as a smile dawned on his bony face. "There is no food in these hills. I've had nothing but water for 3 days. I think that is why Lachlan has gone, to try..." The words tailed off, as the spark of astonishment and animation in him went out quite suddenly, leaving his face the mask it had been when Keith entered. 3 days. No wonder that he was weak. Keith threw the water out of the bowl, poured some wine into it, and lifting Ewen's head from the bracken held it to his lips. "Drink this," he commanded, and had to say it 2 or 3 times before Ewen obeyed. "But this is wine, Lachlan," he murmured confusedly. "How did you come by wine?" Then his eyes turned on Keith, as if he recognized him again, and the recognition was only a source of bewilderment. Keith, meanwhile, was breaking bread into the wine. He knew that one must not give a starving man too much food at first. But the fugitive, far from being ravenous, seemed to find it difficult to swallow the sops which were put to his lips. Keith, however, persevered, and even added some meat to the bread, and patiently fed him with that, till Ewen intimated that he could eat no more. Keith's next intention was then announced. "Now, I'm going to dress your wounds, if they need it," he said. "You'll permit me?" "Permit you?" repeated Ewen, gazing at him with a renewal of his former wonder. Keith took the bowl and went out for water. The moon was hidden behind a bank of cloud, but a planet hung like a great flower over one of the black mountain tops. The grazing horses lifted their heads inquiringly, and Mackay, sitting propped against the shieling wall, scrambled sleepily to his feet. "No, I'm not going on yet. Get me that torn linen from my saddlebag." To his surprise, when he went back into the hut, after even so momentary an absence, Ewen had fallen asleep, perhaps as the result of eating after so long a fast. Keith decided not to rouse him, and waited. But 5 minutes saw the end of the snatch of feverish slumber, for Ardroy woke with a little cry, and some remark about the English artillery, which showed that he had been back at Culloden Moor. However, he knew Keith instantly, and when the Englishman began to unbandage his wounded sword arm, murmured, "That was a bayonet thrust." The arm had indeed been transfixed, and looked very swollen and painful, but, as far as Keith could judge, gave no particular cause for anxiety. He washed the wound, and as he bound it up again saw clearly in the rays of the lantern, which for greater convenience he had set upon an old stool that he had found, a curious white seam on the palm of the hand. Another ran across the fingers. He wondered for a moment what they were, and then he guessed. But when he came round and unbandaged Ewen's thigh, and miserably enough was it bandaged,
and found there a deep gash in no satisfactory state, he was somewhat horrified. This injury called for a surgeon, and he had nearly said so, but, reddening, checked himself, recalling the deliberate denial of care to the Jacobite wounded at Inverness, and the actual removal of their instruments from the few of their own surgeons imprisoned with him. Would Ewen Cameron get real attention in Major Guthrie's hands? He glanced at him, lying with his eyes shut and his hands gripped together on his breast, but making neither sound nor movement, and wondered whether he were hurting him intolerably, and what he should do if he went off into another of those long swoons, and thereupon finished his task as quickly as he could, and had recourse to the brandy flask once more. And then he sat down at the bottom of the rough bed, for the heather and fern was spread on a rude wooden framework standing about a foot from the floor, and gazed at him with a furrowed brow. The lantern on the stool beside him revealed the Highlander's pallor and exhaustion to the full. But, though his eyes were closed, and he lay quiet for a considerable time, he was not asleep, for he suddenly opened them and said, "I cannot understand. Did you know that I was here, Captain Wyndham? Or is it chance that has brought you so opportunely?" "It was chance the first time, for this is the second time that I have been here," replied Keith. "I will tell you about it. I was on my way this afternoon from Inverness to Perth, when some impulse made me attempt a very foolish shortcut among the mountains. I think now that it must have been the finger of fate pushing me, for thus I came upon this place just a moment or two before they dragged you out and set you against the wall. Only just in time, in fact. I protested and argued with the officer in charge, a Major Guthrie, who has a camp on the Corrierick Road up there, and was fortunately able to prevent his shooting you in cold blood." And as Ewen gave a little exclamation, he hurried on in order not to give him time to ask, should he think of it, how he had accomplished this feat. "But he intends, at least I think he intends, to send a party in the morning and take you prisoner. And indeed, brute though he is, I hope that he will do so, for otherwise what will become of you, alone here?" But Ewen left that question unanswered, and was equally far from asking on what ground he had been spared. The fact itself seemed enough for him, for he was trying agitatedly to raise himself a little. "It was you, though I saw no one. You saved my life then," he exclaimed, rather incoherently. "And now, is it possible that you have come back again, out of your way, and Captain Wyndham is dead, this more than kindness?" He struggled to go on, but between emotion, weakness, and recent pain, it was more than he could do, and seeing him almost on the point of breaking down, Keith stopped him quickly. "Oh, for God's sake, don't talk of debts, Ardroy. Or if you must, remember what I owe you. See, you are horribly weak. Could you not eat a little more now?" Ewen nodded, not trusting himself to speak, and put out a shaky left hand, apparently to show that he could feed himself. And while he nibbled in a rather half-hearted way at the slice of bread and meat which Keith put into it, Major Wyndham himself wandered slowly about the hovel. The ashes of last summer's fires lay white in the middle of the floor, and through the hole in the roof, which was the only outlet for the smoke, a star looked in as it passed. It seemed to Keith that before he went on his way he must tell Ardroy the means he had used to save him. Surely there was nothing blameworthy or unnatural in his having revealed who Ewen was when he stood between him and imminent death. But from telling him the reason which Guthrie supposed, or feigned to suppose, lay at the back of his action, he mentally shied away like a nervous horse. The Lowlander had rendered the whole subject so horribly distasteful to him. Moreover, it was not Guthrie who had suggested that Cameron of Ardroy might inadvertently drop a hint. How could he tell Ewen that he had said that about him? He turned round, miserably undecided. Ewen had finished his pretence at a meal, and his eyes were fixed on his visitor. Keith had a sudden access of panic. He was sure that the Jacobite was going to ask him on what plea he had stopped his execution. He would put a question to him instead. "How did you get so far with a wound like that?" he asked, coming back to his former place and sitting down again. "You had Neil McMartin to help you, I suppose. You mentioned Lachlan, too, just now."
He had not anticipated more than a brief reply, but Ewen, once started, told him the whole story. Not, indeed, with any superfluity of words, and slowly, with pauses here and there. But the narrative was quite connected, though the speaker gave a certain dreamy impression of having half forgotten his listener, and of going on as if he were living his experiences over again, rather than narrating them. It appeared that he had received both his wounds in that desperate charge into which the clans of the right wing had broken, maddened by the cruel artillery pounding which they had endured, a charge so furious that it had pierced and scattered the English front-line regiments, only to dash itself to pieces on the bayonets of Sempels behind them. At the second and severer injury he fell, and was unable to get to his feet again, for it seemed as if a muscle had been severed in his thigh, and he was besides losing blood very fast. Only the devotion of one of his followers got him away from the heap of dead and wounded strewn like seaweed along the front of the second line. This man, powerful and unhurt, tied up the gash as best he could, and succeeded in carrying his chieftain a little out of the carnage, but in doing so he was shot dead, and once more Ewen was on the ground among the fallen. This time he was lying among the dead and wounded of the Athol men, with none of his own clan to succour him, and here a strange, and yet ultimately a lucky, mischance befell him. For a wounded steward, half crazed no doubt by a terrible cut on the head, crawled to him where he lay across his dead clansman, and, cursing him for one of the Campbells who had taken them in flank, dealt him a furious blow on the forehead with the butt of a pistol. The result for Ewen was hours of unconsciousness, during which he was stripped by some redcoats who would certainly have finished him off had they not thought him dead already. He came to his senses in the very early morning, naked and stiff with cold, but so thirsty that he contrived to drag himself as far as the little burn which crossed the end of the English line in the direction of their own. There, almost in the stream, and unconscious again, Lachlan and his brother, who had been searching for him since evening, almost miraculously found him. His foster brothers carried him to a farmhouse on the moor, where, indeed, he was not the only wounded fugitive, but by noon that day, fearing, and with good reason, a search and a massacre, they somehow procured an old worn-out horse, and taking turns to ride it and to hold him on its back, succeeded in crossing the water of Nairn and gaining the slopes of the Monachlia mountains. What happened then, Ewen was not quite clear about. Between pain, loss of blood, and exposure, he was always more or less fevered, but he remembered an eternity of effort and of going on. At last, the old horse fell dead. For a whole day Neil and Lachlan carried him between them, till, weakened by want of food, they could get him no farther, and had taken shelter on Bain Loy because the shieling hut at least gave him a roof from the cold and the rain. They did not know of Guthrie's camp on the Corriaric road, which indeed was pitched after they got to Bain Loy. In any case, they could not entirely avoid the road, for it would have to be crossed somewhere if they were ever to get back to Ardroy. But in these lonely mountains they were really faced with starvation, and Lachlan had at last been forced to go out scouting for food, and must either have gone far afield or have met with disaster, for he had been gone since the day before. But if he still breathes, finished Ewen, I know that he will return, and if he is in time, perhaps he can contrive to get me away to some other hiding place before the soldiers come for me tomorrow. But in any case, Captain Wyndham, no, I see that it is Major, I am not likely to forget this extraordinary charity of yours, nor your intervention yesterday. Was it yesterday? He added, rather vaguely. Yes, since it must now be after midnight. The tartan attracted my notice first, said Keith, and then, by great good fortune, I looked again and recognized you. This is Neil's kilt that I have on, said Ewen with a faint smile. There was not a stitch of my own left upon me. You wore the philippeck too, once. It seems a long time ago. But I do not think, he went on, rather feverishly talkative now, that you would have recognized me the day before, with a 2 weeks' beard on me. It happened, however, that I had made poor Neil shave me as best he could with his Sigean. Oh, that was good fortune too, agreed Keith. Certainly, I should not have known you bearded. And it is because I had been shaved that I am alive now. Ewen gave a little laugh. How do you know, Wyndham, that before ever I met you, old Angus, my foster father, you remember him, predicted that our lives would cross. I think he said 5 times. And this is... I can't count. How many times have we met already? The old man predicted 5 meetings, exclaimed Keith, struck. How strange. This is the 3rd. Yes, the 3rd time we have met. If he is right, then we shall meet again, and more than once. I hope it may be in happier circumstances. And that I can thank you more fitly, murmured Ewen. Last time. Do you remember the house in the grass market? You told me the comedy would end some day, and the players be sorry they ever took part in it. Keith nodded. It was not the first time, in the last 12 hours, that he had remembered the house in the grass market. But I, for one, do not regret it, went on Ewen, with a touch of defiance. Not for myself, that is. I would do it again. Yet there is poor Neil outside, killed defending me, and so many others on that horrible moor. You were there, I suppose. I was there, said Keith. But my hands are clean of the blood of massacre, he added almost fiercely. If I could have stopped, would best not speak of it. But your cause is lost, Ardroy, and I suppose you know it. It only remains for you to escape the consequences, if you can. I do not seem to be a very good trim for doing that, said Ewen, and again he gave the shadow of a smile. But, since we speak so frankly, I cannot think that our cause is lost, while the prince and Lochiel remain at large. We may be scattered, but... The prince has not been captured, has he? He asked sharply, having evidently seen the change which the mention, not of the prince, but of Lochiel, had brought to Keith's face. No, nor is it known where he is. Oh, thank God. And Lochiel. Keith shrank inwardly. Now it was coming. His momentary hesitation had a cruel effect on Ewen, who dragged himself to his elbow. Wyndham, he said hoarsely and imploringly, surely he's not... What have you heard? Oh my God, don't keep me in suspense like this. If he's captured, tell me. Oh, you mistake me, said Keith, nearly as hoarsely. He has not been captured. I'm sorry if I misled you. Ewen had relapsed again and put a hand over his eyes. It was fairly clear that his chief's fate was even more to him than that of his prince, and now that odious information must be imparted. Keith tried to gain a little time first. But Lochiel was wounded in the battle. Did you know that? Ewen removed his hand. Yes, and I've thanked God for it, since it caused him to be early carried off the field. You saw him fall? No, but afterwards we met with some of the clan and got news of him. That must have been a great relief to you, murmured the Englishman. Suddenly he was possessed with a desire to find out how much Ewen knew about Lochiel. Half of him hoped that he knew very little. Why, he could not have said, but the other half thought, if he knows a certain amount, Guthrie will take better care of him. But you can have had no news of your chief since then, he hazarded. No, answered the Highlander. There has been no opportunity. Keith looked at him nervously. Ardroy was lying gazing upwards. Perhaps he could see that peering star. Would it be possible to advise him, if he found himself in Major Guthrie's custody, to pretend to have definite knowledge of Lochiel's whereabouts, even though that were not the case? Dare he suggest such a thing? It was not one half as offensive as what he had already suggested to Guthrie. Ewen himself broke the silence. Since we speak as friends, he said, his eyes travelling to the open doorway, and how could I regard you as an enemy after this? I may tell you that I have, nonetheless, the consolation of knowing where Lochiel is at this moment. God bless him and keep him safe. Keith's mouth felt suddenly dry. His unspoken question was answered, and the frankness of the acknowledgment rather took his breath away. Yet, certainly, if Ardroy was as frank with Guthrie, it might serve him well. You know where Lochiel is, he half stammered. Ewen shut his eyes and smiled, an almost happy smile. I think he is where, Please God, he will never be found by any redcoat." "You mean that he has gone overseas?" asked Keith, almost without thinking. Ardroy's eyes opened quickly, and for a second, as he looked up at the speaker, there was a startled expression in them. "You're not expecting me to tell you?" "No, no," broke in Keith, very hastily indeed. "Of course not. But I should be glad if he were so gone, for on my soul there's none of your leaders whom I should be so sorry to see captured." Yet, with the words, he got up and went to the doorway. Yes, Ardroy had the secret, and he wished somehow that he had not. The moment could no longer be postponed, when he must tell him of his conversation with Guthrie, were it only to put him on his guard. Bitterly as he was ashamed, it must be done. He stood in the doorway a moment, choosing the words in which he should do it, and they were hatefully hard to choose. Hateful, too, was it to leave Ardroy here helpless, but there was no alternative, since he could not possibly take him with him. Yet, if Lachlan returned, and in time, and especially if he returned with assistance, he might be able to get his foster brother away somewhere. Then Ewen Cameron would never fall into Guthrie's hands. In that case, what use to torment him with prospects of an interrogatory which might never take place, and which could only be very short? No, it was mere cowardice to invent excuses for silence. He must do it. He came back very slowly to the pallet. "I must tell you," he began in a low voice, and then stopped. Ewen's lashes were lying on his sunken cheek, and did not lift at the address. It was plain that he had fallen anew into one of those sudden exhausted little slumbers, and had not heard even the sentence which was to herald Keith's confession. It would be unnecessarily cruel to rouse him in order to make it. One must wait until he woke naturally, as he had done from the last of these dozes. Keith took the lantern off the stool and sat down there. And soon the wounded man's sleep became full of disjointed scraps of talk, mostly incoherent. At one time, he seemed to think that he was out after the deer on the hills with Lachlan. Then he half woke up and muttered, "But it's we that are the deer now," and immediately fell into another doze, in which he murmured the name of Alison. Gradually, however, his slumber grew more sound. He ceased to mutter and to make little restless movements, and in about 5 minutes he was in the deep sleep of real repose, which he had not known, perhaps, for many nights. A sleep to make a watcher thankful. But Keith Wyndham, frowning, sat watching it with his chin on his hand, conscious that his time was growing very short, that it was light outside, and almost light in this dusky hovel, and that the pool of lantern shine on the uneven earth floor looked strange and sickly there. He glanced at his watch. No, indeed, he ought not to delay any longer. He took up and blew out the lantern, went outside and roused Mackay, washed the bowl and, filling it with water, placed it and the rest of the food and wine within reach. His movements had not roused the sleeper in the least. For the last time, Keith stooped over him and slipped a hand round his wrist. He knew nothing of medicine, but undoubtedly the beat there was stronger. It would be criminal to wake Ardroy merely in order to tell him something unpleasant. There came to the soldier a momentary idea of scribbling a warning on a page of his pocket-book and leaving this on the sleeper's breast. But it was quite possible that the first person to read such a document would be Guthrie himself. He rearranged the plaid carefully, and stood for a moment longer looking at the fugitive where he lay at his feet, his head sunk in the dried fern. And he remembered the hut at Kinlocheel last summer, where he had done much the same thing. He had talked somewhat earlier on that occasion, had he not, of obligation and repayment. Well, he had more than repaid. Ewen Cameron owed him his life, owed it him, very likely, twice over. Yet Keith was conscious again that no thought of obligation had drawn him to dash in front of those muskets yesterday, nor had the idea of a debt really brought him back now. What then? Absurd. He was a man who prided himself on being unencumbered with friends. Moreover, Ewen Cameron was an enemy. It was strange, then, with what reluctance, with what half-hopes, half-apprehensions,
he got into the saddle and rode away under the paling stars, leaving his enemy to rescue or capture. Very strange, since that enemy was likewise a rebel, that he should so greatly have desired the former. End of section 16. Section 17 of The Flight of the Heron by D.K. Broster. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Elin. Part 4, Chapter 1. Quote, "So, in this snare which holds me and appalls me, where honour hardly lives, nor loves remain." End quote. H. Belloc, on Battersea Bridge. The mist shrouded every mountain top, sagging downwards in some places like the roof of a tent, and in others where a perpetual draught blew down a corrie, streaming out like smoke. How different from last week, when, cold as it was up there, the top of the Corriaric Pass had presented to Major Wyndham's eyes a view from Badenoch to the hills of Skye. Today, recrossing it and looking back, he could hardly distinguish through the greyish-white blanket more than 3 or 4 of its many traverses winding away below him. But here, on the lower levels of the mountain road, where it prepared to debouch into that which ran along the great glen, this clogging mist had become a fine and most penetrating rain, bedewing every inch of the rider's cloak and uniform, his hat, the edges of his wig, his very eyebrows and lashes, and insinuating itself down his collar. Major Wyndham did not know which was the more objectionable form of moisture, and wished it were late enough in the day to cease exposing himself to either, and to put up for the night at Fort Augustus, which he should reach in another 20 minutes or so. But it was still too early for that, and, bearer as he was of a dispatch from Lord Albemarle to the Duke of Cumberland, he must push on beyond Fort Augustus before nightfall, must, indeed, reach the only halting place between that spot and Inverness, the tiny inn known, from Wade's occupation of it when he was making the road, as the General's Hut. However, he intended to stop at Fort Augustus to bait the horses, and to make an inquiry. It was 6 days since he had left Guthrie's camp, and he was not altogether surprised today to find it gone, but, to judge from the litter lying about, only recently gone. There was, therefore, no one to give him news of Ardroy, but he was sure that, if the Jacobite had been made prisoner, he would have been sent or taken to Fort Augustus, and he could get news of him there. That night in the shieling, just a week ago, seemed to Keith much farther off than that, and the emotions he had known then to have lost their edge. Oh, Gad, what a fit of philanthropy I had on me that day, he reflected. If Hangman Hawley came to know of it, he would sneer at him, and the rest of the staff too. Luckily, they would not know. So, consoling himself, and cursing the rain anew, he came to Fort Augustus, or rather, to what remained of it. Its Highland captors who, during their attack upon it, had partially demolished the new fort, had, on the summons to face Cumberland, blown up and fired most of the residue. A small temporary garrison had been sent there after the victory to secure the abandoned stronghold for the government, but it had now been taken possession of by a larger force in the shape of the Earl of Loudon's regiment, under the Earl himself, and 18 independent companies. These had only marched in a few hours before, in consequence of which influx the whole place was in a state of great turmoil. There was so little accommodation in the ruined fort that a small village of tents was being erected in the meadows by the mouth of the Tarf, and between the confusion of camp pitching and the fact that nearly everyone whom he encountered was a newcomer, Keith found it difficult to discover who was or had been responsible for prisoners sent in before Lord Loudon's arrival. He did, however, elicit the information that Major Guthrie's detachment was now somewhere on the road between Fort Augustus and Inverness. And at last, though he did not succeed in seeing anybody directly responsible, he was told that a wounded Cameron, said to be the head of one of the cadet branches of the clan, had been captured the previous week and sent in by that very detachment, and that he had been given proper care, and was progressing favourably. That was all Keith wanted to know for the moment, and he delayed no longer.
A certain vague disquiet which had teased him during the past week about Guthrie's possible treatment of his prisoner was allayed. For the rest, he had already made his plans about Ardroy. It was at Inverness, with Cumberland, that he could really do Ewen service, especially if the Duke did take him on to his personal staff. To His Royal Highness he could then represent what he owed to the captured rebel, and before he himself returned with the Commander-in-Chief to Flanders, he might very well have the satisfaction of knowing that the object of his philanthropy had been set at liberty. As he turned away from Fort Augustus, where the vista of Loch Ness was completely blotted out in rain, and addressed himself to the long, steep climb up the Inverness road, Keith's thoughts went back to the Earl of Albemarle in Perth, craving like himself to get overseas once more, whence, though colonel of the Coldstream Guards, he had come to serve as a volunteer under Cumberland. His lordship, who had, moreover, greatly preferred commanding the front line in the recent battle to his present post with the Hessian troops in Perth, had lamented his situation quite openly to Cumberland's messenger. He detested Scotland, he announced, and had fears, from a sentence in the dispatch which that messenger had delivered to him, that he might be appointed to succeed Hawley in this uncongenial country. Having thus, somewhat unwisely, betrayed his sentiments to Major Wyndham, he was more or less obliged to beg his discretion, in promising which Keith had revealed his own fellow-feeling about the North. When they parted, therefore, Lord Albemarle had observed with much graciousness that if this horrid fate of succeeding General Hawley should overtake him, he would not forget Major Wyndham, though he supposed that the latter might not then be in Scotland for him to remember. No, Keith, though grateful for his lordship's goodwill, distinctly hoped that he would not. He trusted to be by then in a drier climate, and a country less afflicted with steep roads. Less afflicted also with punitive measures, though, since Perth was not Inverness, he was not so much dominated by those painful impressions of brutality as he had been a week ago. The greater part of the lengthy and tiresome ascent from the level of Loch Ness was now over, and Keith and Dougal Mackay found themselves again more or less in the region of mist, but on a flat stretch of road with a strip of moorland on one hand. Water glimmered ahead, on the left. It was little Loch Tarf, its charms dimmed by the weather. Keith just noticed its presence, tightened his reins, and, trotting forward on the welcome level, continued his dreams about the future. 25 yards farther, and these were brought abruptly to a close. Without the slightest warning, there came a sharp report on his right, and a bullet sped in front of him, so close that it frightened his horse. Himself considerably startled, too, he tried simultaneously to soothe the beast and to tug out a pistol from his holster. Meanwhile, Dougal Mackay, with great promptitude and loud Gaelic cries, was urging his more docile steed over the heather towards a boulder which he evidently suspected of harbouring the marksman. As soon as he could get his horse under control, Keith also made over the strip of moorland, and arrived in time to see a wild, tattered, tartan-clad figure, with a musket in its hands, slide down from the top of the boulder, drop onto hands and knees among the heather and bog myrtle, and begin to wriggle away like a snake. Major Wyndham levelled his pistol and fired, somewhat at random, for his horse was still plunging, and the Highlander collapsed and lay still. Keith trotted towards him. The man had already abandoned his musket and lay in a heap on his side. The Englishman was just going to dismount when shouts from Dougal Mackay, who had ridden round the boulder, stayed him. "Do not be going near him, sir. The man will not be hit whatever." And as this statement coincided with Keith's own impression that his bullet had gone wide, he stayed in the saddle and covered the would-be assassin with his other pistol, while Mackay, who certainly did not lack courage, slid off his own horse and came running. And it was even as Mackay had said. At the sound of the feet swishing through the heather, the heap of dirty tartan lying there was suddenly, with one bound, a living figure, which, leaping up dirk in hand, rushed straight, not at the dismounted orderly, but at the officer on the horse. Had Keith not had his pistol ready, he could hardly have saved himself, mounted though he was, from a deadly thrust. The man was at his horse's head when he fired. This time he did not miss. He could not. "I suppose I've blown his head to pieces," he said next moment, with a slightly shaken laugh. Indeed, I will be thinking so, replied Mackay, on his knees in the heather. But it will be best to make sure. And he put his hand to his own dirk. No, no, commanded Keith, as he bent from the saddle, for somehow the idea of stabbing a dead man, even a potential murderer, was repugnant to him. It is not necessary. He was killed instantly. There could be small doubt of that. One side of the Highlander's bearded face was all blackened by the explosion, and as he lay there, his eyes wide and fixed, the blood ran backwards through his scorched and tangled hair like a brook among water weeds. The ball had struck high up on the brow. It came to Keith with a sense of shock that the very torn and faded philibeg which he wore was of the Cameron tartan. He was sorry. Deterred, unwillingly, from the use of his dirk, the zealous Mackay next inquired whether he should not put the cateran's body over his horse and bring him to Inverness, so that, dead or alive, he could be hanged at the cross there as a warning. No, leave him, poor devil, said Keith, turning his horse. No need for that. He's paid the price already. Let him lie. He felt curiously little resentment and wondered at the fact. Dougal Mackay, however, was not going to leave the musket lying, too. Tuguna, she is Sassenach, he announced, examining it. Take it, then, said Keith. Come, we must get on to the general's hut before this mist grows thicker. So they rode away, leaving the baffled assailant staring into vacancy, his dirk still gripped in his hand, and under his head the heather in flower before its time. Once more the road mounted, then fell by a long, steep gradient. The general's hut, a small and very unpretentious hostelry, of the kind known as a creel house, was at Boleskine, down on its lower levels, and before Keith reached it he could see that its outbuildings were occupied by soldiers. They were probably Major Guthrie's detachment. Indeed, as he dismounted, a uniformed figure which he knew came round the corner of the inn, but it stopped dead on seeing him. Then, with no further sign of recognition, turned abruptly and disappeared again. It was Lieutenant Patton. So these were Guthrie's men, and he could hear more of Ardroy. But he would have preferred to hear it from Patton rather than from Guthrie, and wished that he had been quick enough to stop that young man. The first person whom Keith saw when he entered the dirty little parlour was Guthrie himself, or rather, the back of him, just sitting down to table. "Come away, Foster, is that you?" he called out. "Quick now, the brose is getting cold." Receiving no response, he turned round. "Oh, Dod, 'tis Major Wyndham." Keith came forward, perforce. "Good evening, Major Guthrie. Yes, I'm on my way back to Inverness." "Back from Perth, eh?" commented Guthrie. "By the high road this time, then, I'm thinking. Sit ye down, Major, and Lucky, whatever she calls herself, shall bring another cover. Ah, here comes Foster. Let me present Captain Foster of my regiment to you, Major Wyndham. Where's yon long-legged birkie of a Patton?" "Not coming to supper, sir," replied Captain Foster, saluting the new arrival. "He begs you to excuse him. He has a letter to write, or he's feeling indisposed. I forget which." "Oh, indeed," said Guthrie, raising his sandy eyebrows. He was well enough, and free of correspondence, a while syne. "However, it's an ill wind." "You ken the rest. Major Wyndham can have his place and his meat." Keith sat down, with as good a grace as he could command, at the rough, clothless table. This Foster was presumably the officer whose bed he had occupied in the camp, a man more of Guthrie's stamp than of Patton's, but better mannered. Lieutenant Patton's excuse for absence, coupled with his abrupt disappearance, was significant, but why should the young man not wish to meet Major Keith Wyndham? And perhaps because the latter had got him into trouble, after all, over his philanthropy. Between the three, the talk ran on general topics, and it was not until the meal was half over that Guthrie suddenly said, "Well, Major, I brought in your Cameron friend after you left." Keith murmured that he was glad to hear it. "But I got little for my pains," continued Guthrie, pouring himself out a glass of wine. Only his second, for, to Keith's surprise, he appeared to be an abstemious man. He set down the bottle and looked hard at the Englishman. But you yourself were no luckier, it seems. Keith returned his look. I'm afraid that I do not understand. Oh, you see, I ken you went back to the shieling, Jan nicht. Yes, I imagined that you would discover it, said Keith coolly. I trust that you received my message of apology for departing without taking leave of you. Oh, your message of apology, repeated Major Guthrie. Unfortunately, you did not apologize for the Richt offence. You should have apologized for stealing a march on me, a hint my back. 'Twas a pocky notion, Jan, was it not, Captain Foster? I must repeat that I am completely in the dark as to your meaning, Major Guthrie, said Keith in growing irritation. Is not he the innocent man? That I forgive you, Major, since you gained nothing by ganging back. Gained, ejaculated Keith. What do you mean, sir? I did not go back to the shieling to gain anything. I went. Aye, I ken what you said you gaed for, interrupted Guthrie with a wink. 'Twas devilish canny, as I said, and deceived the rebel himself for a while. All yon ride in the nicht, just to take him food and dress his wounds. And when you were there tending him so kindly, you never spared about Lochiel, and what he kent of him, and where the chief might be hiding, did you? And never deny it, Major, for the rebel did not, when I put it to him. Oh, you devil! Exclaimed Keith, springing up. What did you say to him about me? Guthrie kept his seat, and pulled down Captain Foster, who, murmuring, "Oh, gentlemen," had risen too. Oh, no need to be so distroubled, Captain Foster. I'm not. That's for them that have uneasy consciences. What did I say to him? Why, I told him the truth, Major Wyndham. Why you set such store on saving his life, and how you thought he might be persuaded to drop a hint about Lochiel. Forby, he did not believe that at first. And Keith caught his breath. You told him those lies. To his face, and he believed. He could get no further. Oh, lies, were they? Asked Guthrie, leaning over the table. Oh, you never advised me to bring him into camp to complete my knowledge. Hey, I have you there, fine. Ah, well, I did my best, Major Wyndham. None can do more. But I doubt he has the laugh of us, the callant, for he told me nothing, either by hints or any other gate, all the time I had him in my care. So I even sent him with a bit report to Fort Augustus, and there he is the now, as you may have heard, if you spared news of him when you came by. And Keith had turned very white. I might have known that you would play some dirty trick or other, he said, and flung straight out of the room. Fool, unspeakable fool that he was, not to have foreseen something of this kind with a man of Guthrie's stamp. He had had moments of uneasiness at the thought of Ardroy's probable interview with him, but he had never anticipated anything quite so base as this. Take me to Lieutenant Patton at once, he said peremptorily to the first soldier he came across. The man led him towards a barn, looming through the mist at a little distance. The door was ajar, and Keith went in, to see a dimly lit space with trusses of straw laid down in rows for the men, and at one end 3 horses, his own among them, with a soldier watering them. The young lieutenant, his hands behind his back, was watching the process. Keith went straight up to him. "Can I have a word with you alone, Mr. Patton?" The young man stiffened and flushed, and then, with obvious reluctance, ordered the soldier out. And when the man with his clanging buckets had left the building, Patton stood rather nervously smoothing the flank of one of the horses, not at all anxious to talk. "Mr. Patton," said Keith, without preamble, "what devil's work went on in your camp over the prisoner from Ben Loy?" And then, at sight of the look on Patton's face, he cried out, "Oh, good God, man, do you think that I had a hand in it? And is that why you would not break bread with me?" Lieutenant Patton looked at the ground. Indeed, I found it hard to believe that you could act so, when you seemed so concerned for the prisoner, but—" "Oh, in heaven's name, let us have this out," cried Keith. "What did Major Guthrie say to Mr. Cameron?
He appears to have tried to make him believe an infamous thing of me, and that I went back to the shieling that night, merely in order to get information out of him. Surely he did not succeed in making him think so, even if he succeeded with you. Answer me, if you please." The younger man seemed very ill at ease. "I cannot say, sir, what Mr. Cameron believed about you in the end. He certainly refused, and indignantly, to believe it at first." "He cannot have believed it," said Keith passionately. "In the end. How long, then, did Major Guthrie have him in his custody?" "He kept him for 24 hours, sir, in order to see if he would make any disclosures about Lochiel." And Lieutenant Patten added, in a very dry tone, turning away and busying himself with the horse's headstall, "a course which it seems that you yourself advised." Keith gave a sound like a groan. "Did the Major tell Mr. Cameron that also?" Patten nodded. "Yes, he did, and more, too. Whether true or not, I have no means of judging." Keith had the sensation that the barn, or something less material, was closing in round him. This honest boy, too. "Look here, Mr. Patten, I will be frank with you. I was so desperately afraid that Ardroy would be left there to die in the shieling that I did suggest to Major Guthrie that it might be of advantage to bring him into camp, though I knew that he would have his trouble for nothing. Though I unfortunately recommended that course, I was perfectly certain that Mr. Cameron would not give the slightest inkling of any knowledge that he might have." "No, it was plain from the beginning that he would not," said the young man, "and that was why—" He broke off. "If Mr. Cameron is a friend of yours, it is a good thing that you were not in our camp that morning. Or, no, perhaps a misfortune, because you might have succeeded in stopping it sooner. I could not." "Succeeded in stopping what?" asked Keith. Then the inner flavour of some of Guthrie's recent words began to be apparent to him. He caught Patten by the arm. "You surely do not mean that Major Guthrie resorted to violent measures? It's impossible." Thus captured, the young soldier turned and faced him. "Reassure yourself, sir," he said quickly, seeing the horror and disgust on his companion's face. He could not carry them out. The prisoner was in no state for it. He could only threaten and question. "We threatened to shoot him, after all." "No, not to shoot him, to flog him." And as Keith gave an exclamation and loosed his hold, Patten added, "And he went very near doing it, too." "Threatened to flog him? Mr. Patten, you are jesting," said Keith incredulously. "Flog a badly wounded prisoner, and a gentleman, a chieftain, to boot." "I'm not jesting, sir. I wish I were. But I am thankful to say that it was not carried out. Now, if you will excuse me, Major Wyndham, I must be about my duties." His tone indicated that he would be glad to leave a distasteful subject. But Keith made a movement to bar his passage. "Mr. Patten, forgive my insistence, but your duties must wait a little. You cannot leave the matter there. For my own sake I must know what was said to Mr. Cameron. You see how nearly it concerns my honour. I implore you to try to recall everything that passed." Reluctantly, the young man yielded. "Very well, sir, but I'd best speak to the sergeant to ensure that we are not disturbed, for this barn is the men's quarters." He went out to give an order. Hardly knowing what he did, Keith turned to his horse, busy pulling hay from the rack, and looked him over to see that Mackay had rubbed him down properly. Threatened with flogging. Ewen Cameron. Patten came back, closed the door, and brought up a couple of pails, which he inverted and suggested as seats. "You must be tired, Major, after your long ride, and I'm afraid that this will be a bit of a sederunt." So Keith sat down in the stall to hear what his ill-omened suggestion had brought on the man whom he had saved. End of section 17.